Well, hello everyone, and thank you for joining. My name is Carrie with Character Production, and I have been covering this trial on Darrell Brooks, who was the Waukesha parade attacker. And just to kind of give you guys some background on exactly what happened there. So on November 21st, 2021, around 4:39 p.m., a red 2010 Ford Escape SUV driven by Darrell E. Brooks, allegedly, or no, it's not alleged now. This guy's basically he's been convicted by a jury. At about 40 miles per hour, he broke through barricades and drove through the annual Christmas parade in Waukesha. One police officer banged on the hood of the SUV in an attempt to get the driver to stop. Another officer then fired his gun in an attempt to stop the vehicle. Just to kind of give you guys a really quick disclaimer, I am not an attorney. I don't pretend to be one. I didn't eat my Wheaties this morning, and I did not sleep at a Holiday Inn. This is strictly my opinion, and I'm sticking to it. So let's view what I put together here on day 14, which was a very interesting day for Mr. Darrell, because he got he got really heated when they decided to bring in the prosecution brought in his video recording on YouTube of his little rap video that he did. So let's set the tone so everybody knows where we're at. This is a detective on the stand right now being questioned. He has just been questioned by the prosecution. He is now being questioned by Darrell Brooks. This is all going to lead up into what I wanted to show you guys for the day. So even if you don't understand what's going on with this trial, basically, just okay. I got to give background. Darrell Brooks, guys, there's pictures of him in the vehicle. There's all kinds of social media. Everybody that was around that parade, I mean, there's no doubt it was him sitting in that car, driving through the parade, not stopping, literally running over people. He has been horrible to deal with in court. Judge Darrell, I believe is how you pronounce her name, has just been amazing at dealing with him. She's kind of been a little bit too, giving him a little bit too much leeway in some areas of this, which is okay because I understand why she's doing it. She's basically trying to she doesn't want him to be able to come back and get any kind of appeal because the evidence in this case is there's just no way around it. I mean, the dude did it. We all know it. We all know he's the one. But you got to go through this whole court thing. But we don't want to give him any reason to come back and say this was handled incorrectly, and then the next thing you know, this is out on the street again. Because the last thing that we need is for this to be out on the street. If you've watched any of the court live on TV, or if you've watched any of the videos that I've posted on my channel, I basically have trimmed down tons of idiocracy that has been displayed in court. And I mean, he's turned the court room there in Waukesha into a circus. And I just feel so bad for all of the jurors. I feel so bad for the judge, the prosecutors, the security personnel that has to be there on site. Sheriff's office had to be there to make sure that nobody attacked him, because he's got everybody hates him basically because of what he's done with good reason. Hello. But this is his day in court. They're giving it to him. And what we want to look at today is what is setting Darrell off and why is he so upset? Because he does not like the fact that his rap video that he created and he posted on YouTube is being brought up in court. So let's move forward as he continues to question Detective Casey.
Extremely close with the district attorney's office during the entirety of this matter. Would that be fair to say?
The district attorney's office has been involved in this investigation since the night of, so we have worked closely.
So would it be fair to say extremely close, seeing as how you've been present for the whole trial pretty much?
Can you define extremely for me?
I would like you to define it. Extremely.
I'll answer yes if that helps.
To your knowledge, do you know if it's typical for a lead investigator to sit right behind the prosecution table in a trial?
Okay, really? But this is what we're dealing with. This is all he's got. Oh, I just missed my spot.
Talking about this case or any case?
This particular case.
I'm sorry, you interrupted me. Could you repeat that, please?
I believe you said this case.
I'm referring to this case, yes.
Could you re-ask the question, please?
Are you the only detective actively involved in this investigation that sits with the prosecution in reference to this case?
Yes, I'm the only person, the only detective that's sitting with the prosecution during this trial.
So would you explain who the other officer is in the blue suit over there?
Objection to the relevance, Your Honor.
Grounds?
Sustained.
I just want to know his role.
Sustained. Next
Reason
question,
for the
please.
sustain.
Not relevant.
He's been in the courtroom the whole trial. How is it not relevant? And that's a judicial determination.
I think you be seated. Go ahead, Mr. Brooks. Please continue with your questioning.
Have you ever had any interactions with this entity, state of Wisconsin?
Mr. Brooks, under 90611, I'm not going to allow the witness to answer. It's vague.
There was no objection.
Under 90611, I shall exercise reasonable control over the mode and order of interrogating witnesses. Please, next topic. These questions we addressed during the initial cross-examination of this
They're
witness.
going to keep coming up.
And I determined at that time that they weren't relevant. So next topic,
They're going to
please.
keep coming up.
Under 90611, sir, please move on to a new topic.
They're going to keep coming up.
For the cross-examination, I will end.
Do you see the state of Wisconsin present in the courtroom today?
Objection, argumentative,
Grounds.
irrelevant.
Sustained. Final warning, sir. Next topic or the cross-examination, I will
You
bring it to
don't
an
got to
end.
keep. You don't got to keep doing that, Your Honor. You don't got to keep doing that.
It's my responsibility, sir, over this trial.
I'm informed. And
Thank you.
And I
Next
respect
topic.
that. But it's relevant for the jury to know the truth. They deserve to know the truth.
Move to strike, Your Honor.
Granted, the jury will disregard
Right.
those last statements. They're not
Objection to that.
relevant. Mr. Brooks is not testifying. They mistake the law.
I object to that. That's not lawful law. It's
Noted.
not truthful.
All right, under 90611, I am now stopping the cross-examination. Any redirect by the state?
Objection.
So as you can see, she gives him multiple attempts to. It's funny because she'll say, "I'm going to say it one more time," and she'll ask him a question, and if he doesn't respond, then I'm going to toss him or I'm going to end this. And she gives him a chance, and then she gives him another chance, and she more than gives him a chance to pull back and realize what he's doing to himself. And he never once takes advantage of all that she's given him. At the end of the day, when he grows up one day, if this child ever grows up, he will look back and realize that this judge was his only friend in this trial. His only friend. And I'm not saying that she was really his friend, but she was the only one that made any kind of attempt to help him along. Now, she did it because that's, she's supposed to be fair and all that. She's a judge, but she didn't have to do all the things that she did. And I just truly believe that because she went out of her way to make sure she crossed all of her she crossed all of her T's, she dotted all of her I's, I truly believe that's going to keep this from going into any kind of appeal. So kudos to her. I'm a big fan of Judge Darrell.
To that, and I would like
Noted.
legal finding of fact.
Attorney Opera, any redirect?
Yes, just very briefly, Your Honor, I would like to display for the witness only Exhibit 178.
Objection.
I haven't seen the exhibit yet, so I'll take it under
I'm
advisement.
objecting still because the
You may show it to the witness.
there needs to be an answer to why the jury's not being told information that they deserve to know.
Go ahead, Attorney Opera.
Your Honor, for the record, this is a video. I'm going to play about the first 5 or 10 seconds for the witness to identify it before moving on, please.
And this seems objection because this seems like a whole new exhibit. This was never mentioned before. It was never.
I haven't seen it. I can't rule on it, sir, so let me see it, and I'll take your
when you become
objection
exhibit-
under.
Just so everyone knows, this is the video that he pre-recorded and put on YouTube of his little music video that he did.
I'll
It
take the
was never
objection under
exhibit before.
advisement. Go ahead.
I haven't seen this in any of the exhibits that I have. So how could it just be created now and be made an exhibit?
Go ahead,
I
Attorney
have
Opera.
all the exhibits.
Go ahead, Attorney Opera. I haven't seen it yet. There's nothing on my screen that I can see. I see it's now playing.
So now we just creating exhibits now. I have all the exhibits, and this was never in it. Oh man.
Sir, do you recognize what's contained in State's Exhibit 178?
Objection.
Overruled.
Relevancy.
Overruled.
Leading.
Go ahead and answer.
Yes, I do.
What is it?
Objection
Oh.
leading.
Overruled. The witness may answer. see it's now playing.
Hang on, I want to show you guys something really quick. I probably went back too far. This gentleman right here, this guy in the blue suit on the other side of Sue, the district attorney, that's the security gentleman that he was referencing earlier.
You
may show it to the witness.
There needs to be an answer to why the jury's not being told information that they deserve to know.
Go ahead, Attorney Opper.
Your Honor, for the record, this is a video I'm going to play about the first 5 or 10 seconds for the witness to identify it before moving on, please.
And this seems objection because this seems like a whole new exhibit. This was never mentioned before. It was never.
I haven't seen it. I can't rule on it, sir. So let me see it, and I'll take your
when you become an
objection under.
exhibit,
I'll
it
take
was
the
never an
objection under
exhibit before.
advisement. Go ahead.
I haven't seen this in any of the exhibits that I have. So how could it just be created now and be made an exhibit?
Go ahead,
I
Attorney
have
Opper.
all the exhibits.
Go ahead, Attorney Opper. I haven't seen it yet. There's nothing on my screen that I can see. I see it's now playing.
So now we're just creating exhibits now. I have all the exhibits, and this was never in it. Oh, man.
Sir, do you recognize what's contained in State's Exhibit 178?
Objection,
Overruled.
relevancy,
Overruled.
leading.
Go ahead and answer.
Yes, I do.
What is it?
Objection, leading.
Overruled. The witness may answer.
I'm still going to object. How is it?
Mr. Brooks, I ask that you honor
I have all
the ruling that I've
I have
been
all the
made.
exhibits, though, Your Honor. I have
Mr.
them all.
Brooks.
They were provided to me, and this was never in the exhibit. So how could it just be made an exhibit?
I'll take
just
this
out of
up
the blue?
outside the presence of the jury, but I'm going to allow it.
Can that be stated for the record? Can that be explained?
No, the jury will disregard the statements made by Mr. Brooks. They're not evidence, and the statement
So this
continue.
exhibit shouldn't be evidence then, because it
Mr.
didn't
Brooks, the
exist before
objection's
today.
noted. It's overruled. Go ahead.
And just for the record, he objects to everything. Whenever someone comes up on the stand and prosecution is questioning them, every time they ask a question, he objects because he doesn't understand what he can and cannot object to. So he objects to everything. And sometimes he does question the judge on why she overrules or sustains or whatever. And okay, so I know we got 17 days of trial. We might have gone into more than 17 days. Again, I'm in the middle of doing this. So I would bet that in all the time that he's taken up of being thrown out of the courtroom or his little shenanigans that he pulls, all of his little antics that he does, they've probably added an entire day's worth of court onto this trial because of that so far. So you're talking at least 8 hours worth of BS. I'm sure there's probably more than that. I'd be curious to sit down and talk to the prosecution and say, how long should this trial have lasted? How long do you think this trial would have lasted if he'd had like a regular attorney? Because I can assure you, he has added so many delays. Okay, moving on.
There was a still photo shown before of Mr. Brooks standing in front of the Ford Escape. This is the video in which that still photo was taken from.
Objection. How does he know that?
Overruled. The witness may answer. I'll give you the opportunity to question him about it when the state's done asking the questions. Go ahead.
Where'd you get this video from, sir?
Objection, leading.
Overruled. The witness may answer.
From Mr. Brooks' social media account.
Okay. Your Honor, move to admit 178 and permission to publish.
Objection to the relevancy.
I'll
And
find
still
it's
don't know how
relevant.
it's
I'll receive
obtained.
Exhibit 168. Permission to publish is granted. For the record,
It's 178, Your Honor.
no, could you please tell me the length of the video?
The length is 2 minutes, 33 seconds. We're going to play it in its entirety, but without volume, Your Honor.
All right, thank you.
And
I object to that, and I would like to make an offer of proof of my appeal.
We'll do that outside the presence of the jury, but I will allow the state to play it in its entirety without
Your Honor,
audio.
I have all the exhibits. They were provided.
Mr. Brooks, I'll take that up along with the other two issues I still need to address.
But how can you play something that I didn't even
Mr. Brooks,
have?
I'll take that up outside the presence of the jury.
This
Your
is
objections are
mind-boggling.
noted.
This is
It's
mind-boggling.
overruled.
Mind-boggling.
actually, Your Honor, I changed my mind. I would like to play the audio, please.
This is mind-boggling.
Okay, play the audio.
First without, and then I'll make a ruling and I'll take that up.
Okay, I understand.
Thank you.
She's losing her patience.
So we will play the entire video, Your Honor, 2 minutes, 33 seconds.
I object to that. Why does the whole video need to be played? Is this setting the foundation?
It's relevant. You questioned the officer about it. You
I
questioned the
question him
detective
about
about his knowledge.
about the still frame from the video. The video wasn't even in the exhibits that I received.
Oh, I just snorted.
I actually didn't even receive it. They
Mr.
were
Brooks, please
obtained.
stop.
Video is
The jury
ridiculous.
will disregard his statements. He's not testifying. The video's playing.
So superstar. I want to hear it. I want to hear what he's saying. Maybe we'll have to watch that on a separate thing. I don't know if it's still up on YouTube. I'm sure it's somewhere. I'm sure somebody's got it posted. The one thing I'll say though is whoever did the video did a pretty decent job of
I'll address that.
putting it together and making it look pretty cool.
It's
It's kind of surprising. It's a little busy, but I did hear at one point. At one point, somebody mentioned something. I don't know exactly where we were. I think it might have been in trial, or it might have been in just the chats that I've been in and whatnot on this trial, that his friend here holding up the gun, this is a real gun, and apparently this guy is on probation as well. Because keep in mind, Darrell Brooks has been on probation probably since he was 18. He's constantly getting in trouble. If you go back and watch one of the first videos I posted on this, I showed where they were like listing out all the things that he's done. So he was constantly in trouble, constantly getting thrown in jail. But the problem was they kept letting him out. And it goes from Atlanta to Milwaukee, and I forget what other state he might have been in. I think he was in one other state where he got in trouble. But so the guy that's in this video with him apparently was also supposedly on probation. Now, this is allegedly. I don't know for a fact if this is true. I heard this, that he was him having a gun in his possession would have been illegal. We know it's illegal that, Darrell had it because he's always on probation. Allegedly. So I'm going to see if we can fast forward through this because this is just annoying.
And presented to you in your direct testimony as states exhibit number 175.
Objection leading.
Overruled foundational, the witness may answer.
Yes, I
A
did.
lot of.
You were questioned on cross-examination as to your ability to identify Mr. Brooks in exhibit 175, correct?
Objection. That question was asked initially by Attorney Copper.
Overruled. The
Yeah.
witness may answer. Sorry.
Yes, I was.
As you just watched the entire video again now in court, as states exhibit 178, did you clearly see Mr. Brooks in that video, sir?
Objection leading.
Overruled. The witness may answer.
I believe there's no doubt that that's Mr. Brooks in the video and later standing next to the Ford Escape.
Thank you. I don't have any other questions, Your Honor.
As to this particular piece of evidence only, Mr. Brooks, you may ask questions of Detective Casey.
Objection. I don't consent to being called that name. Yeah,
Noted. Do you have any questions for the witness?
This when did this video? When was this made a exhibit? Because I don't have it.
Objection. That's not a question for the witness, Your Honor.
That
Sustained.
was the question.
Sustained.
When was this
As to the
video
form
made
of
an
the
exhibit?
How would the witness know?
Question.
When was this video made an exhibit? That is a question.
I object to the question directed at the witness, Your Honor. It's beyond the scope of his knowledge.
Sustained.
Well, he said he saw it.
But that's not the question asked. So you can rephrase your question if you want to.
When did you see this exhibit? When did you see it?
With the understanding that you're asking when did he see the video, I will
When
allow
did
the
you see
question
this
to be
exhibit?
asked. With that understanding, you may answer, Detective Casey.
Am I answering when I saw the video for the first time?
Yes.
Objection, Your Honor. Why is something always funny at that table? That it would be the same thing. I'll take that.
I'm sorry. He's finally realized that. No, I will say this though. Unlike in the Parkland court, there were the defense attorneys were doing some really awful things that they shouldn't have been doing, and I might talk about that later on. But these attorneys, the Waukesha DA, and everyone at their table has been more than patient, more than respectful of the entire trial process. So if they did laugh at something, it's like, God bless them. How can you not laugh at some of this stuff? But anyway, I guess he saw him laughing.
I'll take that as disrespect because they were allowed to say something and I said under my breath that was disrespect.
I
They
would
just
direct
did the
both
same
parties
thing.
to avoid commentary.
Okay, well, can
and
you do that,
gestures
please?
and faces.
Admonish them
Yes,
because
I
I'm
will.
always the one getting
Absolutely.
admonished.
Everyone,
I take that as disrespect too.
Sir, can I do my job? State's directed to avoid laughing commentary. I didn't see it, so I can't further comment. I was looking at
All these
the
cameras in
witness.
here, don't nobody ever see
However,
nothing.
I'm advising both parties to show
Come on, man,
decorum
this is not fair.
and restraint, to
I'm
be
waiting.
respectful of this jury's time and attention, and to let them do their job by focusing on the testimony and exhibits and evidence that's presented. Go ahead, Detective Casey, you can answer the question about when you have seen this video prior to today.
I saw the video within a few days of Mr. Brooks being arrested. I've reviewed it since then a few times. I reviewed it yesterday and again this morning, and now in court again.
You said you reviewed it yesterday and this morning. If you had seen this video numerous times before yesterday and today, why did you feel the need to view it yesterday and today?
I'm sorry. Let me just say really quickly, I'm not laughing at the situation that we're in here. I mean, there was a lot of people were affected by what this man did, and I don't want to show any disrespect to the families that lost loved ones or have loved ones that have been injured, or anybody that was affected, and has just from being there that day and saw everything that occurred, because there were small children that probably saw some things they never should have seen ever in their lifetime. I just can't help, but he is so ridiculous. And so I hope the family understands that when us in the YouTube community, if we are kind of playing on some of these things that occur in this courtroom, it's not to disrespect the families in any way, shape, or form. And it is strictly just because this guy is just making an absolute idiot of himself. And we want to see him go down too. So, carrying on.
Objection, argumentative.
Grounds.
Sustained as to the form of the question.
Why did you need to review it this morning?
Objection, argumentative.
Overruled, the witness may answer.
Because I wanted to be 100% sure of the content, and if there's any questions that were asked of it, I wanted to make sure that I would be able to answer them appropriately.
And why was this, to your knowledge, why was this video never brought up in your earlier testimony?
Objection, that's a
Grounds.
misstatement, Your Honor.
Sustained as to
was
the
not
form
brought
of
up
the
in
question
the
assumes
testimony.
facts not in evidence.
If you have seen it numerous times before today, why did you need to see it again and make sure if any questions were asked, or however you refer to it? What would be the need to view again this morning something that you had viewed numerous times before?
I'll see what
Objection,
my
objection, compound, asked and answered, misstatement of the facts, argumentative.
Sustained.
Did you view the video this morning because you knew that the video would be made an exhibit this morning?
Objection, assumes facts not in evidence.
Sustained as to the form of the question.
This is mine, by the way. This is mine.
Because you don't know what you're doing. You should not. I mean, and the fact that he thinks so much of himself that he felt like, oh, it's not gonna be a problem at all to defend myself, to be my own attorney. I don't need them. He didn't like his attorneys, probably because they were telling him, look, guy, you don't have a chance in hell on this. You need to plea out. He probably didn't like that. He probably was offended because, they didn't say what he wanted them to say. So now he is going to defend himself, and he just cannot believe that he's being treated this way because he's doing everything he's supposed to be doing, which is all we all know, a bunch of crock.
Can you clarify again why you viewed the video this morning?
Objection, asked and answered.
Sustained.
So you're going to sustain everything?
It was already answered, sir. Next question, please.
And I'm asking for clarification.
Next question, please.
I don't got no more questions, man.
All right, thank you.
This is mine, by the way.
Detective, you may step down. I'll excuse the jury.
What you people was trying to do is not fair. Hide things from the jury repeatedly. You don't tell them all the information
Mr.
they
Brooks,
need
I'm
to
going
know.
to take up all of your objections outside the presence of the jury. I ask that you honor my decision to do that and you show courtesy and decorum.
Because you asked.
Mr. Brooks, please.
Because you asked. That's the only reason, because you asked. I see what you people are trying to do. It's not right. It's not fair and it's not right.
Yes, we're all against you. The whole world is against you. You did not bring any of this on yourself.
You can have a seat. Well, once the jury's outside of the courtroom, I'll take up the objections.
Oh, and by the way, he has children. Yes, of course he does. He's got children. I think he's got at least 2, maybe 3. And bless their hearts.
Previously in the evidence. All right, first of all, Attorney Hopper, if you can make a record as to this exhibit and whether it's been turned over previously.
It was previously included in the initial discovery that was sent initially to the public defender's office, and now we have a record that those 3 boxes were turned over to Mr. Brooks.
Objection, I don't consent to being called that name, and it was not in the video footage that I have obtained. That video was not part of it.
Okay, the reason he keeps saying he does not consent to being called that name is because he is under the assumption that because he is representing himself, he is a third person, so he is not the defendant. He is not himself. He is a third person representing Darrell E. Brooks. So when anybody is referencing him, he says this every single time. The judge explained to him in the beginning, sir, you may be representing yourself, but you're still yourself. It doesn't matter. So when it first started up and he kept doing it, I was thinking, is there another name we're supposed to be calling him? Are they saying his name wrong? I couldn't figure it out. Finally, the judge figured it out and she goes, sir, that doesn't, you're still yourself. We're still going to acknowledge you as Darrell E. Brooks. You are still on trial. Yes, you're representing yourself, but you're not. I can't.
Do you think I would sit here and be this irritated?
Mr. Brooks, I need to make a record, so just please sit down. There's no need for you to stand at the moment.
I feel like standing right now.
Please sit down.
I feel like standing.
All right, based upon the offer of proof provided by the state, and it was provided to prior counsel, that satisfies me as to that issue.
That's
I indicated I would.
accurate, Your Honor. Can we have the prior counsel testify to that then?
Not at this time, sir.
I have not obtained that. Right now, that was my first time seeing that as an exhibit.
Mr. Brooks, I presume, and you can correct me if I'm wrong, but you're familiar with that video. Yes or no?
What does that have to do with what we're talking
Because
about?
I'm going to make a finding based upon what I viewed in that video, that there's absolutely no surprise to you. It appears to me, even without the video, that that's a music video, that you are in it, that the vehicle that has been the subject of this entire case, that red Ford Escape with the plate that's been testified to, is in that video. That video is relevant for a number of different reasons, the first of which, it goes to identification of you, identification of the vehicle. You opened up the door through your cross-exam of Detective Casey about his ability to identify you in that video. And when I say identification of you, specifically as it relates to Detective Casey's opinion that that's you in the video, of course.
They weren't going to bring this video in to court. He's the one that opened up the door so that they could bring it into court.
It's ultimately up to the jury to determine that. And what relevance, if any, that evidence have, but you opened up the door for the state to show that video because you directly attacked the credibility of Detective Casey through his knowledge of it and the identification by him of you in it because the still image was of your back.
Okay.
So that opened up the door, and it's proper. There's absolutely no surprise to you that that video exists. And that is my finding as it relates to that.
What do you mean by it's no surprise to me that it exists? That was not the issue. The issue was how was it made an exhibit at the last moment? How does it be made an exhibit out of the blue? That was the issue. The issue
State can make an offer of proof on that because obviously they marked it as an exhibit.
But with all respect,
so go ahead,
you're
Attorney Hopper.
mischaracterizing what I said, and the record needs to be clear. The issue that I raised was how does this, at the last minute, out of the blue, become an exhibit? That was the
go
issue.
ahead and make your offer of proof on that.
Thank you, Judge. And another thing worth noting is the testimony of Detective Casey that this video was obtained from the defendant's own Facebook account as well. The court is well aware.
He said so.
Okay, this is the first time that I've noticed in the entire trial that the DA has spoken up like this. She's fixing to go off, and God bless her because she's been holding out for a long time on this one. So you go at it, Sue.
Nothing that.
Sir, stop interrupting. We have to make a record of it. You've interrupted multiple times. I've been abundantly patient with you. Again, another interruption. So you need to be quiet and let the state make a record. Stop gesturing at me. Stop rolling your eyes at me. Stop mumbling.
I'm looking right at you. I'm not rolling my eyes.
No, you have throughout. I've seen it and I've made note of it.
I'm looking at you. Okay, so are you asking me to be quiet or are you telling me to be quiet?
Go ahead, Attorney Hopper.
Thank you, Your Honor.
I'm gonna take that
And
as
just
asking.
to indicate, Your Honor, This court has been abundantly patient with Mr. Brooks. He challenges the court's authority repeatedly. This court absolutely has the ability to tell him, sit down and be quiet. And you haven't done that. And I know why you haven't done that, Your Honor, and we appreciate that. He is not in control of this courtroom. You are. And he needs to respect that. This video was relevant based on his questioning of Detective Casey, as you just indicated, challenging his ability to identify the person who had their back turned to the camera in the still shot of State's Exhibit 175. Trials are fluid. When he opened the door to that, we came up with the video which Detective Casey testified repeatedly on direct examination and cross-examination as to how he knew that was Mr. Brooks, because he had seen the rest of the video. He would not accept that. He pushed it and pushed it and pushed it until we played the video. The lyrics of that video probably would have been prejudicial. Originally, I wasn't going to ask for volume. Then I did, because he pushed it again, and his voice and his mannerism of speech, I thought, would have assisted the jury in identifying Mr. Brooks as the person in the video with the red SUV. However, you smartly asked me to play it without the audio, and I did that, and then I never went back to that. This is all to the benefit of this defendant, who continues to suggest and impugn the integrity of this court and this prosecution.
See, what she's trying to say is they keep doing these things because they're in a court of law. They keep doing these things that are going to keep from making him look any worse than he's already making himself look. And he is so ignorant that he doesn't even realize this.
Without basis. He doesn't like it because the evidence is stacking up and stacking up. And whenever it does, his response is to accuse you, the court, or the prosecutors of being unethical and hiding things. There is nothing in law that prevents me from pulling something out of my briefcase right now and making it an exhibit if it's relevant. You decide what's relevant, what's admissible, not Mr. Brooks. There is no law, he can cite to no law, no authority whatsoever that says I can't make an exhibit essentially on the fly if it's called for, and that's exactly what just happened here. So I apologize for my tone with the court. I don't mean to direct this at the court. It is very frustrating. The court has demonstrated much more patience than I have with Mr. Brooks because, again, I do not appreciate his impugning the integrity of these proceedings, of Your Honor's efforts to run a fair trial, and of our efforts to run a fair trial. We have ethical obligations as well to be fair in this courtroom. We have respected that entirely. The reason I was laughing 30 seconds ago was because the exhibit was mislabeled. There was an extra Y and it said Exhibit E, EXHIBITY. And I turned around to the paralegal and pointed that out, and we laughed over it, the word Exhibit-y. That was it. There has been no disrespect directed at Mr. Brooks directly in any fashion. So he can object all he wants, and he has made that clear. He will continue to object and obstruct the court and obstruct these proceedings every last chance he gets. But legally, everything has been above board and proper, and this exhibit is no exception. I apologize for my tone, Judge.
Thank you. I appreciate that additional record being made.
I object to that.
My previous ruling doesn't change
you
in
do.
any way that the exhibit is relevant. I indicated I would take it up because, and I'm taking what the state's saying as withdrawing the request to play the lyrics.
That is correct.
All right. I have not heard them, but I'll certainly take the state at its word as an officer of the court that it would be prejudicial based upon the lyrics that are in that video, but my decision to admit the video without audio stands. I do want to take up two other issues. There was an objection to questions regarding cross-examination. So the objections were by the state. One had to do with there was questioning about possible testimony with his niece and nephew, and then the jail cell search issues. So Mr. Brooks, you asked the questions. The state had objected. Since you're the proponent of what would presumably come in through the testimony of Detective Casey, what is your offer of proof as to why I should allow Detective Casey to come back on the stand and testify about his interaction? I believe it was with your mom and possible testimony of your niece and nephew.
It don't matter with Detective Casey. He's off the stand. He's not going back on the stand.
No, but I told you I would recall him. I wanted to take it up outside the presence of the jury.
How do I supposed to know?
So are you withdrawing that, sir?
How am I supposed to know? I think I deserve a chance to rebut what was just said. I think I deserve that much if it's a fair trial.
What information do you want to provide to me about that last exhibit?
About what last exhibit? I'm talking about the the audacity of the prosecution to just put that on the record when
Has anybody ever seen anyone act like this in court, ever? Any of you guys?
the statement is untrue.
I don't know what you're talking about. What's untrue?
We just heard her talk for 5-10 minutes straight.
If this had been a male judge, I have a feeling that he would have not acted this way. He probably still would have been disruptive. He probably still would have been Darrell, because that's just all he is. But I just have a feeling I wonder, it probably would not have gone well in trial for the prosecution if there'd been a male on the thing. So it's almost like this is a good thing. I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong by saying that. I just kind of felt like I'm glad that because he's basically he's shown so much in front of the jurors that it's just it's ridiculous.
Now don't nobody know what I'm talking about.
I don't
There
know
was a reference made
specifically
to
what you're talking
there's a
about,
reference
sir.
made to what I'm supposed to know about the evidence stacking up and this and that, as if that has any bearing on what I still think and what I'm still going to present. It doesn't.
Well, that's not what we're talking about at the moment. I made a ruling on an
She's been
exhibit.
laughing and making comments under her breath the whole time during the whole trial, and I never said nothing. I don't know what's being said, but I can tell that it's directed towards me. I'm not an idiot.
I
If heard her sit there-
haven't made any of those
Well,
observations,
I didn't
sir.
say
What I've
you.
Well, you said it, but we're going to disagree with you. I would say objection to that statement, Darrell.
I didn't say you, Your Honor.
No,
But
what I've
for
observed
her,
is
for her, listen, please.
Go ahead.
For her to sit there and try to play it off as if she's not referencing to me, she must think I'm an idiot.
Nobody
That is
said
very
sir.
disrespectful to me. I haven't said anything about that until today. She's done it numerous times.
What are you talking about? I don't know
Her
what you're
laughing under her breath.
I'm pretty certain you're right on that one, Darrell. She probably does think you're an idiot, as well as most of the United States.
Her trying to cover up the microphone so they can laugh and hee and key. That they've been doing that the whole time. I didn't say anything. I didn't say anything about
I
it.
have not noticed that. What I notice are 3 attorneys who cover up the microphone so that they're not heard when they're conferring with each other about evidentiary issues or about testimony.
So why is it always laughing and giggling?
I
involved
haven't
with
noticed that other than the one thing you pointed out.
Well, we
today,
have
which then-
cameras. That's what the
Mr.
cameras are
Brooks,
for.
let's refocus our attention on what we're here for, and that's
Okay,
this
then
trial.
I take
And
that
do
as
you have
I
anything you
take
want to
that
put on
as
the record?
I'm putting it on the record if I get a
No,
chance.
you need to let me finish. As it relates to the video and my decision to admit
She
it.
just admitted that she just now came with the exhibit. It was not that she just said, she just made it an exhibit. It was
That doesn't
not
mean
an
it wasn't
exhibit
turned
before she
over
made
to
it
you. So
one.
do you have some legal basis, sir, for your position? Because I'm not
What do I
aware of
need
any.
legal basis for when she just admitted on the record that she just made this exhibit up
No,
right
she
now?
didn't. That is a complete mischaracterization.
She just made it up.
I'm sure she did not.
That's what, so she wasn't
Create
implying that by
the
saying that
exhibit.
she didn't
She did
pull
not make it
anything
up.
out of her suitcase.
So that's a figure of speech.
Okay, so what is it
Right.
implying to? What would that be implying to?
As
How would
attorney,
anyone,
all
how
right,
would
I'm
anyone in
moving
my
on
position?
because you're not providing
how
me
would-
with any
how would
legal
any-
basis
I didn't even
for
finish.
me
You
to.
told me that I can make the record. I'm attempting to make the
well,
record.
Sir, as it relates to the video and my decision to admit it, do you
I
have
just said that you didn't even let me finish.
You're not letting me
You
finish.
didn't let me finish either, Your Honor.
Because you're not providing me.
But how do you-
rant,
how do you know I
you're
wouldn't get to
providing
that if I
commentary,
finished?
You're not providing me with anything from a legal basis for which I would consider changing my mind. So the state's withdrawn their request to play the audio.
Then why play the video at all then?
I've already made a ruling on that. You're questioning the ruling. You're not asking me to reconsider it based on any legal basis.
There should be a legal reconsideration of it.
Then you need to provide me with the legal basis for that, sir.
So I'm supposed to just come off that with off the top of my head?
Yes.
That's ridiculous.
You're representing yourself. It's not ridiculous.
It is ridiculous. So I was supposed to already come in here this morning and say, oh, a video is going to be shown off the fly at the drop of a hat. Let me try to find some legal thing to combat. How am I
Mr.
supposed
Brooks,
to do
the bottom line is you open the door to
it?
the playing of that video.
We're not talking about
And the
opening
video
no
was
doors.
previously provided to you during
We're
discovery.
not talking about opening no doors. We're talking about being fair.
There's
Because
absolutely
if I
no
would've did
prejudice
that,
to
Your
you
Honor,
in
with all
terms
due
of
respect,
surprise.
with
by
all
the
due respect,
exhibit.
if I had
Right.
done that,
I am going to move on
if
from
I
this
had done
topic.
that, it would have
Mr.
been a
Brooks,
big
I'm
thing.
advising you.
Are you
If
asking
you
me?
need, I'm advising you, sir.
Oh, okay.
I'm advising you to sit down and
I
be
know what that
quiet.
means.
And if you interrupt me again, you are on notice that you will forfeit your right to be present
So
in
you're
this
holding me
trial.
contempt
Mr.
for the
Brooks,
entire trial? Did you say the entire trial?
I never said any such
You said
thing.
for the trial. So what do
Please?
you mean? I'm asking, what do you mean?
Mr. Brooks, you continue to
That is
come
not,
at me.
I don't consent to being called
You
that name.
continue to fight with me.
I'm
You
not
are
fighting
being
with you.
disrespectful.
I'm not fighting with you. I'm not.
I'm
But
going to give you
said I
one
would have
last
the chance to make the
opportunity to
record.
sit down and be quiet so I can make a finding
Are you
as it
asking
relates
me
to
to
other
do
things.
that? Are you asking me
I don't
to
need
do
to
that?
ask, I'm telling you.
Can you guys imagine if Judge Judy was the was the one he was in front of, what she would be calling him out on, what she would be saying to him? It would be crazy. Oh my goodness. Not that it's not already crazy. I almost wonder if this judge doesn't give him a little bit too much leeway sometimes. And I kind of want to say, girl, kick him out. Somebody come get him. This has just gone on way too long. And you see in the background over here, you see some of these people that their families that were probably affected by this. They're lost in all of this because it's the Darrell Brooks show is what it is. But you know what? This was the last time we ever have to hear of him, see him, anything. So in the end, we won, right?
Thank you. There were two other issues that came up that I advised the parties I would take up outside the presence of the jury and give, if appropriate, Mr. Brooks the opportunity to ask further questions of Detective Casey. There was questioning by Mr. Brooks about possible testimony and why it had to do with it was in the context of him questioning Detective Casey about speaking with Dawn Woods, his mother, and about a time in August, and there was some reference.
Good morning, everybody. Happy Saturday. Hope you guys are well rested. You got some fun things going on today, some college football, maybe some Christmas shopping. I have a birthday party to go to later. But I wanted to just really quickly touch on Darrell Brooks's mother. I'm sorry, Darrell Brooks's mother. So let me do some screen sharing so I can pull this up and we can watch it together. Now, some of these interviews are older. Just FYI.
In 8 handwritten pages, Dawn Woods made her plea as a mother to the court.
Why did you decide to write that letter?
I wanted to help Darrell. I knew that he was not mentally capable
His mama called him Darrell.
of presenting himself as his own attorney.
Woods agreed to speak with us, provided we not show her face. She says she's received threats since her son was accused in the Waukesha Christmas parade attack.
Led to Darrell's behavior.
His mental illness, not being medicated.
Woods says her son should be in a mental hospital, but Brooks withdrew his insanity plea earlier this month. And just this week, a judge decided Brooks is articulate and intelligent enough to represent himself.
And he always says, Mama, I'm fighting for my life. And I said, I know that, baby. But we have to look at reality for what it is. I said, you did do what they said you did, even though it wasn't intentional, but you did, and you're going to have to go to prison.
An attorney. How do you think he's going to handle the proceedings?
Oh, mama.
I'm going to, and I hate to say this, you're going to see manic, full blown. That's what you're going to see.
Are you going to try and talk to him before the trial?
If he calls me, I will. I tried talking to him on Tuesday again.
Woods says she won't be attending her son's trial. She already knows the verdict and what her son did.
So sad. Okay, so as far as the letter, let me open this up so you guys can see it. It says the mother of Darrell Brooks, the man accused of killing 6 and injuring dozens in the Waukesha Christmas parade tragedy, sent a letter to Judge Jennifer Darrell requesting her son not be allowed to defend himself at trial. TMJ4 received a copy of the letter Wednesday, in which Brooks' mother, Dawn Woods, says she's worried about her son's mental health. Woods wrote the letter Tuesday, beginning it by saying, I'm not sure if this is right or proper, but I have to try anyway. She wrote that she is deeply concerned and has been for a month. According to the letter, Woods reached out to the Brooks attorneys a month ago expressing her concerns and saying she could tell he was becoming unstable. I think he's been unstable for a very long time. Woods claims his attorney blew her off. Yeah, that doesn't surprise me. I am now asking you to please do not let him represent himself. I tried to reason with him on Monday. When I spoke to him, he told me he doesn't feel comfortable with his attorney's way of how they want to present his case. Woods claims that she told Brooks he should voice his concerns to the judge, but he wouldn't listen to reason. He is not stable mentally enough to fully understand the big mistake he is making by wanting to represent himself. He doesn't understand. That alone should be enough to see he's not capable of being his own attorney. She went on to write that she is unsure if there is anything Darrell can do, but she felt that she had to try. He needs all the help that he can get and then some. Woods proposed getting Brooks different attorneys or just a different approach. I understand the witnesses wanting closure, so do I. It's been unbearable for I think that's supposed to say it's been unbearable for us as well. Believe me when I say that he is not stable to represent himself at trial. Oh, this is the full letter. Let's see if I can read it. I'll try. I'm not sure if this is the right or proper, but I have to try anyway. My name is Dawn Woods, and I'm sure you guessed the mother of Darrell Brooks. I'm writing you because I am deeply concerned about what happened in court today. I called Attorney Perry, I think that's the name, and Attorney Keys with my concerns regarding Darrell's mental state or Darrell's mental state a month ago. I told them that I believe he was becoming unstable. He's already been unstable, Mama. Come on now. I speak to Darrell on a daily basis, and by our conversations, I could tell that he was becoming unstable. Even though he always says he's okay, being his mother, I could tell. I can't read what this said. I don't know if you're a mom, but moms always know when something isn't right. I encourage him to pray and read the scriptures, hoping that he would help settle his mind, but I can see his mental health once again is taking over. When I something my concerns to his attorneys, they just blew me off and didn't take me seriously at all. I am now asking you to please, please do not let him represent himself. I tried to reason with him on Monday. When I spoke to him, he told me he didn't feel comfortable with his attorney's way of how they want to represent his case. I told him he should let you know. I guess she's writing this to the judge. And if it's possible, ask for different lawyers to represent him. He wouldn't listen to reason. He is not stable mentally enough to fully understand the big mistake he is making by wanting to represent himself. He asks questions and questions and saying he doesn't understand that alone should be enough to see he is not capable of being his own attorney. How can a person who has a mental something fully understand? I don't know if there is anything you can do, but I have to try as his mother. If I don't, knowing what I know, I'll never be able to forgive myself. He needs all the help he can get and then some. Maybe different attorneys would help if that's possible, or maybe his attorney needs a different approach on how they plan on presenting. I guess there's supposed to be a period there. Um, Presenting his case, let him have more say and input. Maybe that would help in making sure they explain and communicate better. I just know something needs to be done that is fair. I understand the victims wanting closure. So do I. It's been unbearable for me as well. Believe me when I say that he is not stable enough to represent himself at trial whatsoever. You can do would be greatly appreciated. He needs help. I'm asking the court to recognize his unstable mental state and rule in his best interest. Sincerely, Don Woods. P.S. I know he will not be happy that I wrote you and become angry. I hope one day he will understand I did it out of love. All right. Then we have another interview. Not surprised by verdict. Remember, guys, we're going to trial here. We're starting on Tuesday, the 15th. So there's going to be a lot of victim impact statements. It's going to be heavy. So I'm kind of wanting to get some of this out there so you guys can see it before that happens.
Darrell Brooks's mother is sharing her opinions on the verdicts today. 12 News' Caroline Reinwald spoke with her, and she joins us now live. Caroline.
So the hate was stopped, the hate mail was stopped, the hate emails that I'm receiving was stopped, you know, and people's hearts began to heal. My heart still goes out to the family. My condolences to all of them, but I hope that they can begin to heal.
Dawn Woods, the mother of Darrell Brooks, says she did not watch the verdict live today, but learned from loved ones of her son's conviction and says she's not surprised. When your son said that he didn't mean this wasn't
Oh, they went to her house.
intentional, did you believe him?
For some reason, I was thinking these videos were done outside the courthouse, but she didn't even go.
I know my son. I know it wasn't intentional. People who are mentally ill need help. In community, family, loved ones, the court system need to give them the help that they need.
Notice she's got no trespassing signs all over her house. She's probably been bombarded. I won't victim blame at all here. If you had been one of the people that was affected by this, even if you didn't lose a loved one, but one of your loved ones was injured, the rage that you would have, can you imagine? Oh, I just feel so. I'm glad that they're going to be able to get up and speak to him, and I cannot wait to see his reaction to it all. And this is another one she did.
It sounds like you want to be an advocate
The people need to understand mental illness and understand people who are mentally ill are hurting. They're trapped. And a lot of them don't know the way I will show compassion to families who have loved ones that are suffering from mental illness. A lot of them are ashamed to even talk about it, or to say he crazy and don't want to have anything to do with them. But you need to, those people need to help more than anything. Seek out treatment where there is. Speak up for them, be an advocate for them. And then when you see people out in the street, you see them acting and you just laugh at them joking and you turn away, stop and say a prayer, because.
Or maybe when he was younger, she had control of it. Maybe she had him on meds. And as he got older, he stopped taking them. Now we know his arrests go back to when he was younger. So in his teens. So he's probably always been a troubled child. He has a long list of arrests.
But I told him that, he keeps singing to someone hears him. Hopefully this will bring awareness to mental illness via our senators and our governors. And
the thing about it is, though, is that I wonder if there's been some mental advocates that have reached out to him in prison, and he's so, like she said, unstable that he is in denial.
Elected officials, court, police, and when these people come before the penal system, instead of locking them up, say, hey, what can we do to help this person become mentally well? That's what needs to happen.
God, that he is not allowed. I don't know if you guys watched Parkland, the Parkland school shooting sentencing recently, but she basically said, look, you're not going to make any money from any books, interviews, nothing. She put a ton of restitution on him that he's going to have to pay back. So even in jail, when they make that little bit of money, all his money is going to be going into restitution, which I absolutely loved. I loved that part. hopefully that's what the judge is going to do here.
Do you think he can get help in
No, very little help is done for individuals who are incarcerated with mental illness.
Yeah, but he's going to be there for the rest of his life. I think in the past, he's always been in there for a short period of time. Then he got paroled, but this time he's going to be in there for life. And before, he was always paroled out. He wasn't in there as long as he should have been. So maybe knowing that he's going to be in there for a long-term period. Of course, that's if the other inmates don't get to him first.
That's why I wanted him to go to a hospital where he can still get treatment, but that won't be, he would be behind prison where he would not get any services. If he does, it would be very little and it would not be what he needs.
So it sounds like you don't think it was fair what he received today.
No.
But you think he should have done any prison time?
Yes.
Will you be at sentencing to support?
No. Because I already know.
Too hard to watch?
Too hard to watch.
I kind of. Now, I do have a hard time with the fact that she didn't go and sit behind him and support him. I'm not a mom, but regardless of what your child has done, most moms would say, I know I have to sit behind him. I have to be there. And maybe she was fearful of her life. I don't know. Maybe she was fearful of maybe she's that embarrassed.
You know, I mean, what's to say, you know, we have to move forward. You know, just, hopefully something good will come out of it.
How do you feel right now?
Right now, I just want to curl up and die. That's how I feel right now. I just want to go somewhere. Just curl up.
That's sad. Let's see if she has any. I want to look at something really quick. I want to see if he has any siblings. To look this up really quick. I know he has 3 children. All right, this says Darrell Brooks Jr. biography, 13 things about Milwaukee, Wisconsin rapper. I don't even know how to say that name. It's born and raised in Milwaukee. Previously lived in Peoria, Illinois, Richmond, California, Sparks, Nevada, Reno, Nevada. They didn't list here that he was in Atlanta for some time too. They said that in trial. He's 5'8", 150 pounds. Oh, these are his convictions. Okay, it says on. Okay, I'll just go through these. Okay. 99, he was convicted of substantial battery with intent to inflict substantial bodily harm. He pled guilty. He had 3 years of probation and 6 months of house correction. 2002, he was convicted of THC possession while still on probation, and he was sentenced to only 50 days. In 2003, he was convicted of resisting an officer. They sentenced him to 20 days. In 2005, he was convicted of obstructing an officer again in Wisconsin, and after his arrest, they freed him on a $300 signature bond. Ugh. He failed to appear for hearing, so a bench warrant was issued, but he had already taken off for Nevada. In 2006, he went back to Wisconsin and pled guilty to statutory seduction. He was accused of having consensual acts with a girl, then 15, and received a child with her. He posted bail. That was the one he's been with since they were younger. But she was 15 and he was like 10 years older. He was 25. They said $100 bail. Nice. He failed to show up for another hearing, so another bench warrant was issued. And after he was convicted, they sentenced him to 2 days in jail and offered him to pay a fine, which he never paid. March 2007 to September 2008, he served his sentence in Nevada. And then in 2010, he was convicted of a felony strangulation and suffocating. and misdemeanor counts of battery and criminal damage to property in Wood County. I bet that was his girlfriend. After no contest plea, they sentenced him to 3 years probation and 90 days in jail. In 2011, he was charged with marijuana possession, and then the Milwaukee Police Department, after an officer stopped him in Milwaukee in 2011. He gave a false name, and then he turned his car on and shifted to drive. He was charged with resisting or obstructing an officer for the 3rd time. They freed him on a $1,000 signature bail after a plea, and then they sentenced him to 37 days in jail. Why are these judges looking back at all these things that he's done in the past and not giving it something else to him? In 2012, he was charged with probation violation, resisting extradition, 2 counts of bail jumping, THC possession, and multiple counts of failure to appear. In January of 2014, his twin sister, I know you're a twin sister, Ebony Danielle, died of an illness. In 2016, he was arrested for failure to obey an ex-offender law. And then on 2016, a warrant for his arrest was issued for jumping bail, but he moved back to Wisconsin and never appeared in court. In July of 2020, he shot at his nephew in a fight over a cell phone. He, his mother, and I don't know who that is, lived in the same 4-bedroom house in Arlington Heights, Milwaukee. He was charged with 2 counts of use of dangerous weapon and felony count of possession of a firearm. From $7,500, his bail dropped to $500, and then in February 2021, he posted bail. In September 2021, Anaji, that must be his cousin, pleaded for a judge to issue him a no-contact order. In 2021, he was arrested in Union City, Georgia, and on another domestic violence charge after a man at a motel reported hearing him repeatedly striking a woman. In May of 2021, he was released on a signature bail, and he returned to Wisconsin. He started dating a Milwaukee woman who he knew since they were young. He disappeared when their son was almost 3 months old, according to her. Oh, wait. He did use the same vehicle to run over her at a gas station, and she was taken to the hospital for her injuries. On November 2021, he was charged with resisting an officer, felony bail jumping, 2nd-degree recklessly endangering safety with domestic abuse assessments, disorderly conduct, and battery. In November of 2021, his mother posted the $1,000 bond for him. And on November 2021, he was arrested again after we know what he did. He plowed into a crowd at the 58th annual holiday parade in Waukesha, Wisconsin, killing 6 people and injuring 40 others, or it might have been 39 others now because this is off. In June of 2022, by reason of mental disease or defect, his attorneys indicated he was changing his not guilty plea. He was charged with 83 counts, and his trial started on October 3rd. He was 40 years old when he was convicted on 1 count of misdemeanor domestic battery, 2 counts of felony bail jumping, 6 counts of fatal hit and run, and 61 counts of recklessly endangering the safety with the use of a dangerous weapon. All right, so I don't know, guys. On Tuesday, I'm going to be following the trial. I'm going to be streaming it, and I'm hoping you guys can come back here. I'll put out some more videos if you don't want to watch the trial in full. I'm going to be putting out some videos of the victim impact statements as they all hit. So please subscribe, like, stick with us. Maybe we'll do a live after the end of the sentencing and get everybody's comments. We can do an open chat. I might even call some of you guys up on panel to talk about it, because I know a lot of people just want to vent about this.
Attorney Opper, you may provide the court with your sentencing recommendation.
Thank you, Judge. Obviously, I'm very grateful to the court for its patience in listening to all of these victims here today. It was very, very important that you hear from them directly, and the stories that they shared with you, really very personal and very compelling as to the impact that this crime had on so many people on so many levels. The focus of my comments, Your Honor, will briefly speak as to Darrell Brooks and his prior history because I think it's important there's a record of that. But I don't intend to spend a lot of time on Darrell Brooks because I think what's already been said is the most important message that I'd like this court to think about overnight as you consider your options here. I will tell the court as to Mr. Brooks' prior record. The court is aware from the bail jumping charges he's pending on several felony counts in Milwaukee County. 21 CF 5020, he's charged with intimidation of a victim, that being Erica Patterson, and felony bail jumping with an offense date of November 8, 2021. He's pending on case number 21 CF 4596 with an offense date of November 2 of 2021, charged there with resisting, obstructing, felony bail jumping, second-degree recklessly endangering safety, domestic battery, and domestic DC. That is the case where he is alleged to have struck Erica Patterson in the face with a closed fist after an argument, and then as she was walking away, intentionally ran her over with the same 2010 Ford Escape that he used in this attack. When the police went to his mother's home and found him there, he was in the Ford as they approached. He got out and tried to run into the house. He ignored their commands to stop. He tried to flee and eventually was apprehended. He lied to them and said he was not driving the Ford SUV that day, even though there was evidence to the contrary. That case is pending in Milwaukee County. He was released on $1,000 cash bail in that case on November 19th of 2021. There's a third file pending, 20 CF 2550. The charges are 2 counts of second-degree reckless use of a weapon, felon in possession of a firearm. The date of violation is July 24, 2020. He was released on cash bail in that case in March of 21. In that case, the allegation is that he got into a fight with his nephew. And as his nephew was leaving the area, the defendant fired 1 shot from a handgun toward the vehicle that his nephew was in. The vehicle was occupied by 1 other person, and therefore he was charged with 2 counts. The next day, he was taken into custody and a loaded Beretta 9mm handgun was located just a few feet away from him. That handgun had previously been reported stolen. I believe he has court on those files later this week in Milwaukee County, Your Honor. As far as convictions are concerned, there's a 2012 conviction from May 15th, 2012. Resisting obstructing misdemeanor in Milwaukee County, sentenced to 37 days jail consecutive to any other sentence. 4/23 of 2012, there were 2 files disposed of in Milwaukee County. One of them charged misdemeanor bail jumping and possession of marijuana. He was sentenced to 180 days in the House of Correction on both counts concurrent. There was another file for felony possession of THC as a second or subsequent offense. He was also sentenced to 180 days in the House of Correction for that file.
I'm sorry, what was the conviction for?
Felony possession of THC as a second or subsequent offense.
Thank you.
On April 30, 2010, he was convicted in Wood County of strangulation/suffocation with other charges for battery and criminal damage to property dismissed and read in. There was a withheld sentence for 3 years probation. Ultimately, it was revoked in 2011, and he was sentenced to serve 11 months jail. 2009 conviction from Manitowoc County for misdemeanor obstructing, sentenced to 2 days jail, time served. 2005 conviction from Langlade County. Actually, it was a county ticket for disorderly conduct.
He never paid the fine on that, so he ultimately served 30 days jail. 2003 conviction in Milwaukee County for resisting obstructing, 20 days in the House of Correction. 2002 conviction, Milwaukee County, felony possession of THC, second or subsequent offense, 50 days in the House of Correction. 2000, convicted of substantial battery, party to a crime, sentenced to prison, withheld, and 3 years probation imposed, along with 6 months of condition time. That probation was ultimately revoked and he was sentenced to prison. That's his record from the state of Wisconsin. He has a record from the state of Nevada. June of 2016, he was charged with a sex offender registry violation, failed to appear in court on that offense, and there is currently an outstanding warrant for his arrest active in the state of Nevada. 2007, he pled guilty to statutory sexual seduction as a felony. A suspended sentence was ordered for 36 months probation. That's what led to the sex offender registry requirement, which he is currently non-compliant with. In December of 2006, there were 2 files disposed of in Nevada. One was domestic battery as a misdemeanor. He received a suspended sentence. And the other, he was found guilty at trial of obstructing misdemeanor and sentenced to jail. In the state of Georgia, he has a conviction from May of 2021. I'm sorry, not a conviction, an arrest from May of 2021 for misdemeanor battery, domestic violence. The disposition of that case is unknown. And of course, there's paternity action that was pending here in Waukesha County that had been a warrant or capias had been issued for him on at least 8 occasions during the life of that file. That's a 2003 case. He was sentenced to jail on several occasions for failing to pay child support. He was once allowed Huber privileges.
Yeah, we're good. Both news channels, the other news channel that I was checking into, it doesn't even have it streaming yet. So it is 12:02. I think they're just ready to turn the audio on once the judge comes out.
Good morning, Your Honor. My name is Darrell Brooks, Jr. Here for this matter without prejudice by special appearance, and I would like to ask, if it pleases the court, that someone can please render the account for me at this time.
Right, the appearance of Mr. Brooks is noted. The court will not be addressing that last request of yours. We are here today to continue with the sentencing hearing. I do have the Zoom up. I have not brought in any of the individuals from the waiting room just yet. I wanted to know if there was anything the court needed to address before bringing those individuals in and then turning to Mr. Brooks to start his portion of the sentencing hearing from the state.
There's 2 issues that I'm aware of, Your Honor. One is we're requesting if the court would briefly allow a young girl by the name of Brooke, who provided an impact statement yesterday, to read that statement again. She felt like she did not get a good chance to do that yesterday. And it's a brief statement, if you would just allow that. And then I just wanted for the record to let the court know that at the close of today's hearing, we will be prepared to address the motion for stay pending appeal.
All right, thank you. Can you remind me, was she interrupted at all based on anything that went on yesterday? Was that either the court taking a break?
Yes, it was related to, or Mr. Brooks' removal from the courtroom, yes.
All right, any comment or position on the request that she be able to restate her victim impact statement prior to the people we have on Zoom for you making their statements, sir?
I don't recall that particular victim being interrupted because of the issue with me being sent to the other courtroom. Um, I think it may have been a break that may have cut that particular victim off from the statement.
Whatever the circumstances were, I have a request from a victim to give a statement. I'm going to honor that request and allow her to make that statement before I turn things over to you and the people who are on Zoom on your behalf, okay? Other than that, is there anything else you wish the court to address before I hear from victims or your family members?
Yes, I just wanted to let the court know that there will be, in fact, 4 people speaking on my behalf, if that pleases Your Honor.
Ooh, a whole 4.
That's correct.
Are they all on your list?
Yes, they are.
Okay.
No new entries. All pursuant to what I submitted to Your Honor.
Madam Clerk, do we have 3 or 4 individuals on by
I
Zoom?
have 3. I guess I just wasn't clear if the 4th was going to be.
Is the 4th with another of the individuals that already is on our Zoom? Do you know?
I believe the 4th was trying to access the Zoom link. They expressed that they had already had the Zoom ready to speak on my behalf, but they were having a little bit of trouble, I guess, accessing the link from the courts.
Tell us the individuals you have on by Zoom right now.
I have Mary Edwards, Dawn Alworth, and Dawn One that I assume is Woods.
All right. Who would be the 4th then? So
Miss Marsha Winters.
Marsha Winters. All right. We don't have a Marsha Winters on. I know your mom has the Zoom information. It's an ID, a meeting ID and a password, not a link. So hopefully that can
I
be.
think he sent the link to.
He created the link.
So
All right.
that should be both.
I'll have Madam Clerk also put in the chat to the Zoom the meeting ID and password once again and indicate that it can be provided to Ms. Winters.
Yes, Miss Winters, correct.
Should she need it.
That might be the mix up maybe she was having. Maybe she thought it was a link, or I'm not sure.
There can be a link, and the clerks have that as well. So we'll get it.
Okay.
We'll put it in the broadcast. There's a chat function. We'll get it in there so they can pass it on, and hopefully at the appropriate time she'll be able to join.
We have nothing further at this time.
All right, then we will bring in the individuals who are on the Zoom, and then I'll give them some instructions on how that should proceed. Do you have all 3 trying to join?
I admitted all of the same time. Michelle has already been off. Mary has already off. Dawn.
Is this your mom? All right, so I can see Dawn Woods on the Zoom. Miss Woods, can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am, I can hear you.
This is his mother.
I know you have your camera on. You're unmuted. There are 2 other individuals on the Zoom. They currently have their cameras off. I believe they're both muted. I would just simply ask that we take one person in turn. You are on the Zoom. It is viewable in the courtroom. I want to acknowledge, ma'am, I did receive what I believe is a written statement that you faxed to the court.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, and then if that is, I'm not sure who joined us at the moment. All right, is that Ms. Edwards? All right, Ms. Edwards, if you could please, I'm going to have Ms. Woods talk first, and then I'll have you next. If you could keep your camera off and your microphone muted until it's your turn to talk. That way I can give my full attention to Ms. Woods.
Sure.
There we go. Very good. Thank you. All right. So once again, Ms. Woods, I believe you sent in a fax yesterday. Is that right?
No, I believe it was this morning.
Oh, this morning. All right. I have
Yes,
that,
ma'am.
and I've read it. Go ahead. What would you like to tell the court? And thank you for being with us today.
Yes, thank you. Good afternoon. I have 2 things I would like to tell. One is a written statement, Your Honor, And then I have a poem I would like to read after my statement, if that's permissible. Okay, thank you. Thank you. Mental illness affects everyone. It destroys lives, families, and hurts society. For far too long, it's been a dirty little secret in families that no one wants to talk about. Mental illness is the elephant in the room that so many pretend it's not there. People who suffer from it are often shunned by families and friends, rejected by society, and made fun of, the subject of bad jokes, ridiculed, and judged on YouTube, podcasts, Facebook, and other media posts, used in campaign ads, disrespected, stripped of their dignity. No one cares. No one sees their pain or hears their cries and pleas for help. They are the forgotten ones and viewed by many of not having a place in a society. It is no fault of their own that they have become ill and began to change from the person we all knew. Once viewed as fun, loving, and kind, are now the outcasts of society. We say they're what's wrong with society? They're idiots, unfit. They need to be disposed of, thrown out with the rest of the trash. They serve no purpose. The same my brother's keeper doesn't apply to them. And the Bible, in the book of Philippians chapter 2, verse 4, it says, let each of you not look only to his own interests, but also the interests of others. Mental illness caused them to do the unthinkable. They must be punished. Yes, I agree. There should be some accountability for their actions. But we also must render help. What good is punishment without correction to prevent the act from happening again? In their cases, or many of their cases, treatment, therapy, medication, hospitals, and institutions that specialize in helping those who suffer with mental illness need to be offered. And I believe these places can help those who suffer become mentally well. I believe lawmakers and society as a whole need to recognize mental illness. Mental illness cannot be eradicated with prison bars. Mental illness is going to always be there. It's invasive. With treatment and therapy, medication, and hospitals and institutions that specialize in the treatment of mental illness, it can be controlled. What else can we do as a society to help those who suffer from mental illness? How about showing a little compassion, empathy, and some understanding? Families need to advocate for those who cannot speak for themselves or who struggle to understand what's happening to them. Lawmakers should support by providing resources to individuals so they can get the help they need. Now, I've been dealing with mental illness for over 30 some odd years. And here's my take on it. And I think I have a little insight on it. From the surface, I believe that treatments need to be offered. I believe that if treatment is offered early, when the signs of mental illness first shows, and it's addressed and stayed on top of, instead of let people lagger and fall through the cracks. Just maybe there would be less court cases and less people crying because their loved ones was hurt or was injured or killed because someone of mental illness attacked them. Maybe that needs to be done. Treatment needs to be done early and right away and stayed up on, and not let people fall through the crack holes and not be shunned out the door. It's the same. You don't have a mental illness. You're just a bad person and needs to be locked up. Jail is not the only answer. Help, treatment, hospitalization, and medication, it plays a big role in preventing this where we are today if it would have been offered sooner. Now, I have a poem that I have adopted, not just for my son Darrell, but for all the people who suffer from mental illness. And I let this be my theme and some inspiration. And I hope that Darrell will find strength in this poem. I sent it to him. And it's a poem that was written by the late, great Maya Angelou. I don't know if you're familiar with her writings, but she was a brilliant poet. And she wrote this poem back in 1969 for a totally different reason. It was during the racial injustice era. But I believe it applies to those who suffer from mental illness as well. It's called Caged Bird. A free bird leaps on the back of the wind and floats downstream till the current ends, and dips his wing in the orange sun rays and dares to touch the sky. But a caged bird that stalks down his narrow cage can seldom see through his bars of rage. His wings are clipped and his feet are tied, and he opens his throat to sing. The caged bird sings with fearful thrill of things unknown but longed for still, and his tune is heard on the distant hill, for the caged bird sings of freedom. The free bird thinks of another breeze, and the trade winds that when soft winds with soft signs through the trees, and the fat worms waiting on the dawn's bright lawn, and he names the sky his own. But a caged bird stands on the grave of dreams. His shadow shouts on the nightmare scream. Their wings are clipped. Their feet are tied. They open their mouths to sing. The caged bird sings of fearful thrills, of things unknown, but long for still. And his tune is heard on a distant hill. The caged birds sing of freedom. Everyone who suffers from mental illness is caged. All they want is to be free of their illness and become mentally well. I believe as a society, we have an obligation to help those become mentally well with treatment, medication, hospitalization, or sent to an institution where they can get the intense help. And if they have to stay for the rest of their lives away from society, at least they are getting the help they need to become mentally well. We are our brother's keepers. And I also want to say to the families who lost loved ones and those who suffered injuries, that I know their pain, and I pray that the Lord will continue to comfort and heal each of them. Thank you for allowing me to speak.
Thank you, Ms. Woods, and I should have said this earlier. I have 3 monitors in front of me, and the monitor that I'm pointing at right now is the monitor that the Zoom shows up. So that's why I look like I'm turned away, but I'm actually watching you.
Thank you, ma'am.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Then I'll turn next to Mary Edwards. If you want to turn your camera on and unmute, and then Ms. Woods, if you
Yes,
would.
ma'am.
If you want to take her camera.
Good afternoon.
And I should say for the record that obviously Dawn Woods was the first speaker, and I have Mary Edwards. If you can let me know who's next to you, please.
Is this the grandmother?
Oh, there's no one next to me at the moment. Thank you. Okay. Are we good to go?
I need to know who's in the room with you because I saw them.
Oh, that's my husband.
Okay.
Okay, he's not in the room at the moment.
Well, all right. That's okay.
He's not here.
I just wanted to know I saw
the problem
someone.
with him being here?
No, he can be there since I know who it is. We'll just.
All right, this is my husband is here.
Will he be speaking or just you?
No, he's not speaking.
All right, go ahead. Thank you for being here today. And again, if I look like I'm looking to the side, it's because that's where the monitor that I can see you is located. So go ahead.
Thank you, Judge. For the record, my name is Dr. Mary Darlene Edwards, and I am not the wicked grandmother of the West. I am the grandmother of Darrell Edward Brooks Jr., and I asked to be here today for 2 reasons. First of all, from the bottom of my heart, I want to offer my sincere apologies to those who have been hurt so badly by what has happened here, this tragedy that has been caused by my grandson. I want to also apologize to the family of the little boy. I understand their name is Sparks. And to all of those whose lives have been damaged by this overwhelming tragedy. As a minister of the gospel of Jesus Christ, I want to give the family and those who've been hurt so badly this scripture: blessed are those who mourn, for they shall be comforted. And I say this, please know that it's my prayer that my grandson will sincerely and humbly apologize and ask all of you and God for forgiveness for this horrible, terrible deed. Some of you have said that you will never forgive him. Please do not be like the man who drank the poison and hoped his enemy would die. Unforgiveness is a terrible disease, just like mental illness is. Truly, there have been many losses because of this tragedy. Darrell's mother has lost a son. I've lost a grandson. Darrell's children have lost a father, and Darrell has lost his mind and his life in the outside world. Darrell's behavior, including his voice, should get the attention of the powers that be, both near and far. Darrell has suffered from bipolar since the age of 12, and it was that disorder that caused him to drive through that crowd. It is my prayer that he will be treated for this illness and managed in a facility that addresses mental health concerns. We must start with a younger generation. Finally, I'm 80 years old, and I have been an ordained minister for the gospel of Jesus Christ for 47 of these 80 years. If you look at my background, you will see that God has used my life to bring about positive change in multitudes of residents in the city of Detroit and beyond. I share this information not to boast. That is not my intention, but rather to let you know that I care about people and their well-being. I've spent more than half of my life
helping what the Bible calls the least of these, aka society's rejects. Since this tragedy, I have become a mental health coach. This will help me better understand this horrible disease, which has plagued my family for generations. Presently, there is a church in Detroit that is planning to establish a mental health clinic on the east side of Detroit. Without hesitation, I will support this effort and do everything I can to help those struggling with mental illness. Before I close, I just want to share with you some facts with regard to mental illness. And I got this from the government's mental health website. There's a myth that said mental health problems don't affect me. Many people don't feel like it affects them. That's a myth. It affects everyone. It's a common problem. In 2020, and listen to this, 1 in 5 American adults experience a mental health issue. 1 in 6 young people experience a major depression episode. 1 in 20 Americans lived with a serious mental illness, such as schizophrenia, bipolar disease, or major depression. Suicide is a leading cause of death in the United States. In fact, it was the second leading cause of death for people ages 10 to 24. It accounted for the loss of more than 45,979 Americans in 2020. That's nearly double the number of lives lost to homicide. As a result of this great tragedy, I'm dedicated to living the next chapter of my life with a mental health awareness campaign. I have faith to believe that God will hear the voices of all of those impacted by this horrible disease, as well as the cries of the mentally ill. I thank you for this opportunity to share with you from the bottom of my heart, and my prayers will continue on for those who have been affected. God bless you all.
Thank you, Ms. Edwards. Is there anyone else on the Zoom, Madam Clerk?
No, and I reached out to Zach and he has not heard from anyone either.
All right, Mr. Brooks, we do not have anyone else. Oh, we have Michelle Allworth.
Yes.
Sorry about that.
My bad. One more.
Thank you. All right, if Ms. Allworth then would start her camera and unmute, and we'll hear from her next. Thank you, Madam Clerk.
Is she a relative?
Hi,
my name is Michelle Allward. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can. Go ahead.
I'm kind of sick. My son is here in the room with me. He's sick from homeschool.
That's okay. Go
My
ahead.
name is Michelle. My name is Michelle Allworth. I met Darrell Brooks Jr. 17 years ago when we both lived in Sparks, Nevada. He became my best friend, and over time we became brother and sister to each other. We shared so many good times, whether it was hanging out at the house, listening to music, movies, or just having conversations, a good laugh. He always had a smile on his face and the best laughs and jokes. Going out to theaters and a movie, going out to eat, attending Hot August Nights, which is a car show in Reno, Nevada, the rib cook-off. He shared with me multiple times on a daily basis since this has happened last year, how remorseful he truly is. Sorry. He is a very private person when it comes to his feelings and emotions, and it only happens with family and close friends. They say blood is thicker than water. Well, you can choose to make your own family. I've chosen to make Darrell part of my family. I will always have his back, even with this tragic event. I suffer from medical issues as well. I have epilepsy and cerebral palsy. My whole life, I've had it my whole life. Darrell was there several times that I had seizures. He called 911, went to the ER with me, stayed with me by my side when I went home. and helped in any way that he could help me. Sorry. Because of this reason and him being a family friend to me, he lived with me back in 2006 and again in either 2013 or 14. I'm glad he lived with me at those times because I black out during a seizure and I'm able to call 911. He lived with me for over a year. I wouldn't have let him had I not trusted him with my life. He had never shown any signs being this way on what happened November 21st, 2021. This is not the Darrell I know. He is a loving, compassionate, loyal, and humble person. He would give a complete stranger that needed it the shirt off his back, the last dollar in his pocket, or a place to stay. During this manic episode, he had blacked out the whole incident. I have prayed a lot since 2016 because of my medical issues and almost losing my life to a seizure, and even more now since this has all happened. I know what happened with those lives being lost and people being injured is terrible. It's something Darrell will have to live with for the rest of his life and always carry that with him, knowing this happened. I hope that he gets the help he needs for his mental illness. My hope as well is that he gets help in a mental facility, and that's it. Thank you very much for your time, everyone.
Thank you. All right, at this time, Madam Clerk, has anyone else joined the Zoom?
No.
All right, then at this time, the court will close the Zoom. The proceedings are being live streamed and family and friends can watch that way as well. Mr. Brooks, I'll turn it over to you then. This is your opportunity to address the court. What, if anything, would you like to say, sir?
I do have a lot to say. I'm gonna like to stand up if I may.
Go ahead.
It's emotional. I apologize for taking so long. I want to start first by giving glory to God. I believe in Jesus Christ wholeheartedly. I believe that Jesus Christ is the Son of God. I believe that he was sent here by the Father to die for all of our sins, everybody. Everybody in this courtroom today, everyone walking this planet, mostly for those of us who will believe. I believe that he was crucified on the cross at Calvary. He shed his blood on that cross, and he died, and he was buried, and that he rose again after 3 days to glory. Took his glorious place at the right hand of the Father. The Bible says that he was exalted, given a name that is above all names, so that at the name of Jesus, every knee shall bow in heaven, on earth, and under the earth, and every tongue shall confess that Jesus is Lord to the glory of God the Father. It's not just something that I was taught by my family. It's something I believe in my heart. I just want to clarify one thing. A lot of references was made to one of the things I said regarding my conscience being clear. And having the time to think about it last night and to understand that the victims have the right to feel how they want to feel. They have the right to their opinions, and understanding that there's a lot of emotion, pain, frustration, anger, hatred, a lot of emotions. But I don't want that comment to be twisted. I don't want that comment to become another narrative that's ran with and taken out of context. That comment was made is because I made the decision to rededicate my life to Christ when this tragedy happened. In no way did that comment refer to not having any remorse, not having any understanding. It was strictly made to that point that I have repented, that I have asked God for forgiveness, that I have sent many prayers up. Learning how to wrap my head around this whole situation has been extremely hard. Extremely hard. You get minimal time to reflect in a place like this. But one of those minimal times that you get to reflect in a place like this is when you're alone in your cell. When it's just you and the walls. One of the victims made a comment about trying to understand why this happened. That's a question I struggle with myself. The why, the how. How could life ever get this far away from what it should be? Regardless of what a lot of people may think about me, about who I am, about my family, about my beliefs. I know who I am. God knows who I am. And I don't have any words of anger, any shots, so to speak, to throw back. As I said before, I had to look inside myself and understand why the comments was being made, why people feel the way they feel, and they have the right to. If I may,
You just need to turn forward, sir. I don't know that they're ready for that yet.
respect it. I think it's important to state why I did want to turn. Comment was made about this mask. It's something that I've worn the whole year of this incident. I don't. Well, I'm not gonna say don't, but I don't feel like I needed to go in too wild. Chose to wear this. There are a lot of different reasons why. But it definitely has nothing to do with hiding anything. There is nothing to hide. When you're on TV every day, when your life is being dissected for the world to see, when your family's on TV every day in some capacity, when you're on pretty much every social media platform, what is there to hide from? I want each and every victim in this incident, family members, those who lost loved ones, those who are still healing. I want you to know that no matter how you felt during this year, no matter how you felt yesterday, I want everyone to know, also the community of Waukesha, I want you to know that not only am I sorry for what happened, I'm sorry that you could not see what's truly in my heart, that you cannot see the remorse that I have, that you cannot listen to all the phone calls that I've made to my family, that you cannot hear all the prayers that I've said in my cell, that you cannot count all the tears that I've dropped in this year. The truth is hard a lot of times. I'm not very old by age standards, but I've been alive long enough to understand that a lot of people are comfortable with hearing what they want to hear, being told what they want to be told. And being okay with that. It's easy to accept what's on the surface. It's easy to accept what's being put out there. It's harder to pull back the veil. it's harder to look deeper than the surface. And regardless to the truth, I understand that there are many people that would never forgive what happened. I have to be okay with that. And I hold no ill will towards them for that. I have to be okay with the fact that people will be angry, some for a long time, some forever. I think it was clear with respects to how I'm viewed. I will not respond to those comments in anger either. I want to also say that it is not me that can take any pain away, replace what was lost, give back joy, happiness. There's so many other things that was lost that day. I think all that comes with belief in Christ. I believe that all that comes with time. It's a process. It's a process that we all have to go through. I noticed a lot of things that I've said over the duration of this trial were there's a lot of misconception. I don't consider myself to be a man of God yet. It's something that I'm learning with time, with faith, with study. Lord willing, I will make it to that point at God's appointed time. Something that I'm learning. For anyone that doesn't think that I've spent time in the scriptures even before this, you're mistaken. Passages were quoted from Romans 6:23 in particular. The wages of sin is death. The wages of sin is death. That's Romans 6:23. It's a verse I'm very familiar with and I've read numerous times. Countless other passages are all passages that I'm familiar with. The thing about scripture is not only studying and reading it, it's about applying it to your life, applying it. It's not about just reading it or being able to quote it. It's about living it. At times during this, doing all these proceedings, mostly trial, I've become frustrated at times. I want you, Your Honor, to know, I want the entire court to know that regardless to what you may think about those particular incidents, they were not personal. Being here throughout this year and the constant learning how to deal with everything, learning how to take everything in, what you see, what you hear, things being shouted at you, the threats, and everything that you have to deal with just being here. It was like a culmination. Sometimes you get so frustrated because you feel like your hands are tied. You don't know what to do. And for a person like me, it's easy for me to get to that point. And so they would come out in frustration. I take responsibility for that and apologize to you, Your Honor, in the court. Nothing about it was personal. It was a part of me that felt that I haven't been able to defend myself. And I think it was just the pot boiling over. I was wrong for not being able to control myself the times that I wasn't me. For long as I can remember, I've dealt with a lot of issues. And going back to what I said a little bit earlier about what people see on the surface, a lot of people don't understand what it is to battle mental health issues. Not just that, but the difficulties of life in general. The childhood I had. not having a father, having to see my mom sometimes work 2 and 3 jobs just to be able to support us. I remember being a child and me and my sister, my mom only had 2 children. My sisters passed away. But I remember being a child and me and my sister and my mom standing in the welfare line to get milk, to get cheese, bread, Spam. And when you're a kid, you don't understand that. You think it's normal. I remember living in apartment buildings infested with rodents and bugs. Pouring in cereal in your bowl and having bugs in it. A lot of people weren't raised like that. So it'd be hard for them to pull back that veil and understand that. Physical abuse, by the people that are supposed to love you. Trying to understand why your mind thinks the way it does, why you don't comprehend certain things. Why no one can provide the answers that you want. The fact of the matter is, I have at times been medicated. I have been in mental health facilities, only for a short time. I can honestly say that life was better. It helped. I think when you're going through something mentally that you don't understand, it always helps when you have people not so much that can relate. That also helps, but it's more, it's not the relating part of it, it's more of the that you can feel comfortable being yourself with. Someone to listen, someone to tell you that, hey, it's all right. You can let your guard down. It's a lot. It's a lot. And back to what I said about truth. People are going to, like I said, believe what they want, and that's okay. This needs to be said. What happened on November 21st, 2021 was not an attack. It was not planned, plotted. When you constantly hear that perpetuated, constantly pushed, constantly pushed, constantly pushed, you wonder why. Why? This was not an attack. This was not an intentional act. No matter how many times you say it over and over, it was not. I have a lot of, and this has nothing to do with the victims, the families of the victims. And as a matter of fact, I'm grateful that they had the opportunity to voice their opinions and their frustrations and their angers, because I believe and hopefully that will alleviate some of the wounds. I could never point a finger at them and say they're wrong for what they said, their opinions, how they feel. Never. And I won't do it. I won't do it now, and I won't do it ever. They're well within their rights to feel how they feel. I felt a lot of frustration and anger yesterday, not towards any of the victims. It was towards Miss Susan L. Opera. And I won't even throw shots back at her. Again, I choose to take the high road. In spite of the clear language that was used by her, not gonna fire back. I'm not gonna do that. Am I angry? Hell yeah. Hell yeah. But so what? When it boils down to it, the whole prosecution team had a job to do. Can't be mad at somebody for doing their job. Attorney Basie, Attorney Witchow, I respect you guys. Regardless of what you may feel about me, I respect you guys. I really do. I respect you too, Attorney Opera. The difference between all you guys is you, Attorney Opera, I don't respect how you did your job. And I never will. But I refuse to get in a name calling. I refuse to raise my voice. I refuse to do any of that. And I realized that last night. The part of me that I don't understand why it goes the way it goes had every intention to come in here and lay into you. Out of frustration and out of the fact of feeling that I needed to defend myself by some of the things you said. How you had the audacity to speak on situations that had nothing to do with this tragedy, as if you were there, as if you had intimate details, as if you knew everything that led up to those allegations. Just by reading the police report. I think every situation is unique in its own way. It all has different circumstances that leads to ultimately what ends up happening. Reading the police report doesn't give you the right to pass judgment on a situation that, frankly, is none of your concern. Honestly, you would think for someone that's been doing your job as long as you have, you would think you would understand that. You would think that you have some kind of integrity. Even with that, not gonna bash, not gonna say anything disrespectful, not gonna call you anything other than your God-given name. far as the integrity, though, I won't ever be able to wrap my head around why you did things the way you did it. Made reference to this being an open and shut case. Yet you needed a whole team to prosecute an open and shut case, as you say. And again, no disrespect to Attorney Basie, Attorney Whitchild. I feel like they was the reasons why your case had any strong points, not from you. "31 years," you said. Well, yeah, you did say 31 years that you've done this. 31 years. I don't believe you're that bright. Yet, I respect you having the resolve to take on something of this magnitude for this community. Can't do nothing but respect that. And regardless, when I leave this courtroom, I will have no ill feelings with anyone.
There's a lot of things you won't have, Darrell.
I know this is being live streamed. I believe even in other countries. I've gotten some mail from Germany, Belgium, a lot of it hate mail, which doesn't. I stopped reading it months ago, so it doesn't really affect me. It's irrelevant. I do want to say something to everybody watching, as far as those who take the time, spend the energy and money to write and spew hate, not just against myself, but my family, my children. I have no value in anything that you say. It doesn't bother me. It doesn't affect me. Keep up the bad work. To everyone else, the people that have sent letters of support, I thank you for that, because it's not an easy thing to show love and support to someone who's the most hated man on the planet at this point right now in time. It's not easy. It takes a lot of courage to do that. And I thank you for that. My family thanks you for that. I want to say to the mother of my children, the mothers, excuse me, of my children, obviously, I think I should start with the obvious, Erica Patterson. I want you to know, if you're watching, I always have love for you. You're one of the mothers of my children. I can never hate you. I refuse to go that route. Always have love for you. I always respect you. We got a beautiful daughter. I haven't always been right in the things that I've said, things I've done in regards to you. What I will say is, it always takes two. I pray that at some point you will reconcile with your children, and that you remember who I am here in my heart. That you remember that. My oldest son, who's an adult, his mother, beautiful, beautiful spirit. I thank her for the times that she was there to listen when no one else was, when I couldn't figure out what the heck was going on in life, and I was being pulled to this direction or that direction, and just couldn't figure things out. She would take the time to sit and listen, and I thank her for it. Times where I had nowhere to go, she would find me in the back of abandoned cars or trucks or something of that nature, and she would do things to help. You know, it's a lot of people, a lot of good people out there in the world still. She's one of them. I thank you, Angel. That's her name too, by the way, Angel. When I was all over the place mentally, couldn't sit still, couldn't make decisions, trying to figure out how life would go being young parents, the both of us. She never once judged me. She never once ridiculed me and downed me because of my issues. She always was willing to be there. I'm eternally grateful for that. Jessica, my youngest daughter's mom. I believe it's a reason why God puts anyone in your life at the time that he does. You came into my life at a time where everything was chaotic. I didn't have a clue how to even begin to put one foot in front of the other. You came into my life at a time where I was pondering, what did I even have to live for? And in the midst of that, you gave me my daughter, my baby girl. I always get emotional talking about her in particular, because she's such a daddy's girl. We're very, very close. Very close. I felt like when Missy was born, that was God giving me a chance to make good on the mistakes I made with my older two children at the time. I felt like that was redemption. Everything that I didn't do right before, I had the chance to right that wrong. She's probably the single-handed reason why I'm even still breathing. She's such a light in my life, such a light. She doesn't even understand the extent of everything that's going on. She doesn't know what it is not to be able to talk to me when she wants to be able to see me when she wants to. She just doesn't get it. And I know that. And I'm mindful that there are people in this community that feel the same exact way. That lights in their life that were taken. So without being insensitive to that, I'll move past that. I just want to tell my baby girl that I love her. I love you, Missy. My baby boy. Was born in June during the time that I've been here. His mother, Quita. I regret not being able to be there for the times that both of them needed me the most. It's not an easy thing for a woman to go through a pregnancy with virtually no help. Having to move residencies because of this tragedy, not feeling safe while she was pregnant, not feeling safe, receiving threats, things like that. And I wasn't there. I know what it's like to be at the birth of your children and see them born and cut the umbilical cord and to do all those things. I've done that. And to not be able to do it for her and for him. To only know what he looks like because of pictures. For her to not feel safe to be in the city or be around my family members to build that rapport, because she can't mentally deal with everything that comes with. And for me to not be able to help her, for me to not have any words to uplift her, her expressing her anger to me, not knowing how everything would go. It's hurtful. I want her to know I believe God has a plan for everything, and about doing the best you can inside of God's will. Say what you want about me. I'm not gonna walk away from my children. I refuse to walk away from my children. I love all four of you. And that won't stop for nothing, no matter what. A lot of reference yesterday was made about death. In reference to opinions towards myself. I do not fear death. Not one bit. I do not fear death because I'm in Christ. Whether we believe it or not, at some point, we all have a date. Everyone on this planet has a date. In the word, it says that it is appointed to man once to die. The way I see it, it's inevitable, so why fear it? I'm 1,000,000% confident in where I'm going when this is all over. 1,000,000% confident. Regardless of what anyone thinks or says, I'm 1,000,000% confident in where I'm going. We all got to stand before the judgment seat of Christ at some point. All of us. Nobody's any better than the next person. Contrary to belief, I do not feel like I'm above anyone. I don't feel like I'm superior to anyone. I breathe air, I drink water, I eat, I go to the bathroom, I bleed just like anyone else. I'm no better. I'm a human being. I'm not a monster. I'm a human being that's been trying to figure out for 35 years. questions that I've never got the answer to. I noticed yesterday in a lot of the victims' statements that a lot of the victims are going through the healing process. Believe it or not, I've prayed for all victims' family members for a year now to be able to make it through that process. But it is a process. It won't happen overnight. There was a big question of if I was paying attention, if, this, that, or the third, which I won't really get into. I definitely was paying attention. And I heard in a lot of those statements, people that were having their own mental health issues. Some recognizing what it was, others not so much. But that's what it was. A lot of things that you just can't quite wrap your head around. Believe it or not, you were talking to someone that's dealt with those same types of questions for a long time. Questioning life itself. Questioning what's the point of being here to go through all this pain, to go through all the doubts, feelings of inadequacy I can relate to firsthand. Being made fun of, being joked about, being jeered at, being bullied. Growing up, I can relate to all of that because I've been through it. Not knowing if you even want to wake up after you go to sleep. I've been through that. Wondering if you'll even be missed when you're gone. The weirdest hours of the morning, just sitting up and just finding something to stare at. Hoping that an answer may just fall out of the sky on you. Me, myself, like I said, raised Christian, but it's been so many times through the years that I've doubted God. It's time. I think everyone in this room can say that. If you believe, you've doubted, you've questioned, you've wondered. been in situations that just can't figure out why. How did I get here? What did I miss? What didn't I catch? What didn't I see? How did it ever get to this? How did it ever end up with this? At some point we've all been in that position. Obviously, in my shoes, it's a little different. I said before, for the people that don't have any understanding, I can't sit here and be what people would want me to be. You know, we're all individuals. We all have our own ways of looking at things, and we all have our own personalities or whatnot. That's what makes us unique, is our individualism. How one person may react to something, another person may feel the same exact way, but probably not react the same way. People can agree on certain things and still have a different approach. And listening to all the victims yesterday that had the courage to speak and state their opinions and vent their frustrations and their anger and everything. I heard a lot of what should have been done, what could have been done, as far as to the remorse. I apologize for not showing people what they wanted to see. I just ask that there be understanding to that there's a side out of the courtroom that's not seen. What's seen in the courtroom is just a small piece of the whole puzzle. Just a fraction. The majority of the time, I'm not standing in the courtroom or sitting in the courtroom. It's not a day. It's not an hour that goes by that I haven't thought about what's happened. That I haven't tried to wrap my head around how something like this could happen. Where I haven't thought about the pain that you all are in. what was lost and in the fashion that it was lost. Contrary to what people may think, you get to a point though, and obviously it's different with me being in this position and people being on the other side of the coin, so to speak. It's a different position. On my end, you get to a point to where you're just tired. You get to a point where you've cried all the tears you can cry. You've prayed all the prayers you can pray. You never stop praying, but it's repetitive at this point. You get to a point where you're completely drained. You don't know what else you have to give. There was many court dates in the beginning of all these proceedings that I wasn't even sure if I can even come in the courtroom without breaking down. It was times where I didn't even feel like I was going to make it through a court proceeding. When I did have representation, it was times where I told my representation, no, I don't. And that wasn't because I just didn't want to come in the courtroom. It was because mentally I could not handle it. I couldn't. Having to be prepped for everything that I was gonna walk into. Them telling me, it's gonna be this kind of atmosphere and expect this and it's just like, wow. How am I gonna do this? I want everyone to know though, when you walk out of the courtroom and the cameras aren't rolling anymore, you don't have the world looking at you anymore. That's when you can feel like you're human again. When you can go back to your cell, drop your tears, pray, punch your mat if you're frustrated. Sleep it off. Whatever you may choose to do. And I wonder how things would be different if the cameras was rolling then. When we remove all this courtroom, how would it be then? We've all done things in our life that we regret. that we're not proud of. That we don't know what we were thinking. That's been like a roller coaster for me in this year, a roller coaster. And obviously, just everyday life, some days are better than others. That's just life in general. Some days are just better than other days. You heard my best friend speak a little bit earlier about I guess it would be more happier times, but even then, you put on a smile to hide the pain. Long before November 21st, 2021, long before that day, I was struggling. Long before. Feeling dead inside. Then feeling hopeful. Then feeling depressed. Then feeling happy. Then feeling upset. Just up and down, up and down, up and down, up and down, up and down. %90 of the time, not even knowing why you're going from point A to B. Why is it going like this? So I think you do a lot of things to numb that. Some people have different things that help them numb it. Some people turn to drugs. Some people turn to alcohol. Some people turn to many different things. Some people isolate themselves. Some people, however you deal with it, is how you deal with it. At that point in my life, I chose to put up a front. No one seen me for how I truly felt, then there would be no questions. You see someone and they always have an upbeat appearance, or seem to be smiling, or seem to be in a joyful mood. There's no reason to quit. Like, what is there a question? How much turmoil could it be? The first thing they would say is, every time I see them, they're okay. It's not okay. It's not. But I do believe one thing, though. As long as You have breath in your body. No matter what you're going through, where you may be, what struggles you have, what you can't figure out, you have to find a way to press forward. You have to keep faith, and you have to press forward. I think the Apostle Paul said it best. Apostle Paul said it best when he said, one thing I do, forgetting what's behind me and straining toward the upward call of which Christ has taken a hold of him. Straining forward, which acknowledging that it's difficult, acknowledging that there'll be opposition, there'll be hurdles to jump, there'll be mountains to climb. It's not going to be easy. Acknowledging that by saying straining to move forward. That's what I've been learning. Is it frustrating that sometimes people mistake that for not caring? Yeah. It's very frustrating. As hard as it is, you cannot turn back the hands of time. You can't. As much as I wish I had the power to do that, I can't. So I have to look at life going forward, not backward. I have to look at reality. I've moved past the actual tragedy of the day of November 21st, 2021, but I have not moved past uplifting this community in prayer, and I will continue to do that until it's my time to pass on. I won't stop uplifting the communities in prayer, the victims, the families. Regardless of how anyone feels, I will continue to pray for them because that's what I want my heart to reflect. And I don't want it to be misinterpreted what I'm saying by that, by saying I've moved past the actual day. To clarify that so there's no misconception, it's that none of us can go back and change what happened. We can't. that doesn't mean that my life has to continue to be defined by that. I refuse to continue to live at that time because that time is past. We can always say shoulda, coulda, woulda. Nobody knows what they'll do until they're in that situation. It's easy to say, I would have did this, I could have did this, I should have did this, I would have did that. You never know what you're gonna do until you actually there. Does anyone think I haven't asked myself that? Man, I should have. Why didn't I? What does it matter now? How many times can I pound my fist against something and say, why? How could this? What? How many times before you just like have to move forward? Forgiveness. Matthew 6:14 and 15. Forgiveness. For if you forgive other people when they sin against you, your heavenly Father will also forgive you. But if you do not forgive others their sins, your Father will not forgive your sins. That's Jesus himself, God himself. I point no fingers towards anyone in judgment to say, how could you say this? And how, like I said before, how people process this tragedy is how they choose to. I could jump up and down and yell and scream about what was said in regards to me, but why? Everyone has to make their own peace with God, and that's what I've done. Regardless to what people think, I've done it. I don't want that to be confused with being at peace. It's a process, but I've made my peace. That is the only reason why I made the comment that I have a clear conscience. It was not pertaining to remorse. It wasn't mockery. It wasn't to thumb my nose at anyone. That wasn't what that comment was about. I've chosen to do that because it was needed. It's easy to lose your way in the world because the world is, as we all know, it's a big place. All types of things are out there. All types of it's easy to get caught up in the world. I can't and I refuse to live the rest of my life trying to please other people. I still have a long way to go to get to where I need to be. But my life now is about pleasing God. It's about what He wants, not what I want. It's about what He wants, not what everybody else wants. I brought up God's will. Yet another comment that was taken out of context. A comment that again was not meant in a disrespectful manner in any way. Was not meant to thumb my nose at anyone in any way. It was the acknowledgement that God is in control of everything. Everything. The good, the bad, and the ugly. He is in control. That's what that was pointed towards. That and that alone. For those of us who do believe, we've always been taught that God, His way is not ours. What He sees fit to do, we can't stand in the way of it. No matter how much we wish we could, we can't. Frankly, sometimes that sucks. I never thought I would be standing here not being able to enjoy a time with my family that anyone would enjoy with their family. People lost loved ones. I'm sure they feel the same way. They never expected to be here now because of something like this. That is not lost on me.
I have a question. Did the witnesses have a time limit? I'm sorry, not the witnesses, the victims?
To suggest that I don't care, out of everything that's been said during this whole year, that's probably the hardest one to digest. To suggest that I'm heartless.
Mr. Brooks, what do you think this court should do?
as far as the sentences are concerned with all of these convictions?
Honestly, Your Honor, and I don't want this to be taken out of context. I believe there's issues with me attempting to answer that. And here's why. I'm still confused. I'm still confused on the true nature and cause of the charges. I don't understand them. I also believe a decision was already made before we even got here. And I could be wrong. That's not a shot. It's not a slight in any way towards Your Honor. It's not. And I don't want that to be taken out of context as well. I will say help is needed. When you've dealt with certain things as long as I have, we have so many questions about where to start. Where to start. You have so many questions about what can give you the help you need, who can point you in the direction to get the help you need. There's so many things that you don't know where to start at. Your Honor, I think that throughout these proceedings, and I've noticed this, that you've been very observant.
Thank you, Dredd.
You've been very attentive. Regardless of me being frustrated with some of the things that has been, I can't do anything but look at what what you have done, which is you have been very, very keen. I believe that still a lot of issues there. I believe that because of the issues I have, sometimes I may have said things that you probably didn't really understand what I was meaning by it. I'm not sharpest knife in the drawer. I think sometimes my mind probably works a little faster than I can articulate something or pronounce something or say something. Obviously, it would be hard to top what was already said about you thus far. You've gotten a incredible amount, a credible amount of love for your job in this matter. Some even said superhero. Some people, I'm sure you know this, but some people have even dressed up as you for Halloween.
Mr. Brooks, I'm not looking for accolades from anyone. I'm looking here today to sentence you in this case, and I'm frankly more interested in your thoughts on that than your opinion of me and how I conducted myself during this trial.
It wasn't my opinion on that part.
I had a job to do today. It's not an easy one. There's 76 counts. I'd like you, if you can and if you want, to tell me how you think I should do that. That's what the victims have stated. That's what the state, right? They provided their recommendation.
The only thing I could say is one thing that should be taken into account is the time that I've served. Been here a year. That would pretty much negate count 76. So there's that. Your Honor, I'm confused. I don't understand the true nature and cause of the charges. So I can't really consent to being sentenced when I'm still trying to. I don't understand. It's not a delay tactic. It's not attempting to be disruptive. It's not intended to stop the proceedings. It's my honest opinion. I have trouble with comprehension. I can say with 1,000,000% certainty that everything as far as in regards to me, everything should be looked at in its totality. The mental health issues, I believe that you've seen them rear their head at times. I believe that I know that you've seen that rear its head at times. I also believe that you recognize the need for the help that's needed. You've seen things as far back as my childhood, and I believe that you understand the certain needs that would benefit where to start. Me myself, I don't know. There's so many issues that I've been trying to address for a long time, a very long time, and I don't know where to start. I have no idea. I can tell you that I want to be able to get to a point in my life where I can have the ability to recognize before it happens, when something could become out of control, before an outside source can maybe pinpoint it and say maybe something's wrong. I will want to get to a point where I can be able to recognize the signs on my own. I want to get to a point where I don't have a mind that's jumping back and forth and all over the place, and these moves that go from here to here to here to here to here to here to here, and then it's like, oh, I'm cool, and then it's here to here to here to here. I want to get to a place where I can combat that. This, Your Honor, this has not been easy, and not just this, but life in general. It has not been easy. It's not easy to wake up every day and try to figure out how to stay grounded, or how to stay in a I don't want to say a box, but to be able to stay in a straight line, to be able to take life as it comes, to not only be able to cope with things. Things are going to happen, problems happen, life itself isn't easy. I want to get to a point, Your Honor, where I can be able to say, okay, it's okay. It's okay. I can be myself. I can say, you know what? You aren't the only person going through this. This doesn't make you any less than anybody else. I wasn't asked to be born this way, Your Honor. I wasn't. I was not. I don't understand it.
He did not say that, did he?
But the fact of the matter is I want to get to a point of happiness again. To be able to be medicated and not care what people think. To be able to speak my truth without having to feel ashamed that some people may think of me lesser than a person because I have to be medicated for life, or because they feel like it's not normal. Which lends to the reason why I said not wanting to live to please anyone else anymore. But for me to be okay. Here, for me to be okay. Because I haven't been for a long time. I'm tired. I'm tired, Your Honor. I'm tired. Some days I don't know what's up or down. Some days I don't know. I want to know.
Mr. Brooks, it's going on 2 hours. I feel like we're starting to cover the same ground over and over. So I'm going to ask you again, because I'm really interested in your perspective. I want to know, as I consider and contemplate and finalize what to do in this case, if there are any sentencing recommendations you have on your own behalf to make at this time.
I just want to be helped. I don't. I don't want to live with inside this pain anymore. I know that's probably not the answer you're looking for. Your Honor, I really would like
Let me ask it this way, sir. 6 of these counts that you have been convicted of are intentional homicide charges. The options for the court are very limited. Life without the possibility of extended supervision. Life with the possibility of extended supervision as early as 20 years, that's the statute. And third, anything in between. And then lastly, related to that, there's an enhancer of 5 years for each count based upon the jury answering that special verdict question, did you commit the offense of intentional homicide by using a dangerous weapon? Thoughts on that?
I don't.
Do you think you should spend the rest of your life in prison without ever seeing freedom outside bars. That would be extended supervision. Should these counts run consecutive or concurrent? Meaning one after the other, or serving them at the same time? What are your thoughts on those things?
I didn't understand everything you said, but I did. I can't live a million years.
I understand that.
So I feel like I should be able to go somewhere where I can be helped, where I can be properly evaluated, where I can be properly medicated. If that is an extended period of a long, long time, at least I know that I'm getting what I need. Not what I want, what I need. At least then I would be able to say, it's okay. You can be you. You can be grateful for the fact that you have experts, or I don't know if that's the right word, but you have people that know exactly what to do, that recognize exactly what needs to be done and what should be done. To be able to like I said, be properly medicated, which is extremely needed. I don't know if that answers.
I'll follow it up again. What I hear you saying, sir, is that you don't have a specific recommendation in terms of how long the sentences are, whether they're life, whether they're consecutive, whether they're concurrent, but you're asking me to take into consideration your mental health needs and your desire to get help. Would that be fair?
Yes, I would say and I think it should be what you said. What was the term you used?
The extended supervision term or consecutive versus concurrent?
Yeah, the concurrent.
Right. Serving sentences at the same time versus consecutive, one after the other.
Serving all together. My main thing is, like I said, regardless, is to not just be placed somewhere and just forgotten about. That doesn't help. Obviously, I don't know how that all works. but I know that it would greatly benefit me to be able to be somewhere where, like I said, I can properly evaluate it and medicate it with the things that I need. It could be something that I haven't even discovered yet, or not me myself, but it could be something that maybe way near that could have helped me years ago that I probably wouldn't never have known up until this point that could have immensely helped. I want the
sir,
yeah, I want the opportunity.
And again, I think we're starting to repeat some of these topics that you've covered, and I understand what you're saying. And
I want to beat this. I want to beat this. I
I
want the
understand
opportunity to beat it, to show that it can be beat.
at this time,
I don't have to live like, I want to show. I want to show that regardless of anything, that there is still hope. I want to be able to show my children that regardless, you can rise up. You don't have to.
I believe I understand and comprehend your desire to have your mental health issues addressed and met. You've stated that multiple times. I understand that. I can certainly address that in my sentencing remarks here today. At this time, it's been over 2 hours. I appreciate all of the words you've said here today and the fact that you've made a statement.
I apologize for the length. I didn't even
It's not about the
realize.
time. It's okay. But at this time, I would like to take about a just shy of 20-minute break, come back at 3 p.m. and start my portion of the sentencing hearing with my sentencing remarks and the sentence.
Yep.
So at this time, we will be in recess until 3 p.m. Thank you, everyone.
Yep. She said, "It is my turn to talk now, Mr. Brooks. You can put the microphone down. You're done. That's it." Oh, even my Chihuahua's pissed off about this stuff, you guys. "No hope for you, big dog," Dom Don said. Is he high or what? See, y'all, my Chihuahua Bruiser, he's having a fit. He is ready for this to be over with. All right, so break, but anybody want to come up here and vent? I really need to take a break myself, but it is about to go down, Vinny. Finally, I cannot believe you guys that they let him talk for that long. I guess what I think Steve was saying earlier, somebody said earlier that they have to allow him time enough to speak that the victims were allowed, but because there were so many victims, the SUAPR only asked them to please kind of try to keep it within like a 5-minute time. So technically, they all kind of did have a time limit because they had to be thinking of the others that wanted to speak as well. So it just ticks me off that he's been given 2 hours. I think he said enough in court as it was. Yes, thank you all for being here today. And Muffin Top, you guys give a big hand clap in the chat for Muffin Top. She's been helping me moderate all day, and I don't even have a wrench on her yet. We'll talk about that later, Muffin. I got to talk to Miss Brittany first. D can't wait. I know none of us can. I'm reading your comments. Hang on. Yes, his name is Bruiser, and he was a rescue, and he is a pissy little thing. I have a smart dog. I do. He's very smart. Yes, he does. You know what, Coffee Cake? Welcome back, by the way. He does have a thing for Erica. He really does. That was the one that was 15 when he was 25 that he, I can't say it on YouTube, but you know what he did. Your ears are hurting. Are your ears hurting from him? Your ears aren't hurting from me talking too loud, are you? She was trying to see if he was going to show remorse. I agree, Lady Tinkerbell. I think that she was trying to give him the opportunity to at least say, I'm sorry. And at the end of all this, I'm going to let all y'all come up and say objection, subject matter jurisdiction. Is that lawful law? Oh, they're giving you love in the chat, Muffin Top. I'm torn with the judge. Heather, I think I know what you're saying. I love the judge. I have been her #1 fan since the beginning. And she's awesome. But if she doesn't throw the book at him, I'm taking back everything I said. Oh, here they go. Wait, why are they back on already? Has it been 15 minutes? No, I think that was a mistake. Okay. Okay, Dredd, I'm going to put, Dredd wants to talk. I'm putting, hang on, I got to find my link. I'm going to put the link in the chat. And we're going to stay on even after this is all over so that you guys can come up and speak. Just remember, please, to keep, God bless you. Just remember, please, to keep it respectful to the victims, because that's our first priority, right? But also, please no cursing, because I don't want to get kicked off of YouTube. So the link's in the chat if somebody wants to come up. You know what? He didn't copy cake. That's a good point. He didn't go through his little, I think the note taking, honestly, when they were doing the victim statements, I think that was a bunch of BS. He was just trying to make it like he was doing something else, like he wasn't listening. Hey, Dredd, how are you?
Good. Do you hear me?
I can.
Okay. So I'm just going to say what everybody already is thinking, which is what we all know. Me. You know, the judge, I mean, I think I'm pretty sure, I don't know if it's by law or by decorum in the court. I'm not sure which one, but I do know that every trial I watch, they do, in fact, you know, talk to the defendant about, you know, what they think they should get or what they think they should serve. Obviously, he bounced around and didn't want to directly answer the question because, you know, he kept throwing the "I'm confused" thing in. You know, it's always convenient when he's confused. On top of that, he wasn't sentenced.
Oh, hang on, Dredd. Hang on, Dredd.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, you guys, make sure that if you have this playing in the background that you mute it, or else it will echo.
Oh, hold on. Let me see how to do that. Are they coming back on? Because we might need to sign out.
I don't think so. I've still got them up. I've got them streaming. I haven't turned them on mute, so we should hear them.
Okay, I saw somebody walking by, but that's probably just walking by.
I've seen it a few times. I think we have about 11 minutes left.
Oh, okay, good. Who else is on?
I'm Heather. Hi, guys.
It's Heather.
Hi, Heather.
Hi.
Hi, Heather.
Hi.
You want to say something, Heather?
Well, I love that he keeps going back to the "I'm confused" when he doesn't want to answer a question. He uses that just to not answer questions or to find something in his favor somehow, some way. He's grasping at so many straws on this with the wayward things he's calling, a reason for the substains, and just all this ridiculous jargon he's got going on. I think he's just grasping at straws. He's hoping something sticks somewhere, or that he can just talk at length in order to just waste as much time as he possibly can. Because as you hear, he doesn't have anything worth listening to ever. Yeah. He's had all this time in jail, over a year or up to a year in jail. He's never once sat down and written what he might say so that he can keep his thoughts on track. He doesn't care. He never has. He never once cared.
You know what's funny, Heather, is that he never talked about mental health until he got to this point.
Well, I do know that in the pretrial, he right around the time that he wanted to give up his lawyers, he also gave up an insanity plea. And I think that the district attorney, or I'm sorry, not the district attorney, but the attorneys that were working for him initially were telling him like, I think this is gonna work. We've had 4 evaluations. Each one has said that you are competent and that there's nothing wrong with you. His mom can throw around bipolar all day, every day, but we've not seen an iota of that in this courtroom from the prosecution side, who I think would definitely use it if it was, something that they had.
Yeah, and also, as I stated before, that I have been diagnosed with bipolar. I would never run over a bunch of innocent people.
No.
And, at the same time, what he doesn't grasp is that I don't think the judge can even sentence him to something like that, because he was proven to be mentally capable in the court. That wasn't his defense. His defense was every other thing he tried to throw out there, and it had nothing to do with that. So I don't think he's either understanding that. I think the judge, she made it clear. She said, the judges, the court's options are limited, bro. You get this, or you get somewhere in between. And the minimum is 20 with parole, and the rest is somewhere in between, all the way up to life, and then consecutive, or the other one, I can't think of it top of my head, but
concurrent.
Basically, concurrent. And so he keeps throwing out there, well, I want to get help. I want to be the one to get help. Bro, you didn't want any help. And it's just everybody's thinking and saying that I don't want to regurgitate what everybody already knows. But it's just, I hope that there is no empathy for him from the judge. And because I've been back and forth on the judge, but ultimately I do like her, and I think she's done a great job. So I truly hope that this was just because this is what she has to do. These are just the formalities of what she has to go through. And then at the end of the day, she's going to say, you will never see the light of day.
Yeah.
I also think that they love to play these games on jail versus institution. What people don't understand is being institutionalized versus prison is actually not a better way to go. It's probably worse off in there. You are in that place with really crazy people who do really outlandish things at the drop of a dime. But when you hear institutionalized versus prison, and you think inmates versus patients, you think that you're going to be better off. So let's follow this line. I've seen this a million times out of people who think, I want to be institutionalized, I'll play the crazy card. And then in the end, many lawyers have said that's not the route you really want to go. The people that you're living with in there versus the like-minded people and criminals in prison are night and day, in my opinion. I would be absolutely terrified of some of the people in these mental institutions, only because they are live wires. Whereas a prisoner, they have a lot more people watching them. They have a lot more security because they're known that they could, explode at random moments. But a patient, these people aren't in the same class as a prisoner. It's not a better place. It's not a place that you should want to live your entire life out. But I think Darrell Brooks is like a lot of people in this position. They've done something wrong. They've been in jail this long and realizing it's not going to be a walk in the park. Darrell understands that even though he killed a lot of elderly people, which is heartbreaking, he killed a child. And in prison, that's not looked at very well. Those people go after certain kinds of prisoners. And Darrell's, I'm sure he knows that. But at the same time, he realizes with that arm's length of charges that this man has had in his lifetime, he's never really had to face law. And I think he really firmly believes that he'll get out of this too.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah.
I think he truly believes he has that much faith in himself, or he
Yes.
thinks that much of himself. And I can't see her allowing him anything but the harshest sentence. I just cannot see it. Not the way she's been up until now.
Right. I believe she lets him talk to dig that hole. I think every word that comes out of his mouth is another shovel in the ground for him.
Well, and I think she most certainly has kept her composure this whole time, waiting for this moment to be able to basically have her time finally to be able to say, you are a piece of crud, and you are going to jail for the rest of your life. And and also you're right about the children thing in prison. But then I did state something earlier, because I do have friends of mine that are in institutionalized for different things, not something like this, or not anything with children. But what I will say is that he doesn't understand. I've seen trials where the defendant was absolutely had something wrong with them mentally. But the thing is that if they are proven to know the difference between right and wrong when they made that decision to do whatever it was they did, that will never hold up in court, and and the defense team is never going to try to use it, because it is so difficult to use that, especially in a murder case. And so he's got no prayer with that. And yet he doesn't, like she said, finally started saying, well, you're doing this again. You're just beating around the bush. You're not wanting to answer what I want. And then for him to have the audacity to say, well, I think it should be accounted for my 1 year that I've been here. Dude, are you in dreamland? I mean, do you think that 1 year amounts to anything? I mean, it's
like we're going to go from 800 to 799 because
that's right.
What you
that's
said
right. Exactly.
really hit me in my heart. That I felt that, sir. We don't care. And as much as we don't care about how DP rots, is how much we do care that the families and the Waukesha community all really thrive.
They'll be devastated if he gets anything less than life without parole. They'll be devastated, and I don't think
what he's put them through.
Yeah, and I don't know that area. I don't know anything actually about that part of the country. But what I will say is, from what I gather and from what I've looked up and what I've seen, it's obviously a very tight-knit, smaller community, and the judge obviously resides in that community or somewhere close by, as does the prosecution. I know that the Sue lady absolutely does. And
Aubrey, she's wonderful.
Yeah, I don't think the judge would even consider that because of the fact that she sees these people. She lives and works and and communicates around these people.
Yes.
Yeah, there's no way that she's not going to say life without parole. I will be shocked and very sad.
There's a way she could listen to all of those tiny little voices, looking at those tiny little faces, and think, he doesn't deserve that, even though he ruined every part of your life with a specific person or with your own personal issues that this man has caused. I believe he should get 6 consecutive terms with all 5 or all of the 6 5-year enhancers. I believe he should get the 800 years. And then I think she should bury him some more and say, for your complete lack of remorse, your complete disacknowledgement of just something as simple as I am sorry and meaning it. I mean, we can tell if you mean it, although I have seen people say that they didn't hear him say it, but I'm pretty sure I did hear him at one point
try to pretend. He didn't even try to pretend with a good straight poker face that he was sorry.
Right. And everybody says narcissist. How many times have you guys seen this word narcissist? I have a theory that he is a sociopath. If you pay attention to Darrell, yes, he has got a lot of narcissistic traits. And I'm not saying he's not. I believe that he's a narcissist, but I also firmly believe that he takes great joy in the pain that he is inflicting, whether it be emotional or physical, to anyone, starting with Erica at her 14-year-old age, and the lack of care that he has for any of his children while he's out here doing all these, and then bringing to court that we'll never see again. Well, this parent won't see their child again, who is 8 years old. And these elderly people lived all this time in their life. They got so far in their life and did so much with their life for you to come and just stop that dead in its tracks. All those things to me are disgusting.
And I don't mind that a lot of the victims' statements were more heartfelt and less attacking stuff. That they process and they do it the way they feel and that they want to do it. And I'm fully in support of whatever way that helps them. However, all of us were glad to see some of those guys go straight off on the guy. And I'm so glad. I think it was the one lady that mentioned, you know, I've been watching you this whole thing on the victim statements, watching you chuckle, watching you roll your eyes, watching you. And it's like, okay, Darrell, perspective. So are we supposed to see that in a perspective of anything other than being completely disrespectful to people that you hurt? Like it's the whole thing.
We're back.
We'll
y'all,
never
I think.
see. Okay. All right. Rebecca, I saw your
Wait,
comment too. I
hey,
agree.
y'all come back up, okay, afterwards if you'd
Okay.
like.
Sure.
Okay.
Thanks,
y'all.
guys.
Bye.
You guys are such great comments in the chat. Such great comments. I can't keep up with them all because we're growing. We started out with a really small stream, and now we have a lot of people in here. So I apologize if I'm not getting to everybody, but thank you for being here. Coffee Cake says Erica will speak tomorrow, but I thought, Coffee Cake, what do you mean? Because I thought that this is it. Today's it. What do you mean? Oh, you mean tomorrow, like maybe in the media? I will start a timer once the judge starts her statement and see how long it takes her to him to interrupt her. That's awesome, Queen. I love that. And I agree with you. That's probably true. Oh, standing up.
The victims, their victim impact statements. And again, things that have stood out here to me. I cannot comment on all of the victim statements that have been made. But there are a few that I do want to highlight. And then ultimately,
can you hear okay?
Go through the sentencing factors. Because all of these things I'm going to talk about relate to those factors, which in Wisconsin, there are 3 primary factors: the seriousness of the offense, the need to protect the public, and the character and rehabilitative needs of the defendant. So I want to start sort of near the end of all of the remarks over the last couple of days, and that is with my thoughts on Mr. Brooks and his mental health. I'm not here to debate that you have had a history over time of intersecting with the mental health agencies, and that you may have in your history trauma, emotional pain, and things of that nature. I have read through not 1, not 2, not 3, but 4 reports from experts, people who are well known in this field of what we call forensic psychology and psychiatry, individuals who have an expertise in evaluating a plea of not guilty by reason of mental disease or defect. Because I don't want there to be any doubt in my sentencing here today that I've considered that. But I also don't want there to be any doubt that somehow this trial was missing something. Because the fact is, Mr. Brooks entered a special plea of not guilty by reason of mental disease or defect in the early summer, maybe late spring of this year. And this court ordered 3 court-ordered evaluations, and the state retained an expert to also review the issue. Whether the defense team at that point ever hired anyone, they are not required to disclose that. I don't know, but I have 4 well-known doctors who have written this court based upon the orders that were made, or one doctor being retained. And these are reports that are thorough. One report is 24 pages. Another is more of a summary. It's 8 pages. Another is 26 pages. And then another is 12. And they look at the discovery information, so police reports, videographic evidence, things of that nature. They have access to any mental health related records from prior stays or things like that. They look at a history. They meet with Mr. Brooks. I've referenced this in the past when competency wasn't so much raised by any of the parties here, but during the trial, there was, as Attorney Opper wanted to make a record one day of Mr. Brooks's competency. And I will restate what I stated at that point. I have absolutely no doubt that Mr. Brooks is competent. I'm obviously well-versed in the legal standard, but that is not something that this court was frankly ever concerned about at any point in time. I know that his attorneys, when he had attorneys, never raised the issue. And it was really only after the trial began that that issue was raised, I think, by the public based upon what they saw. But Attorney Opper, like myself, had the benefit of having reviewed each and every one of these examinations. And I'm not going to spend a lot of time, but I think it's important because it goes also to Mr. Brooks's character, which is one of the things that this court must consider along with his rehabilitative needs. And I'm going to read parts of these evaluations so that you all understand the information that I have and why it is my opinion that mental health issues did not cause him to do what he did on November 21 of 2021, and frankly did not play a role. That's not to say that he wasn't diagnosed with something. I've referenced this previously, but that's an antisocial personality disorder. And this is what one of the reports has to say. They've looked at one doctor indicated that there was available evidence to sustain a diagnosis of cannabis abuse, intoxication, antisocial personality disorder, adjustment disorder with mixed disturbance of emotions and conduct. The reports go on to describe what those things are and that they may qualify as an abnormal condition of the mind substantially affecting mental or emotional processes, and thus as a mental disease or defect as broadly defined by the Wisconsin jury instructions, and that's at least as to the adjustment disorder. Cannabis abuse or intoxication would not. The diagnosis of antisocial personality disorder, and this is what the doctor said, reflects converging support of an underlying characterological disorder versus a major mental illness. In Mr. Brooks's case, I would note his history of disregarding the rights of others and conforming to societal norms, including in the forms of multiple acts of violence beginning in his youth, contacts with the criminal justice system, lack of remorse as indicated by being indifferent, rationalizing, etc. The doctor goes on that it's her understanding that this characterological condition would not qualify as a mental disease or defect as defined by the applicable statute, which also specifies that mental disease or defect does not include an abnormality manifested only by repeated criminal or otherwise antisocial conduct. Goes on to talk about her opinion regarding criminal non-responsibility. And the examiner rendered an opinion to a reasonable degree of professional certainty that there was not support for the defendant's special plea, that the facts at hand do not sustain a conclusion to a reasonable degree of professional certainty that because of symptoms of a mental disease or defect, Mr. Brooks was rendered to lack substantial capacity either to appreciate the wrongfulness of the alleged misconduct or conform his conduct to the requirements of the law at the time in question. In arriving at this opinion, the following considerations were significant to this examiner. While acknowledging Mr. Brooks' documented history of episodic contacts with mental health professionals beginning in adolescence, most of the time he has had such contacts or received mental health treatment when in custody. In effect, there is not a sustained, documented history of a diagnosed major mental illness for him predating the alleged offense or otherwise. Looked at a psychiatric review from April of 2010. At that point, the defendant was determined to have no medically determinable impairment on which to qualify for disability benefits. The consultant who conducted the review noted that Mr. Brooks' claimed mental illness was not, quote, well established, quote, that the statements that he made at that point were not deemed credible, they were inconsistent and not verified by treatment providers in the community. Factor number 2, the defendant's history of violence beginning years predating the alleged offense is significant. He faced multiple prior domestic-related charges. He was not permitted in his mother's home because of the history of violence. To be sure, the magnitude and lethality of Mr. Brooks's violence in the commission of the alleged offenses is more severe than what was previously known. However, the defendant's history of a pattern of violent behavior, coupled with other aspects of his history, and this case strongly suggests that his mental state, which produced the alleged offenses, was most fundamentally formed and fueled by contributions of his underlying characterological dysfunction, anger, and rage born of his conflict with his girlfriend moments before the Christmas parade tragedy. The examiner considered Mr. Brooks's episodic endorsement of auditory hallucinations, including on clinical interview with the undersigned, meaning the examiner, and in a couple of recorded jail phone calls subsequent to his arrest. She said this, "I am unaware of any objective corroboration that he presented, either in the hours leading up to or following the alleged offenses, as internally preoccupied or otherwise exhibiting signs of impaired reality, contact, or behavioral discontrol. To the contrary, the defendant's conduct within hours of the onset and moments following the alleged misconduct was organized, controlled, and purposeful. Moreover, he demonstrated the motivation and capacity to take efforts to evade detection and try to flee the immediate area of the parade carnage." She went on, "I have considered the seemingly inexplicable nature and magnitude of the violence and mayhem wrought by the defendant's conduct on the day in question. He has caused 6 deaths, dozens of injuries, and terrorized hundreds of parade participants and thousands of spectators. There is no indication in the extensive compilation of records and other information available that at the time of the alleged misconduct, he lacked substantial capacity to either control or conform his conduct to the requirements of the law, or that his reality contact capacity to appreciate wrongfulness was substantially impaired. In the context of rage born of his conflict and altercation with his former girlfriend turmoil, the defendant was disinclined to control his behavior or attend to its consequences. Notwithstanding the magnitude of the violence in this case, a mental disease or defect is not defined by the unnaturalness or enormity of the act. Moreover, temporary passion or frenzy prompted by revenge, hatred, jealousy, envy, or the like does not constitute a mental disease or defect." She goes on to talk about the course of functioning of Mr. Brooks during the day leading up to the alleged offense. Does not suggest that he was behaviorally dysregulated or that his reality contact was impaired. Goes on to talk about what he did in the immediate aftermath of the parade, including fleeing the vicinity, making efforts to evade detection or responsibility, and other things. Went on to discuss other evidence, including the videographic evidence of the Ring doorbell and being on the porch where he sought to use the phone. He had apparently discarded a couple of small bags, later determined to contain marijuana. And presumably, this is the examiner again, he discarded items to evade responsibility for possessing them. By implication, such conduct strongly suggests his capacity to appreciate wrongfulness was then intact. When responding to law enforcement officials, he followed their commands. He lowered himself to the ground. We saw that on the recording of his arrest when he was taken into custody and detained. None of the behaviors nor verbal remarks at the time of the arrest suggest he was behaviorally dysregulated or that his reality contact was impaired. Following his arrest and being taken into custody, he engaged in an informal series of verbal exchanges with authorities, and none of his statements taken at face value suggest he was then actively psychotic or that his behavior controls were substantially impaired. She then goes on to talk about the Mirandized statements. This court personally watched every minute of that interaction with Detective Carpenter and Detective Stern, along with the one from the night before, which was at the hospital within hours. And I would concur with the examiner's conclusions that the content of his initial statements to authorities included multiple efforts to deceive or mislead. He changed his story multiple times, including he initially denied being in Waukesha the prior Saturday. He initially asserted he traveled to Waukesha on the day in question in a tan Kia with a friend. He initially asserted his mother did not own a vehicle, though later acknowledged as much, and that he used it from time to time. Other changes in his story over the course of his statements and the nature of them further suggest that he was making active attempts to evade detection or responsibility. By implication, such behavior strongly suggests that his reality contact was then intact. When he was shown photographs of driving in the SUV into the parade route, he indicated it was not him. And this is again the examiner. With the police. She's noting the police contact. It was not until Mr. Brooks was in the booking area of the Waukesha County Jail that he displayed some emotion. And this was to, I believe, Detective Stern, where he said, "I didn't mean to kill nobody." Such a remark indicates an awareness of the consequences of his actions and runs counter to a conclusion of an exculpatory mental disease or defect. There's other criteria or other factors. I'm not going to read them all. That was probably one of the more comprehensive explanations of why that examiner did not conclude that there was support for the special plea of not guilty by reason of mental disease or defect. All four examiners shared similar observations. Certainly their conclusions were that there was not support for the special plea. One examiner talked about, again, conduct after driving through the parade, abandoning the vehicle used in the act, altering his appearance by removing his outer layer of clothing, altering how he was wearing his hair, and then engaging in further efforts to leave the scene by securing transportation via a ride-sharing application. This particular examiner went on to say, while he essentially, meaning Mr. Brooks, disclaimed any memory of those actions and could therefore not explain them, such behaviors strongly suggest an awareness of wrongdoing and a desire to avoid detection. Another examiner had very similar things: antisocial personality disorder with borderline features, talked about the cannabis use disorder and full remission in a controlled environment. What's interesting about this particular report is the description of an antisocial personality disorder. The DSM-5 defines antisocial personality disorder as a pervasive pattern of disregard for a violation of the rights of others occurring since age 15 years, as indicated by three or more of the following: failure to conform to social norms with respect to lawful behaviors, as indicated by repeated performing acts that are grounds for arrest, 2, deceitfulness, as indicated by repeated lying, use of aliases, or conning others for personal profit or pleasure. 3, impulsivity or failure to plan ahead. 4, irritability and aggressiveness, as indicated by repeated physical fights or assaults. 5, reckless disregard for safety of self and others. 6, consistent irresponsibility, as indicated by repeated failure to sustain consistent work behavior or honor financial obligations. 7, lack of remorse, as indicated by being indifferent to or rationalizing having hurt, mistreated, or stolen from another. In addition, the individual is at least 18 years old and there's evidence of a conduct disorder prior to the age of 15. This examiner noted Mr. Brooks meets nearly all of the symptoms described above because he has exhibited a long-term maladaptive pattern of behavior involving a disregard for and violation of the rights of others, beginning in childhood and continuing through adult life. The borderline features reflect a general inability to sustain healthy relationships with others, including his domestically violent relationship with victim PPP. That examiner goes on with further analysis and conclusions, again finding that there is not support. The last examiner, again, made similar conclusions, also diagnosing Mr. Brooks with an antisocial personality disorder. Why is that important? There is no doubt that in our criminal justice system today, we face a crisis of the mentally ill intersecting in our courts. In the last year and a half alone, this court has ordered many competency evaluations, presided over a number of contested competency hearings, and ordered many, many evaluations for the special plea of not guilty by reason of mental disease or defect. And the bottom line is, for this court, Mr. Brooks does not present as a person who is either not competent or not guilty by reason of mental disease or defect. It is frankly heartbreaking to see those individuals who truly suffer from schizophrenia, for example, intersect in our criminal justice system. Sometimes they do unspeakable things. They hurt other people. I'm thinking of one such gentleman who was so schizophrenic and out of control. He couldn't even be kept in the courtroom. He was too loud. He clearly, if you've ever been in the room with someone who is suffering from auditory or visual hallucinations, it is not something you easily forget. It makes an impression, even on someone like myself, who's not an MD or a doctorate level psychologist. I've been in the room with an individual who was, when I did defense work, and he was accused of killing someone near and dear to him. It's a very, very different presentation. It's heartbreaking. It's heart-wrenching. Do the mentally ill sometimes commit atrocious crimes? They do. This is not one of those situations. We've heard Mr. Brooks's family talk about mental illness and bipolar. You know, in addition, and before I get to that, I've also had, over my 11 years on the bench, of coming face to face with evil on occasion. There are many times, good people do bad things, but there are times when evil people do bad things. There is no medication or treatment for a heart that is bent on evil. Child trauma, bipolar, indifference, physical abuse of a child, or even childhood trauma did not cause Darrell Brooks to commit the acts for which he will be sentenced here today. It is very clear to this court that he understands the difference between right and wrong, and that he simply chooses to ignore his conscience. He is fueled by anger and rage. Some people, unfortunately, choose a path of evil. And I think, Mr. Brooks, you are one of those such persons. As a mom, my heart breaks for your family, for your mom, and for your grandmother. The son that she raised, the grandson that your grandmother knew, the hopes and dreams they had for your life, they're gone. And I think it's perhaps far easier for them to blame a mental illness than to perhaps come to grips with their son did very, very bad things due to very bad motivations. One of the things ultimately that will happen when you are in prison, sir, is that the Department of Corrections, they are statutorily responsible for your care and your well-being, including your mental health. I do not have any authority to dictate to them where you go or how they treat you. That is far different than when there is support for a plea of not guilty by reason of mental disease or defect, because then the court has available what is called treatment facilities and a commitment to such a treatment facility. That is something that is simply not on the table. And again, 4 evaluations, not even my own assessment, but 4 evaluations from licensed professionals say otherwise, even in the face of your family saying that, and even in the face of you claiming that. I'm not even here to say that some of those things can't coexist and you might not have some of your own mental health issues, whether it be bipolar, childhood trauma, or things of that nature. But the bottom line is none of that caused you to do what you did on November 21 of 2021. I want to next turn to the trial in this case. And I think it's important that the sentence here today focuses on your conduct on November 21 of 2021 and the moments leading up to that tragic and fateful decision of yours to drive through the Waukesha Christmas parade. And of course, the moments after. I, of course, through my sentencing remarks and ultimately what I do here today, I can't answer all of the questions. I can't address all of the issues, including the why. Perhaps the one question that will remain unanswered. Why? Why did you barrel down White Rock Avenue? Why did you not stop? Why did you keep going? Many of us in this courtroom sat through the entire trial. And what we learned is that very early on in the afternoon of November 21, starting at around 1 p.m., the police got ready for the parade. The staging area was set up, and that was all along White Rock Avenue. Signs were put in place. Ultimately, barricades were put up at a number of locations on Main Street and surrounding that. We know, because we heard from Sergeant Warner about what he had done, and he had, right before the start of the parade, had driven down the parade route. It was on his shoulders, his responsibility to make sure everything was safe and in order. What's important about that staging area, sir, is we know that that is where the altercation with Erica Patterson really came to a head. We all watched that video, multiple videos. And we know that even before that, you appeared angry and upset. 2 individuals testified about you being at that mobile gas station, how you turned the wrong way down a one-way street, waved your hands in the air, rolled down your window, either exchanged gestures or words with one of the drivers. Perhaps 30 minutes or so before the start of the parade, maybe an hour or so before you drove down the parade route. But what's important is the signage. Even you, at one point, I believe when you were talking with Detective Carpenter, noted, it was my words, my assessment, it was clear something was going on. I think what you said was a lot of shit was blocked off. You'd driven past those signs on the staging area. The fact remains they were there, sir. And the fact remains is you told Detective Carpenter that. We then heard from the witnesses related to Ms. Patterson. We heard from Corey Runkle. We heard from Erica Patterson herself. My impression, based upon Erica Patterson's testimony, who, by the way, she showed grace and dignity facing you, the man who clearly has no regard for her as a mother of one of your children, as someone you had a domestic partnership with and a relationship with at one point.
That's not true.
We know, and I would say this goes to your character, what was shown through that altercation and going up the hill, following her, slapping her. You know, the rules don't matter to you, not the rules of the road, not the rules established by court orders, not the rules even of decorum and decency. And I'll get to this more fully when I talk about your character. And I know you went hard at Attorney Opper for her bringing these things up, but those are legitimate, lawful sentencing considerations. And when I get to that point, I'll tell you the case law that supports that. Your character, even your pending cases.
I don't need no case law.
We know at the time of all of this, right, you were out on bond for 2 felony cases, one involving a handgun, one involving the same vehicle in Erica Patterson, and one involving ultimately intimidation of Ms. Patterson. We know that on November 20th, and she was very contrite about this. She told you where she was. She invited you out there. And that you had contact with her on the 20th. There was some physical.
Contact with her on the 20th.
Mr. Brooks, this is my time. You need to not interrupt.
That's the reason why the charge was dropped.
Mr. Brooks,
the state
you need to stop.
Said specifically, wrote you, Your Honor, and said that they know it was no incident that day.
Mr.
And
Brooks,
now you want to sit up here.
Do not interrupt me or you will be removed to the other
courtroom.
courtroom.
And now you want to sit up here.
Stop.
And try to add something in that you know for a fact never even happened. You want to sit up here and talk about who has grace and all this. You talking about someone with 5 kids that don't have custody.
You need to stop right now or you will be removed.
Remove me then.
All right. He will be removed. He cannot simply stay quiet when this court talks.
Anyway, I don't consent to this. Just like I told you, I don't know the.
We'll be in recess until he's removed.
I don't even
to the
understand
other courtroom.
the true nature and cause.
Oh my goodness. He just can't keep his mouth shut, can he? He's going to the other courtroom, and for anybody that's new, that's tuning in, that's never seen him being moved to the other courtroom, it takes a few minutes, but I have a feeling that Judge Darrell is going to make this a really quick break. As soon as he's sitting down, they make sure he's got his headphones on, and they better make him stare at that screen. I knew it. Yeah, I did too. Queen. I was like, oh my gosh. He knows what's coming. Remember when he first went into the courtroom in the beginning and he took off his shirt and just started lashing around? He's going to do that again. He's going to blow, Keisha. Yep, Lady Tinkerbell, he does need a muzzle. A muzzle. Well said, Heather. Remove me because I'm not man enough to let you tell the truth. T. Young, he's gonna wish he had a shock device on him. For anybody that missed it, right after the verdict, when he came up for his sentence scheduling, he threw this big shebang about how they had a shock device on him. And if anybody subscribed to my channel, you can go. I've got a lot of clips that I've kind of narrowed down into a short period of time so you can watch them and see how crazy this guy was in trial. So please hit the like button, hit the subscribe button. It really does help me out with the YouTube algorithm. He was going on and on about a shock device, and he was saying that they had a shock device on him during the entire trial. Oh, here we go. I have not messed with the mute button, so we should be able to hear this. No. They're probably going to make him settle down before they come back up. She's done that before. She's made him settle before she's brought him back, brought the court back into session. Those poor guys, those bailiffs behind him, they're so sick of him. I mean, we all are, but I feel bad for the entire the victims mostly the victims, but I'm trying to listen to make sure we don't miss anything. Yes, now the evil comes out. He can't hide it for long. He always has to show his true self eventually. But yes, I think he is going to end up coming. He's going to go off at when she does say it, and she's going to say it. Nike God, let me tell you, this judge has been through the ringer with this guy. She deserves her chance to speak, and I understand you're anxious, and we all are, but she deserves it. She needs her chance to say what needs to be said. She's speaking on behalf of all the victims.
Seated, I need to
Here we
first
go.
confirm that Mr.
Yes,
Brooks is able to hear and see the
Can you
court.
guys
We do
hear?
have the
Please let me
audio and
know.
visual
Drop a 1 in the chat.
on. If someone, I can see on the screen there is a head set on the table should he choose, but I have confirmation that the audio and visual are working in the other courtroom. Before I continue, of course, Mr. Brooks does have a right to be present for his sentencing. He's been present all along today up until his disruption. It was very clear to this court that he had absolutely no intention of stopping his tirade. I think there's really no other way to describe it. And this court needs to go through its remarks uninterrupted. And given the history in this case, which is well documented, of his disruptions and inability or unwillingness to follow the very simple rules of decorum and courtesy, which include not interrupting the court, I felt it important under Illinois versus Allen to remove him from the courtroom, as that is, of course, one of the options. And we have the benefit of the wonderful technology here in this courtroom and the adjoining courtroom, which I believe is the equivalent of being present, what I have referred to at times during this trial as the functional equivalent of being present in this very courtroom. But it is important that I go through this without interruption to make the record that I need to make. I'm going to backtrack No, you're not muted, sir. You're going to listen to me and you're not going to interrupt. So I want to, I don't want to call it a tangent, but I'm looking for a note that I made. Then you need to pledge to this court, sir, that you will not interrupt me despite what you may not like me saying. Can you do that?
I would like to exercise my right to be present.
All right, he's not making that pledge, and under Illinois versus Allen, unless he makes that pledge, he's not coming back into this courtroom. You are not. All right, clearly he's going to keep repeating that statement, so I have muted him at this point. It was my hope that he would honor the simple rule of courtesy and decorum, that he show respect to this court, to these proceedings, and not interrupt and talk over me, but that clearly is something he is unwilling or unable to do. I'll find my note that I wrote later. It had to do with, frankly, what this court has observed as a pattern with Mr. Brooks, and that is when testimony or statements by the court or statements by the prosecution team become unfavorable to him, he lashes out and he disrupts. And that has been borne out time after time after time during this trial. So let me go through and pick up where I left off about the trial. I'm not going to go through everything in detail, but I think it's important that I set the stage, right, and the basis for my sentencing. One of the things that I did note regarding Erica Patterson's testimony, because frankly, I wasn't sure where Mr. Brooks was going to go with his own defense, based on some of the remarks he made during his opening statement, which was actually later, but I guess I'll go back to my review of his recorded interview and some of the things that he tried to say. And at least it became apparent ultimately with the way he cross-examined witnesses. I wasn't sure if he would claim perhaps someone else was in the vehicle, he was afraid of police, the tinting of the windows, some of those things. Here's where it frankly doesn't matter, okay? Erica Patterson provided key testimony in this regard, that there was no one else in the vehicle with Mr. Brooks. And I'm aware that he wants to come back, but until he writes me a pledge that he will not interrupt me under Illinois versus Allen, he is not coming back in this courtroom. He has forfeited his right to be present during my remarks. And unless he makes that pledge to me in writing, he's not coming back in. One of the things I tried to do in my preparation, and let me tell you, I reviewed all of my notes from this trial. I have, I think, 9 notepads. I looked at just a couple of exhibits, but primarily the map, Exhibit 15. I really wanted to determine for myself how long this carnage took. We know the distance, right? From at least where he entered. And you know what, Madam Clerk, put my screen up, will you?
Sure. Let me see. Is there a video conference?
I'm going to put Exhibit 15 up because I think it's worth doing that. All right. We know he entered from White Rock, where the first star is on the right side, where it says Fleet 1, unmarked sedan and marked SUV. And that's where Detective Casey was. And so we know he goes 1, 2, 3 blocks before striking anyone. And then it's really about 5 blocks of what can only be described as chaos and carnage. We know we have, from the evidence and the testimony, 2 different speed calculations. One from Bosco's, that was the surveillance footage, between 33 and 34.5 miles per hour. And then we have one farther down from the footage from Curry Insurance, where it was an average 32 miles per hour. Now, I acknowledge math is not my strong suit. I did not do a calculation, but I don't think it took very long for all of this to happen. I think it was a matter of minutes. I think 5 minutes would even be far too long. It's probably 3, maybe. And it was somewhat hard to gauge during the trial because of how the state presented. And I don't mean this as a criticism, but they were very meticulous in showing video, breaking it down, showing it at half speed, sometimes 30% speed, to really get an understanding of what was happening. And at no point did anyone ever tell me or tell the jury how long this took. But even though it took just a couple of minutes, there were so many opportunities for Mr. Brooks to simply stop, turn around, turn down other streets before he ever crossed Barstow Avenue. And what we know is that at 4:37, Detective Tom Casey had the first police encounter with Darrell Brooks. Came face to face, Detective Casey at the hood of the car, coming eye to eye. The SUV brushed past him. And here's the thing. Detective Casey said he wasn't going very fast. To me, that tells me he had ample time to reflect about what he was about to do. If you look on that map, it's not a pledge, he's not coming in. When you come down White Rock, you can take a hard left on East Main Street. You can take what I call a soft left. I believe it's Pleasant Street. And Detective Casey, you can correct me if I'm wrong. I can't see it on the map. Frankly, you can turn around at any point in time on White Rock Avenue. But instead, and I think if you all try to picture this, as difficult as it may be, there's squads with lights, there's barricades. I know I read in the other act's motion that Mr. Brooks claimed at one point he was having a panic attack, and he, again, maybe I think he was going to claim at some point he was afraid of police. Why drive toward them? Why take that right-hand turn? There's no reasonable explanation other than he was angry, he was full of rage, and he didn't care who he came in contact with, what he came in contact with, whether he drove past, through, at, he drove. Detective Casey pounded on the hood of that car, saw his face, again, was brushed by that SUV, thankfully not hurt. All of this preceded by the visual signs along White Rock Avenue of the staging of this parade. Floats, bands, banners, signs, people. And as you got closer to Main Street, the spectators lining those streets, which both, I believe, Detective Casey and Sergeant Warner said were thousands of people. Before he ever gets to Barstow Avenue, he comes in contact with, after Detective Casey, Officer Buttrin and Officer Schneider. He has an opportunity, if you look at this map, he could go right on Buckley. Again, there might be police, there might be barricades. You simply stop, You ask, can I get out? No doubt in my mind, any police officer there would have done just that. He could have gone left on Northeast Avenue. Continuing down, he could have gone left on Martin Street. Continuing on, Barstow Avenue. This is where the parade participants, unfortunately, he has contact with them, but he could have gone right on Barstow. He could have gone left on Barstow. And we know from some of the footage that we saw that his car was seen flying past, true, not hitting one at this point, but flying past. There's no logical understanding for Mr. Brooks other than he's in the middle of a parade and he can see them. Anyone driving a vehicle would see what's ahead. And we know from this map, right, what was ahead of him. We saw that video footage. We heard the testimony. Many police vehicles at these intersections with their lights flashing. There's no doubt in my mind that Mr. Brooks would understand a parade was going on. You can turn off my monitor. Thank you. We also know it was not yet dark. Dusk. This was from the battalion chief who talked about when he arrived after that first alert at 4:39, it was not yet dark, it was dusk. I think that aids to the visibility that Mr. Brooks would have seen all of these people. This is not under cover of night. It's, of course, downtown Waukesha. We saw city lights and many of the street lights I'm referring to in many of the videos as well that would have been on or coming on. We know just past Barstow, he strikes his first victim, Nicole White. She was with Remax Services with the hot air balloon. If anyone's seen that, we saw it in the video. That is unmistakable what that is. That would get anyone's attention. If this was a mistake, if he was lost, this was his very first opportunity to stop and do the right thing after causing injury to a person. But he didn't. He did not stop. And then, of course, the Waukesha South Band. It's hard not to think about what I watched and not have this reaction. Those were images that frankly kept me up at night, that I saw over and over and over. For their band director, she is a hero to me, to get up on the stand, to talk about, and that was Sarah Waymeyer Aparicio, to identify each one of her students, talk about their formation, talk about what she saw. So strong for all of you. Mr. Brooks had another opportunity to stop. This wasn't one isolated person that he could claim, I didn't know I struck someone. This was driving over people. What Kyle Jewell described as the SUV went over people like they were big old speed bumps. I know the Green children were injured around there. Thankfully, their physical injuries were minor, and I know I could probably spend a long time talking about the injuries of the band members, and I'm not going to go through that. They were significant. It was horrific. Thankfully, none of them were killed. And then, of course, moving on to Burst Logistics, between the band and the Blazers, That is where Kelly Graybow and her 10-year-old daughter, Adelia, were in that adorable Cindy Lou Who costume. And what struck me, and Kelly referenced this in her statement yesterday, was seeing the tires go past her head after she was hit. Adelia had major injuries as well. And then, of course, the footage from the Waukesha Blazers. And Jeff Rogers talked both at the trial, he testified, and he gave a statement yesterday about, again, having to come into this courtroom, talk about all of those who were with him, who were injured. And of course, little Jackson Sparks, another video that frankly is very difficult to watch and hard to unsee. You heard not only Jeff, but Josh Craner talk about what happened. And Josh, of course, being struck. And then the extreme dance group. I think it's fair that I didn't fully understand the extent of their injuries until hearing from many of the victims yesterday. I now understand why one of the girls called her aunt and said, "My entire team is dead," because that's what it looked like. It was horrific. And to think of those two brave young ladies who got up during this trial to testify about what they saw, what they did, Jamie and Alyssa, your dancers are proud of you. And because of you, justice has been served. We heard from others, spectators, Deborah Ramirez, regarding herself and her son, that the vehicle was accelerating, not stopping. A moment that sticks out to me was really Mr. Brooks trying to chastise her for not seeking medical attention right away. Her response was perfect. She waited due to the number of injured and all the blood she saw. Understandable. Not something to be chastised for. And then moving on, and again, I know I'm not mentioning everybody. These are just some of the highlights that, and I should call them lowlights, not highlights, but some of the testimony and evidence that really, really impacted the court. Stephanie Bonesteel and her husband testified about what Citizens Bank was doing, hearing the impact against Jane, a very loud thud and an audible gasp from the crowd. Her husband, Adam, was driving the support vehicle. And when he was being cross-examined about why he didn't see the driver, again, he just simply said, "I thought it was my wife that had been hit. All I saw was the red poncho." And the only time we ever heard about brake lights was when Jane Kulik was on that vehicle and he braked so he could get her off the top and run her over. We heard from Matthew Harris, who talked about the red SUV coming straight at them and then veering and going in the direction of the dancing grannies. And again, that audible gasp as he described that eerie sound. He saw a child injured in front, Jane Kulik behind. Actually, the child and Jane Kulik behind, and two victims ahead. He saw two of the dancing grannies. What he described as the SUV traveling faster than the speed limit. What I wrote down from his testimony is he's a combat vet, and this is what he said. "I've never saw anything like this in such a safe area." You could tell he felt bad about not seeking treatment right away for his daughter. He talked about how his wife's a nurse practitioner. And again, he didn't want to direct resources from other victims, that we thought she was okay enough to be home with them. Now, by this time in the parade, it's very clear the spectators are noticing something is not right. The sounds, the atmosphere has changed. They're screaming, there's gasping. There's a noticeable difference. It's at this point, I believe, that Owen was struck, Kelsey was struck. Probably another miracle, given the injuries she sustained, with a tear in her spleen, significant road rash, cuts, requiring facial surgery. What Mr. Knapp described the driver as having eyes completely wide open. And then next we heard from Laura Thien, one of the dancing grannies. She talked about the sisterhood. Another brave woman came in, talked about what happened to that group. 7 people injured from her group, 4 fatalities. She said it all happened in a matter of seconds. All I seen was bodies. It looked like a war. The 6 people who were killed suffered multiple blunt force traumatic injuries, severe, significant, some dying instantly. I was impressed by both Dr. Scheel and Dr. Bidzricki. Dr. Bidzricki for her attention to detail, her looking at that vehicle, inspecting it, looking at the heights where certain damage was done, and it being consistent in height with the individuals that she did the autopsies on. And of course, Dr. Scheel, and both of these individuals have testified before me, but Dr. Scheel, very shaken from the autopsy of little Jackson Sparks. We then, continuing on, heard from Father Witter, very gracious man. He too talked about how he noticed something unusual, saw an SUV flying down the road, heard thuds. It was faster than anyone in their right mind would be going. He estimated it to be over 25 miles per hour. And then Lucas Hallmark, the off-duty police officer who was walking with his family on that day. He talked about the commotion behind, the large amount of screaming. You could feel it was palpable when he testified about having the wherewithal to try to get his kids out of the way, throwing his 3-year-old as far as he could out of the way. You could see the pain on his face when he talked about not being that successful with his 7-year-old. He said, I wasn't quick enough. He testified that he thought this was a terrorist act, that SUV did not stop. I referenced the speed already. The ACE speed estimation from Detective Carpenter, 33 to 34 miles per hour, a little bit more than that. The speed calculation by Michael Smith from State Patrol from farther down the route of averaging 32 miles per hour. And then, of course, the vehicle inspection by the State Patrol, finding no mechanical issues. There was also the Franklin Assistant Chief who attended the parade. He was near West Main Street in Maple. He provided the testimony regarding the SUV, the window being open, and the driver sticking his head out, looking out. He testified how he thought perhaps it was either a medical emergency, maybe even a mechanical issue, but it was clear once that SUV passed him and he saw that driver. He saw you, Mr. Brooks. No panic, no distress. His heart sank. He knew it was not a medical emergency. The body language just didn't fit. It did not believe it was mechanical at that point either. And then he saw the vehicle crank to the right. As he testified, he seemed excited about what he had done. Another off-duty police officer, this one from Waukesha, talked about how he saw Mr. Brooks after the fact crash the vehicle, hear him yell out an expletive and run southbound with his sweatshirt still on. We all saw that video. Of course, at one point, Officer Skolton had contact. And as he testified, he put things together. Keep in mind all of the radio traffic, right? About one person, then like 15 people and another 15. It was very apparent to him that although he was on the far end, he was around the dog leg on Wisconsin and Maine, that a vehicle had driven through the parade. He saw this vehicle. Of course, at that point, it was heavily damaged. He made the decision to use deadly force. What did he do after? What did Darrell Brooks do after? We crashed the vehicle. He fled the scene in a hurry. He changed his appearance, took off his sweatshirt, loses his shoes, I think in a hurry to get out of there, not caring that they had fallen off. He puts his hair up. We saw that on a number of videos. He asked unsuspecting people to use their phone to call an Uber. All within minutes of all of this happening. He was in such a hurry to get out of there, he left his phone in the SUV. He calls his mother, who arranges for an Uber. We heard from the Uber driver. He never showed up. It was nearby, ultimately, where he was found. And then, of course, the ring footage of his contact with Daniel Ryder. That is at 5:01 p.m. Minutes after all of this happened. Mr. Ryder was astute, noticing that after Mr. Brooks being in his home for maybe 8 to 9 minutes, he saw squads driving by. I think you could say his gut told him something wasn't right. And he had Mr. Brooks go onto the porch, of course, after having given him a sandwich, given him a coat to wear. Ultimately asks him for his coat back. And then, of course, the arrest. This is where some of the lies become evident. Mr. Brooks claims ultimately when he's being interviewed by Detective Carpenter, they have to actually seek medical clearance for him because he claims that he was thrown to the ground when he was arrested. He was not. The video is very clear. He cooperated. He laid down. There was no use of force used at all to take him into custody. But we know ultimately that he lies about what he was doing in Waukesha, how he got there, who he was with. He lies about having contact with Erica Patterson the day before. We know when he's found, he has the Ford Key credit card, not only in his name, but one, whether it's a credit card or like a benefits card, but it's in the name of Erica Patterson, and of course an ID for himself, a state-issued ID. The Ford itself is registered in his mom's name. It's the same address that's on his ID, and there was documentation found in the Ford Escape. He's now in custody. He's taken to the substation, ultimately taken to Waukesha Memorial Hospital. What's notable about the video and audio clips that this court reviewed from the hospital, Mr. Brooks is calm. He's coherent. There's no obvious signs of impairment, no obvious signs or really any signs of mental distress. He makes statements that he's not from the area. He doesn't appear disoriented or confused. At some point, there's kind of a jovial atmosphere between him and one of the detectives. The next day, he lies to Detective Carpenter, denies driving to Waukesha. I got a ride. He makes up the story about a tan Kia. He's very nondescript and vague with the information that he provides. And over the course of those 5 hours, he never once references the parade. He never once says there was another driver. Of course, they start talking to him initially about the domestic altercation because by that time, it's very clear a link had been made between Erica Patterson and the call that police originally received of the domestic, or at least an altercation near Frame Park and Mr. Brooks. We also know, because of the bond conditions in the 2 felony cases, he's not supposed to have any contact with her whatsoever, but he does. At no time during the 5 hours on November 22nd does he make any admissions. Does he show any concern for any of the victims? No empathy, only lies, only concern for himself, for his family. Can I have a phone call? He does not provide, and I said this already, the name of anyone else that could be driving that vehicle. At one point, Detective Carpenter says, one of 2 people drove through the Waukesha Christmas parade. Either a God-fearing person who screwed up or the malicious guy. Darrell Brooks's response is, don't spin it. One of the things that has become abundantly clear throughout this trial, Darrell Brooks understands exactly what he's doing. His comprehension is fine. I have absolutely no concerns and have never had any concerns throughout this case and throughout this trial, or even through the past day and a half regarding his competency. He's intelligent, he's deliberate, he's purposeful. He made nuanced arguments during this trial, one about the right to counsel versus the right to the assistance of counsel. That's a sophisticated legal argument, not the product of someone who doesn't understand. He asked questions on cross regarding tint, horns. He brought up the recall after the fact. He talked and asked questions about, question about barricades, police being at the intersection. Although we never fully understood what his defense was, what became very apparent to me as I reread through all of my notes is that from the very beginning, he wanted to argue jury nullification. If you go back to his opening statements, he talked about power and the jury doing the right thing. He repeated that theme during his closing statement. At one point, he objected to evidence based upon a violation of one of the court's pretrial rulings. Again, a pretty sophisticated objection that resulted in the court striking an exhibit that had previously been received. Today, he spent close to 2 hours talking on his own behalf without any notes. He covered a variety of topics. I want to talk next about, here's my note that I found. One more thing on Mr. Brooks. You know, at times, right, we've seen the eye rolling, the fake clapping, the laughing, hand gestures, many times and most times very emotionless. Unless he's doing those things, which would be really inappropriate and are inappropriate. His reactions are largely negative when things are not going his way. What did this community suffer as a result of this tragedy, this malicious conduct by Mr. Brooks? Well, I think many of the victims who spoke said it best. Lori Locken described it as this: a sense of personal safety you robbed from us. I believe it was Bill Mitchell who said, the only life he seems to value is his own. Jason referred to it as evil. And he talked about innocence being stolen. He called the defendant a coward. No remorse. What he said is, you look like a monster. You look disrespectful to court and witnesses. You look like a callous jerk. But I forgive you. Such character, such compassion. Margaret talked about the mental, physical, and emotional toll this has taken. She talked about how it was so traumatizing that her mind won't let her see everything that has happened, and that she's worried when her mind might allow her to do that. I'm thankful that she's 95% back to normal. She talked about emotionally every day, she's reminded of the physical pain and the loss of self. But she's had tremendous support from family and friends, and that today she will move on. Jeff Rogers also commented on the lack of remorse and sympathy for the victims, how he has had to relive just the immenseness of this, the confusion, the anxiety, depression as a father, and irritation. He talked about how his son, Caden, was so concerned for his younger sister. I'm really glad Riley is okay. I believe that was from the day of the parade. And how he recognized he was inches away from losing 3 of his 4 kids just because of where they were located. He had flashbacks of grabbing his daughter's jacket, missing the first time, but that Riley gets up sometimes 6, 7, 8 times a night. How this was supposed to be a happy kickoff event for him as their new president, and how after it happened and in the aftermath, the weight of the moment, and 35 people there trying to find everyone, weighed on him. He talked about the media showing up at his door and the emotional toll things have taken. It was intense, and speaking at Jackson's funeral. He talked about how his faith is stronger. Again, very gracious, very inspiring. We heard next from Jessica and Juan, and how this impacted them, the loss of their son's friend, Jackson. Their kids were involved in 2 different groups that day. One, a dance group, not the extreme dance group, but a different one. And then, of course, the Blazers. And how, I believe it was Jessica who said, I yelled stop. I put my hands out as if I had the power. How she saw Jackson, and how she will forever have that image burned in her memory. And that she was so grateful when she found her son, how she covered his eyes to shield him from what was around. Not once, but twice they had to run, because at first it was what happened through the parade, and then the active shooter situation because of obviously people didn't know who had fired the shots in that moment. And she talked about pain and terror. Many people talked about PTSD. I mean, for her, I was really struck by how difficult it has been because of what she saw, not able to be a teacher, how she's hyper vigilant, and every sound sends her into a panic, how her joy has been stolen, and how she does her best to hold it together for her kids. But when she was alone, she cried, she screamed. And only a month ago was she able to return to work, but in a very different capacity. She commented on the lack of remorse by Mr. Brooks and that he seems to search only for sympathy for himself. She said he will always be a danger to society. We heard from more individuals. From the Blazers, again, a lot of discussion of PTSD. The sights and sounds of the SUV plowing through, the impact to her and the kids, the nightmares, how parking lots are problems, there's panic attacks, that no one will ever be the same. Of course, we heard next from the Sparks family. They're hurt, angry, they're traumatized, they're broken. It was difficult to even watch them make their statements. Their hurt is palpable. She talked about her last hug with Jackson, the horrible sounds she heard. She saw a police officer holding Jackson. She went to Tucker and that her world came crashing down. She talked about how she found a hat, both boys' hats, then shoes. And I didn't realize how significantly Tucker had been injured until she described that for us yesterday. How Tucker somehow blames himself for his brother's death. It's not your fault, Tucker. It's Mr. Brooks's fault. One of the things when there is a fatality with all of these victims is the future that is robbed from them, right? No future weddings, no future graduations, no future grandchildren or children, no plans. It's just gone. It's all memories. And the contrast with, frankly, what Mr. Brooks will have, and that is even a life in prison, he'll make memories, he'll have phone calls, he'll have visits. He may even get to hug the people that he loves again. For the 6 individuals who lost their lives, that will never, ever be a reality. And that this family also talked about the lack of empathy, lack of remorse, no apology. I'm aware Mr. Brooks wants to come back. It says, I don't intend to interrupt in any way. That's not a pledge. He needs to pledge that he will not do so. I need that word in that statement. And if he does that, I'll bring him back in.
She wants to look at him when she sentences him, you guys. I don't blame her.
I'm going to try to go a little bit faster. Some of the comments. The yells and screams from that night will haunt me for the rest of my life. I'm asking the court to give the max for each conviction because he has given the community a life sentence of these memories. I think it was Tyler's mom who talked about the community rising like a phoenix. You clearly have a phoenix for a son. He's strong. He got me a little bit with his comments. Wasn't expecting that. You're an amazing young man. You're a picture of resiliency, of fortitude, of strength. I think what this community needs. I thought it was quite a testament that you took those pictures in the same pictures of Jackson. You replicated that, and I thought that was a great tribute to him. You talked about, of course, rising up with Eric, who had significant injuries as well, both of you, and how you fought back and each were able to play baseball, even if not up to the full capacity that you had done previously. And then we next heard from Sasha, who's haunted by survivor guilt. My heart breaks for her. She talked about feeling empty, how she couldn't play soccer because her kicking leg would hurt from the injuries she sustained. She has difficulty sleeping, struggles with nightmares. Physically and emotionally, she feels stuck. She talked about maybe law school being in her future. And to her, I say, don't give him the satisfaction of holding you back. Rely on your friends and your family and be the phoenix that Tyler's mom spoke about. Jen Dunn read a statement from Sasha's mom, and I wrote this down. No one knows what it's like to stand on your feet when there is no floor. That's a pretty powerful image. I think that's very apt for what this community has gone through. We heard from others, including the Teagues. We saw photographs. So many families with more than one individual who was injured. How baseball for Eric was stolen, how he was such a good player. We heard a lot about night terrors and, again, PTSD and trauma. One of the individuals talked about humor is good medicine, and I would echo that. We heard about one band member whose instrument may have very well saved his life. Someone described it as a mental massacre, though, the aftermath of this. It's difficult to go downtown. It's difficult to get restful slumber. Panic attacks are common. Describe Mr. Brooks as sheer evil in its vilest form. I wrote down that despite all of the impact and carnage, many people talked about forgiveness, brokenness, sorrow, anger, hatred, regret. A lot of emotions, frankly, really no emotion shown by Mr. Brooks, certainly not for what he did on November 21st. We saw a lot of anger for some of the people who lost loved ones, and understandably so. Many families were devastated. Nannies and grandmas were taken away. Yes, there were very specific terms used to describe Mr. Brooks, that in their opinion, he's a monster, he's a demon. Pure, unrepentant evil was one of the phrases that were used. Talked about the system failing us. saw you in your SUV hanging out with a smile of satisfaction on your face. For one of Leanna Owen's sons, I lost my mom, and I wasn't always a good son. You can hear, right, the regret in that statement, because life is short, and these lives were taken far too short. We heard the very gracious statement from Michael Carlson, who, unbeknownst to me, had been writing Mr. Brooks in jail and sharing the gospel and the love of Jesus. He read a poem, which I thought was beautiful, from the standpoint of his sister. And he said this, in that poem, it says, "We both died that day. I, Tamara, died to life. You died to the world." And then, of course, the Sorensen family talked next. They talked about never seeing their Grammy again. You murdered my mom. But at least I have some peace knowing she died doing something she loved. We heard from Brooke yesterday and today. She reread her statement due to the interruption. Proud of her for getting up here and sharing that. We talked about how compassionate each one of these individuals who died were. We heard about the compassion from Detective Casey that we learned about. It said Detective Casey came to our home to verify what we knew, and he greeted us every day of this trial. They ended with, "Angels watch over us." 6 angels watching over us today. They asked me to hold Mr. Brooks accountable so that he will not have the opportunity to hurt anyone ever again. We heard from the Kulik family about the empty space that they have and the brokenness, their lives being shattered by mom and grandma being taken away. We heard from her youngest daughter among them. The grief was so palpable, being 17 and in high school as a senior, now a first year in college. She talked about all of the things she will never have with her mom. Just the last year alone, an 18th birthday for her and her brother, graduation, and beginning college. She lamented that her mom would never see her do her wedding vows, never see any kids that she would have, be a grandmother. She wouldn't be able to call her mom for parenting advice. And how excruciating it was for that family to wait 3 hours because of the chaos at the hospital. Talked about triggers of their PTSD, sirens, things of that nature. And how she waited. She waited hoping that Darrell Brooks would have a reason. She also said this, "No verdicts don't bring my mom back. No more hugs, no more dinners, no more talks. My mom was the glue that kept our family together, and we are falling apart." Moving on, Leanne talked about her safety and security being stolen by this defendant. She asked Mr. Brooks to picture his own daughter, unresponsive, lying on the ground with a leg injury, a head injury, and blood coming out of her mouth. She talked about the excruciating 2 weeks in the hospital, wondering if her daughter would ever live, in a wheelchair and then a walker for months. She said this, "All you had to do was hit the brakes." Her daughter talked about being scared of everything, worried about a sister, being alone in a church for 3 hours on lockdown because of what was happening in the aftermath. And we heard next from the Darrell family. A family that, of course, was impacted significantly with 4 of their children, all of their children being struck by the SUV, with the mom, of course, having to testify, in this case being called by Mr. Brooks, which, of course, was his right to call witnesses. But it's the manner in which, I think, the indifference, not caring that this was someone who had 4 children impacted significantly. But clearly, you're raising your kids the right way. Grace and dignity, Charlotte got up and talked about the basic things you learned in kindergarten. She described what she saw as being stupid, delusional, and egotistical. She wanted to punch you in the face, and understandably so. I think her words were, "Your arrogance is pathetic." And her mom echoed those words. And then the gut-wrenching survivor guilt that you heard from her mom. She goes, "I say this with a heavy heart. I have my kids here. I had to fight for my children. They will strive." And then, of course, we heard from Alyssa, her heart-wrenching statement. She, of course, testified bravely, but you could tell the impact that this had on her and what she saw in the aftermath to the extreme dance team. How one of the girls, who at 10 years old, even lying on the ground being injured, had the wherewithal to ask, why would someone do this? If a 10-year-old knew this, then the defendant knew this. And how she left the hospital not knowing if she would see some of her girls again. She was completely and utterly broken, forever changed by this event. She waited. She talked about how she waited for remorse, for empathy. It didn't happen. Dylan Darrell said something very insightful yesterday, something we didn't hear about in the trial, but because of where he was at on the parade route, around the corner, waiting for his children, he didn't even know that all of them were in the parade. He said this, you hit the brakes to go around the corner. And then you drove through a barricade where an officer shot at you 3 times. Those brakes were working. You knew how to use them. And you selfishly only used them so as to not crash your own vehicle as you fled the scene. Talked about walking through and around that corner through the wake of carnage, bodies all over, women, adults, children deceased, people running all over. We heard from more of the members of the extreme dance team, either directly or parents and loved ones, how they had to walk through the carnage to find their children. Such a gracious statement of love, talking to Mr. Brooks about being a Christian and how she prays for him. Very powerful. Thank you for that. Her daughter, equally as powerful and brave and gracious. But even she knew, she said, I thought about you every day. How could someone do this? More victims talking about PTSD. how even the song that was playing during the extreme dance team performance is a trigger for her PTSD. And how she's forgiven him. We heard from the sister of victim HH and how the first thing she talked about was the sound of Vivian Darrell whimpering, crying, and then she found her sister, how her clothes were ripped off. She was unconscious, half naked. How she felt forgotten because her mom was at the hospital with her sister, of course, due to the severity of her injuries. How her sister was in a coma for 2 weeks, but how she has survivor guilt and issues like that, panic attacks, PTSD. She can't be around fireworks. Tire screeching is a trigger. That this turned her life upside down. And then, of course, we heard from victim HH herself. So brave to come here. I'm so very thankful you are recovering. Someone commented on how amazing it is to see the many people with their in recovery. You wouldn't know by looking at them, of course, the emotional and mental injuries are significant and severe, but so grateful. Frankly, lucky to be alive. I say to you, that scar on your neck should be a sign of strength and fortitude. You fought, you won. You have a story to tell. Don't shy away from it. Of course, we heard from her mother as well. We saw that PowerPoint with the pictures of their journey. The road rash on her face was horrific. You can only get a mental picture from words so much, but to see those actual pictures, her being intubated, and it's heart-wrenching. And all of the surgeries and the toll it took on their family. But she described her daughter as a warrior. I think all of you here are warriors. We heard from Sam and her family and what she went through and how significant her injuries were. And her mom talked about the haunting vision she has of just what she saw because of her perspective. Sitting in the back of the pickup truck, she had a seat, a front row seat to her. How she thought her daughter was dead because she was unresponsive, and blood and really kind of the chaos and the confusion, and not really even being able to articulate what happened over the phone to her husband. She described what happened as careless and reckless. Asking Mr. Brooks, how could you do this? What kind of father does that? The last person we heard from was victim, I think it's Gigi, the mother of FF. If I have it reversed, please excuse me. And how you could, I actually have her written statement that was provided earlier today, but how she was so taken aback by the conduct of Mr. Brooks that she frankly called him out on it yesterday, because he was kind of motioning his hand like, okay, come on, let's get this over with, hurry up. She yelled at him, you don't care. She goes, you hit me, I saw you, you knew, you're a child killer, you're a woman killer. She was so flustered, she had to really gather herself before she could continue. So again, I want to thank the victims. I have other statements that I've read for people. So gracious. I think they were all members of the Catholic communities. Their statements were translated, very gracious, praying for Mr. Brooks So I just wanted you all to know that I've taken all of these statements into consideration today. I can't read your sign, Mr. Brooks. Can you hold it up closer? If it's a pledge that you will not interrupt me, I will bring you in for what will be the final section of my remarks today in the sentencing portion.
Judge, I think you should give them that opportunity before you go through the
I'll do that.
sentencing factors. And I can only read the top where it says objection, but
I can't tell what it is, what it says. He can bring the sign with. We'll clear the courtroom. We'll take a short break, and I will bring him back in. But I will warn you, Mr. Brooks, that there is one interruption, you will go back to that room because you will forfeit your right to be present for the sentencing portion. We'll be in recess until we can get him back in. Thank you.
Okay, I don't think the recess is going to be long because she didn't give a time limit because it's already close to 5 o'clock. Why hasn't she bonked the gavel off his forehead yet? Cobra, you know what? If that were me, it would have happened the first day of trial. No, it would have happened in pre-trial. But that's not me. She's very good at her job. But I know you meant to be funny when you said that. And I apologize. I was chewing when they went on break, so I was trying to eat something. Okay. Best ever was him representing himself. So true, Texas. Oh my goodness. We'll never get this kind of stuff in court ever again. Yeah, I think Malcolm's saying she can't go past today on this. This has got to be done. And she wants she wants to end this before the anniversary of the parade. Which, by the way, I said this yesterday, and just in case some of you guys were not here and missed it, they are going to have another Christmas parade in Waukesha this year. So kudos to them. And guess what their theme is? It's peace on earth. Isn't that beautiful? And all of the first responders to the tragedy are going to be the grand marshals of the parade. Chantel says, how do you object to the judge giving her statement? I know, right? Is she, Spaceboy thinks that the judge has 3 kids. I wonder, she has to have children. She's been down this road before, you could tell. Spider-Man's gonna go make coffee. Will you make me some, please, Spider-Man? Because I can't get up for that long. She has 2 boys and a little girl, Chantel says. I'm so glad. You must have Googled that, Chantel. I'm so glad. I want to see and hear her reaction. Oh, hear his reaction when the hammer comes down. You know what? We all are. He is. I think he's going to throw a tantrum, Private. I think that he's going to start throwing his hands in the air, taking his clothes off again. But they probably have extra bailiffs around because they know it too. She's methodically, let's see. Yes, Steve says that she has methodically taken away any chance at having an appeal heard. She has. Oh, and from day one, she saw him coming. I love her. She's so good. Right, Private, she's the best judge. I think she is the best judge I've ever seen. I remember when I went right as this one was over and I was going and watching a few other trials, just kind of peeking in on them. And I felt sorry for the judges. I know that's horrible to say that, but I was like, oh, you're not Judge Darrell. I wonder if she can be a celebrity and still be on the bench. I doubt it. She probably can't do interviews either because I would love to interview her. Like she'd even talk to me, right? Yes, Dread. You guys have helped me so much today. We got 104 people in here, and this is the most that I've ever had in a live. Of course, this is only my 4th live. So I really appreciate that. This is the 2nd day that I've done a trial. Of course, the first day was yesterday. when we were watching the victim impact statements together. And I just want to thank you guys who were here yesterday and you guys came back. You guys rock so much. Thank you. Do you know how bad it is to be on a live and nobody and to see the number and know that nobody's watching? That happened to me the second time I went live. Let's see. The judge absolutely knows exactly how to run a courtroom. His sign that he had a while ago, you guys, it had objection, I think, written on the very top of it. Can he object at this point? The trial's over with. Can he object technically? I don't think he can he? Queen says, okay, no more joking for me. Let him come in and cram that verdict into his ears, down his throat, and then mic drop. Girl, I'm with you on that. We need peace all over the world. Oh, Private. I tell you what, I know I'm sounding my age when I say this, but things have changed so much. Jennifer says, I love Wisconsin people. So wonderful. Peace on earth. Yes. I've never been to Wisconsin. I don't know if I could handle the cold weather.
Thank you. Please be seated.
Oh, here we go. One in the chat, so I know you guys can hear.
The record should
please.
reflect that it's 4:53. Mr. Brooks is back in this courtroom. Mr. Brooks, the only way I will honor that request is if you specifically waive your right to do so. Without that, that's not a convenience for you over there. It's you go over there when you frankly demand removal under Illinois versus Allen.
I didn't demand anything.
No, your conduct did. So
My
you can
conduct
sit.
didn't demand anything either.
Right, Mr. Brooks,
You
please
keep
sit
changing-
down.
You keep
And
changing
I'm
the
going to continue
jurisdiction.
with my sentencing remarks.
You keep changing the jurisdiction. Jurisdiction, it's a subject matter jurisdiction that has yet to be proven on the record. In
Mr.
that court
Brooks?
and in this one.
Please sit down.
I would like to go back to the other court.
It's not a courtesy to you. If you'd like to specifically waive your right to be physically present, then I will entertain that. Otherwise, you need to sit down.
I never waived the right to not be present.
That's
I had
because you forfeited your right
I
to be
didn't
present
forfeit
by
anything,
conduct.
Your Honor.
You're
I
now
wrote-
back in this courtroom.
Your Honor, I wrote 3. I did what you asked me to do.
You
said,
never once pledged to me, sir, that
No.
you would not interrupt. And
You-
you're demonstrating by being here that you continue to interrupt.
Man, I ain't trying to hear all that because at the end of the day, I did what you asked me to do. You told the bailiff to tell me.
Mr. Brooks, this is not a debate.
You told the bailiff to tell
It's
me
not
that
a
I had
debate.
to
You
write.
asked to come over here and I honored that.
Well,
and
I
I brought you
exercised my
back.
right 3 times. I shouldn't have had to do it 3 times.
None of those opportunities that you wrote to me said, I pledge to not interrupt.
I never
Judge
had to do
Darrell."
that before. You've never required that before.
That is actually not true, sir.
You've never required that before. Every single time that I've been brought over there, after some time, sometimes very short, sometimes an extended period of time.
You are just simply trying to delay the
I'm-
inevitable. Please sit
I
down.
don't care about the inevitable. It was
I need
already
to
written
get
from day
through
one
this
what was going to
hearing.
happen. It doesn't make me lose any sleep about that. I know I'm okay. I'm okay with everything.
Then please sit down.
I just want to be treated fairly, which I have
Please.
not been.
Please sit down.
And then Your Honor, and then you
Mr.
always make it seem
this is
like
not a
you always
debate.
make it seem like it's some type of aim, and it's not.
Please sit down.
We're talking about constitutional rights. You just told me, or you told the bailiff to tell me that I had to exercise a right that I should already have. I did that. Not once, not twice, 3 times. And it still wasn't honored. And then I raised this sign. I'm waving this for like 20 minutes, saying I would want to come back. I'm doing this.
You're here now.
Can I come back? Can I come back? Can I
So
come
sit
back?
down.
It wasn't honored. And then I
So I
said,
can
okay,
finish.
I'll write this and I'll see if Your Honor can see it on the screen. The objection sign saying,
Mr.
I
Brooks,
exercise my right
if
to
you
be present.
stop for a
May I have
minute,
the order of the court?
I'll explain it, but you have to stop so I can explain it.
Your Honor, I did what you asked me to do.
Actually not.
Yes.
Let me explain
And
if
I
you would
didn't-
like.
If I didn't, Your Honor, if I did not do what you asked me to do, then why was I allowed to come back if I did not do what you asked me
Because
to do?
I'm frankly going to a very distinct portion of this hearing where I am going to impose sentence.
Okay, that doesn't
and
answer
that
the question, though, Your Honor.
matters.
It doesn't answer the question.
Please sit down and I will explain and
Your
remain
Honor,
quiet
with all
without
due-
interrupting me.
With all due respect.
That doesn't mean you're respecting me, so please sit down.
With all due respect, you told the bailiff when I first said, because every time that I've been brought over there in the past,
Mr. Brooks,
you always stated
I don't need a history
you
lesson
always
of
stated
what I've done.
that when I exercise my right to be present,
Untrue.
You've always said we
Untrue.
have the record. We have the record. We can dig into the record.
Mr. Brooks,
I know what the requirement was of me going over there. You've always stated on the record that when I exercise my right to be present, you will bring me back if I will follow the rules of decorum. That's your exact words, which you said every time.
which you're
I've
demonstrating
never
right now
never
that
had-
you have absolutely
Your
no
Honor,
ability to do.
With all due respect, I've never had to go through any type of certain words that needed to be said or stressed or anything like that before. I've always done it the way that you've asked me to do it. No different than today when I told the bailiff I would like to be present. You told the bailiff if he wants to be present, he has to put it in writing.
And pledge to me that he will not interrupt me
I put it in writing.
without a pledge.
So why am I here?
Because I'm going to move on to another phase of this hearing, and I thought it important that you be here in person.
So I was here.
But you didn't reclaim your right to be back here.
Then why am I here
am
then, Your Honor?
allowing it to
Okay,
happen.
and I respect that you're allowing it, but still, it doesn't answer the question, though, Your Honor. It does not answer the question.
Mr. Brooks.
Your Honor, as a
Mr.
public
Brooks.
servant, I have the right to ask questions
Sir,
of Your Honor.
I'm going to ask you one more time, and if you refuse to sit down, then you are in direct disobedience of a court order. Sit down and be quiet so I can make the appropriate record.
Can you tell me what the
All
court
right,
order
he's
is?
not going to obey. He's now forfeited
I
his
didn't say
right
I
to be
wasn't gonna
present.
obey.
He will go into the
I
other
didn't say I
courtroom.
wasn't going to obey.
We'll be
I
in
just
recess
asked what is the
until he's
order.
there.
I just asked what is the order. I didn't say.
He wasn't in there 2 minutes. Did he even sit down before he started up? Queen. Yes, that song All Over the World. Do you know what soundtrack that's from? Xanadu. Yep. I'm one of those big Olivia Newton-John fan. Xanadu. Anything Olivia did, I was on top of it. If that I'm going to give away my my age. Just send him back to his cell. Bento said. Oh, thank you so much, Chantel. I really y'all are so supportive. Y'all are awesome. I'll be here for the suitcase killer. Yes, the suitcase killer. So let's fill everybody in that wasn't here before. We're gonna pull up that interrogation from the suitcase killer, and we're gonna break it down. We'll pull up some people on panel and talk a little bit about that. So if you guys enjoy true crime, if you enjoy being on panels and just kind of giving out your opinion, as long as you're respectful, we're gonna invite you up. And yeah, I think everybody should be able to have a voice. We just have to respect the platform and know that it can be out to anybody, and gotta dot all our I's, across our T's. Okay, yeah, everyone get your Darrell Brooks phrase bingo cards. Oh my gosh. Space Boy, you are so right. Bye-bye, baby Brooks. Oh, he has to be told, so no, wait, I'm sorry, Nicole. Hey, Nicole, by the way. He has to be told no so he can be the victim. Yep. I'm watching TV with people so awesome. Aw. Thank you. He had to say it once more. Shut him up, Dee said. See, that's the thing, Heather. They're going to take him out, and then I wanted him to be sitting there facing her when she put the gavel down on him. I wanted Sue and the DA, all of them at the DA's office, to be sitting to the left of him. I wanted that. And the victims wanted that because they're sitting behind him. But you know what? Maybe this way they can see his face, because when you're sitting behind him, when you're at the courthouse, you can't see his reaction. So that's the only good thing about it. He only cares about himself, Tinkerbell says, and you're right, Lady Tinkerbell. And Rep Mom says he loves the sound of his voice. He sure does. Queen says she has not seen the judge ask anyone to do that. Brooks kept talking about asking people, so violent with his high-pitched whine. Spider-Man says, throw him back out. Chantel, he still doesn't get it. To shut up. He doesn't care. Let's just face it, guys. At this point, he does not care. I used to think he just doesn't realize. I mean, is he that dumb? Is he that dumb that he realizes that he needs to like show if that's the way you are in life, you need to be different in trial so that at least you might can bamboozle him. It's not even that. It's not even that. Oh, y'all got too many things in here. I can't read them all fast enough. You know those deputies that have been on him, the bailiffs that have been on him this whole trial, they are just wanting to pounce so bad. Thank you for the coffee, Spider-Man, by the way. I wish it was real for me because I'm getting cold. It's cold. It's like in the 40s where I'm at. Where are you guys at? Why don't you put in the chat where you're chiming in from? That'd be cool, huh? I like to see where everybody's from. And it's so cool that we're all from different perspectives.
Thank you. Please be seated. Of course, I do need to first verify that they can hear and see us. I'm getting the thumbs up. We are back on the record. The record should reflect that Mr. Brooks is no longer in the main courtroom. He is in the adjoining courtroom. I, of course, have been erring on the side of constitutional caution, but I would note that his right to be present at sentencing is a statutory right, which, frankly, I probably don't need to go through the findings under Illinois versus Allen, but I did. But under whether it's a statutory right or a constitutional right, you can forfeit that right. And his behavior today has certainly demonstrated that he has forfeited his right to be present in this courtroom during my sentencing remarks. He immediately came in. I was on the bench looking through my paperwork. The courtroom wasn't even open. And he started asking me questions. I said I wasn't going to answer them. He really had no respect for the proper decorum. I needed it to be on the record. He didn't seem to care about that. Wanted to debate me about my prior rulings. Bottom line is it's a statutory right for him to be present, and he's forfeited that right. And I would just add that it's part of a pattern that has been demonstrated during this trial that when my perspective, things are not going in his direction, things are being said that he doesn't agree with, that he tends to act out, he disrupts, and I'll leave it at that. Once again, I'll confirm he can hear and see. We've got confirmation from the staff in the other courtroom. One of the reasons I really spent the time going through both my observations of Mr. Brooks in terms of the mental health related issues and first, and then going through the victim impact statements before I go through all of the necessary factors for sentencing is frankly, it's challenging to talk about the impact to the victims without getting emotional. This trial is unlike anything that I've ever been a part of. The sheer magnitude of the crime, the number of people impacted, how they were impacted, the vicious, senseless nature of it, and hearing about the impact of all of that on our community members and the people who are at the parade, it's heart-wrenching. And I wanted to do that before I really got to the meat of sentencing. Because I also thought it was important to really spend some time recognizing and acknowledging the impact to the direct victims who are in this courtroom and who have provided statements today, my focus in sentencing will be about November 21 of 2021, the events shortly before that or leading up to it and after, and are not about Mr. Brooks's conduct during this trial, even though case law is very clear that his conduct at trial can and is a legitimate factor for the court to consider. I need to make the record very clear that in no way what I do here today is based on Mr. Brooks exercising his right to a trial. That is a firmly embedded constitutional right, which I support, which I upheld. Of course, every person charged with a crime has a right to a trial. This court honored that right. I protected that right, even if Mr. Brooks treated it with contempt, disrespect, and at times like a game. But sentencing today is directly related to his conduct on November 21 of 2021 and the other sentencing factors, which, as I indicated previously, include the seriousness of the offense, the need to protect the public, and his character and rehabilitative needs. Today, I am tasked with sentencing Darrell Brooks for 76 counts related to a couple of moments in time. Moments that are tragic.
Here we go.
Moments that were frankly avoidable. My sentence here today is, the purposes of it are twofold. Really threefold if we think about the community. One, it is punishment. Two, protection of the community. And three, what I hope is justice and closure for the families and the community at large. I, of course, want to recognize and give due respect to the guilty verdicts that were rendered by the jury in this case. Not just 76 guilty verdicts, but the special verdict questions that they answered, including for counts 1 through 6 and 7 through 67 that had the special verdict question related to the use of a dangerous weapon. So let me talk about the seriousness of this offense. The seriousness of the offense can be summed up, frankly, in one word, and that is attack. There is nothing, no other word that can best describe what happened on November 21 of 2021 than the word attack. I talked about during my remarks regarding the trial about the opportunities that Darrell Brooks had to avoid this altogether. I put Exhibit 15 on the screen for a bit, which is the exhibit that details the map. The map of the parade, it starts with White Rock. It shows where Sergeant Warner was at one point, farther up that parade route, the staging area. And I believe if you look further up on Exhibit 15, it even depicts where White Rock School is. And that, of course, is where we saw the video of the altercation between Mr. Brooks, Corey Runkle, Nicholas Kirby, and Erica Patterson. Now, of course, there were moments in time before that, but that is really where things started, where I believe Mr. Brooks boiled over with rage and anger that he chose not to control on this date. He had a number of opportunities to simply drive in the other direction down White Rock, but he chose to drive toward Main Street, even though from the testimony, we know it was very evident that it was staging for a parade. There were many people, may not have been exactly by the school, but farther down White Rock. From Niagara forward is where that staging area was located, and many people were there. The sights and sounds of a parade, the signs on the side of the road telling people not to park there, for example. Instead of turning around, or instead of turning left onto East Main Street or left onto Pleasant, and despite Sergeant Warner trying to flag him down and being in front of a squad with lights, and a clear indication you should listen to or honor the even gestures of a police officer, and he was in uniform. He drives down White Rock Avenue and has contact with Detective Casey, who very clearly did everything he could to stop Mr. Brooks. And in that moment, thinking it's a lost motorist. But Mr. Brooks chose to basically brush him aside with that SUV and drive on to Main Street, past more people, past many spectators, and in a manner that was not just at a speed inappropriate for a parade, but frankly, that was reckless and endangered anyone who was on the roadway at that time, whether or not he hit anyone between White Rock and Main and Barstow and Main. But during that 3-block section of Main Street, he could have turned off Buckley, Northeast Avenue, Martin Street, or in either direction on Barstow. He could have stopped, asked for the police barricades to have been removed, or frankly, turned his car around even at that point and gone back the way that he had come. But he didn't do that. He chose to drive recklessly, carelessly, and maliciously through a parade route and at anyone in his path, where he struck not one, not two, not three, but 68 different people. We actually know that number's higher because we now know, we heard from the two individuals who were with Extreme Dance, the one girl who was struck by one of the individuals who was clearly struck, and that person flew into her. That would qualify for a charge based upon the state's description of how they chose to charge. It just they didn't know until closer to the sentencing hearing. So 69 individuals if you include her. There are so many aggravating factors here, it's frankly difficult to even keep track of them all. The complete disregard for the lives of anyone else that day. Someone described it as depraved indifference, and I think that is the perfect phrase to capture the actions of Mr. Brooks on November 21st of 2021. The aggravated factors of the numerous opportunities to turn around or not even enter the parade route or simply to stop. The fact that he mowed over and used that vehicle as a battering ram to hit 68 individuals, never once stopping, with rage and anger at unsuspecting people at a parade who were there simply to kick off the holiday season, to experience joy with their families. The intentionality of the conduct is outstanding. The viciousness, the speed, the swerving from side to side at various points. This was not a case of whodunit. From the very beginning, from when this case was charged, it was clear who did this. Now, that is not to say that I prejudged this case. I did not. But after sitting through this trial, after watching the many videos, after listening to the testimony of the many, many dozens of witnesses, it is clear the state had overwhelming evidence of Mr. Brooks's guilt. What's also aggravated is his complete and utter lack of remorse. He spoke here today for 2 hours. One sentence, that's it. I'm sorry. No detail. 2 hours, one sentence. No empathy for any of these individuals, at times mocking them with hand gestures or rolling his eyes multiple times. That is not an indication or a sign of someone who has empathy, who is sorry for what he has done. We may never know the true why, but we were provided with nothing here today other than a feeble attempt to blame mental health, which frankly does a disservice to those who truly suffer from mental health issues. I understand why his family might cling to that because of the difficulty in coming to grips with a loved one doing such heinous things. But for Mr. Brooks, it's nothing more than indifference, deflection, and outright denial of what he did and the impact that he has caused as a result of his heinous actions. I searched for a mitigating factor in this case. I waited patiently for an apology, a true apology. I didn't get it. And not for my benefit, but for the victims. Law allows me to look at things such as Mr. Brooks's prior criminal history, including the history of criminal offenses and pending charges, the history of undesirable behavior patterns, which can include dismissed, uncharged, or unproven offenses or facts, even including expunged offenses not really relevant here. Acts resulting in probation revocation. Of course, those are part of his criminal history, nothing specific to these charges. I can look at his personality, character, and social traits, the vicious or aggravated nature of the crimes, the degree of his culpability, his demeanor at trial and truthfulness, his age, his educational background and employment record, his remorse, repentance, and cooperativeness, his need for close rehabilitative control, the rights of the public, the recommendations of the interested parties, including victims and family members of homicide victims. I can consider statements made by his own family. I can certainly consider the length of pretrial detention, which I'd note, though, when facing 6 life sentences, is really a fraction of the time available to this court. The loss of life in this case is certainly one of the aggravating factors here today. The number of people injured, also an aggravating factor. The reach into the community, certainly palpable because this was a Christmas parade. I think it was a comment earlier, either today or yesterday, that this was not like one act where Mr. Brooks drove into a crowd of people. This was sustained driving from block to block to block to block, picking off people that were unsuspecting. 68, 69 times. Driving over people as if they were nothing more than speed bumps. What's also aggravated is his conduct after he drove through the parade. Crashing his vehicle in an attempt to flee. It's pretty evident based upon the evidence and testimony from trial that Mr. Brooks had no idea there were these logs in that backyard that could damage his vehicle. He was attempting to flee when he ran over them, and it ultimately disabled that vehicle. And he was forced to abandon it. He ditched it, leaving personal identification information in it and his phone in a clear attempt to get out of there in a hurry. And then we have that series of videos that we saw at trial of him going through backyards, coming in contact with people, asking to use phones, ultimately ending up at Mr. Ryder's home, who graciously took him in. Never once, Mr. Brooks showing any signs of distress, of any emotion of what he had just done. Cool, calm, collected. Certainly not a sign of someone who had any remorse for what he had just done. Someone who's involved in an accident, even a tragic accident, one where they flee the scene and are later caught, oftentimes show incredible remorse, tears, not tears for themselves, but tears for what they've caused, a recognition of the loss of life, for example, from their conduct. Nothing. An individual who simply wanted to flee. That is the epitome of consciousness of guilt evidence. Fleeing, changing your appearance, taking off the sweatshirt, not even caring that your shoes are off your feet because you're so intent on fleeing the area, putting your hair up from it being down. No doubt, this is by far and away one of the most aggravated cases I've ever presided over. The sheer magnitude of the loss, the number of victims, the types of crimes for which the jury has convicted him. 6 counts of intentional homicide, 61 counts of first-degree recklessly endangering safety, 6 counts of hit and run, 2 counts of felony bail jumping, 1 count of misdemeanor battery. What's further aggravated is the fact that he was out on bond. He should have had no contact with Erica Patterson. But the rules mean nothing to Mr. Brooks. Nothing. He didn't care. This was someone who on two prior occasions charged with, frankly, causing mayhem. One, a reckless endangering safety for discharging a firearm. The other for battering and then running over Erica Patterson's foot. This court does get to consider the other act's evidence that the state sought to introduce at trial. That other act's evidence includes that on November 2 of 2021, Milwaukee police took a complaint from Erica Patterson that Mr. Brooks had run over her with his vehicle and tried to kill her. She had tire marks on her right pant leg. She could not move her leg and had blood coming from her mouth. On that date, Mr. Brooks was driving the same vehicle that he drove through the parade. Erica Patterson was conveyed to Frederick Memorial Hospital. Her injuries received medical attention. She even had that boot on her leg on November 21 of 2021. She described Mr. Brooks to police as yelling at her, using profanity, as she tried walking past him when she was at a gas station. I think initially before that, at another location, but ultimately where he allegedly ran over her was at a gas station and caused the injury to her leg. Struck her in the face once with a closed fist, causing pain and bleeding without her consent. And then it was after she walked away that he followed her. When police had contact with him, he denied driving his mother's vehicle. When police had contact with him at his house, he ignored their commands because he was found in the vehicle, claiming that he was having an anxiety attack upon the sight of the squad car and needed to get into the home to get his inhaler. When I say the rules don't matter to Mr. Brooks and court orders mean nothing, Mr. Brooks was in custody, and there are jail phone calls where he's berating Erica Patterson, encouraging her to recant, blaming her for what had happened, saying things on that phone call like, "You trying to make it seem like everything is always everyone else's fault but yours. Like you don't never do anything to cause shit. And the whole cause of this shit was something that you fucking did." He ended the call by telling Erica Patterson, "You did this shit and you couldn't even keep your mouth shut after numerous people told you that shit. This ain't the place for you to be doing this shit. And you still ran your mouth. And I'm the one sitting in here facing all this time." Repeatedly calls her a bitch. During a phone call on November 11th, Darrell Brooks is overheard or captured saying, "Why in the hell would I just try to mow her down knowing I could kill her like that? Like, okay, I probably got a few screws loose, but I ain't hardly no goddamn fool." He's complaining that she won't help post his bail. "You didn't put a cent on my bail. Why should someone else have to pay for some shit you caused?" the end, apparently, of that conversation, or at least moments later, he says to her, "Nah, I didn't try to do anything, because if I tried to do something, you wouldn't be on the phone now. That's what you're not realizing. If I really tried to do something, you wouldn't be on the phone now." That is the rage and the anger that Mr. Brooks had on November 21 of 2021 when he tracked down Erica Patterson, confronted her. This wasn't about him getting money from her, like he lied to Detective Carpenter about. This was to confront her. He clearly hit her. We know that. This is the type of man that drove through the Christmas parade, enraged because, frankly, it's entirely possible that Corey Runkle and Nicholas Kirby saved the life of Erica Patterson. It's clear Mr. Brooks was hell-bent to cause harm to her, but she was able to get free, run back to her friends. Who knows what would have happened but for their intervention? If you think back to the testimony of Nicholas Kirby, he felt bad for threatening Mr. Brooks, like somehow this was his fault. He was just trying to be there for his friend, someone he recently met. So, Mr. Brooks, that other act's evidence is a very clear indication of your poor moral character. It demonstrates unequivocally that you have absolutely no remorse for anything that you do. You have no empathy for anyone, and that you are justified in the actions that you take. In addition to that conduct, as part of your character, this court is able to look at and consider your prior record. And I'm well aware, sir, that you're raising an objection sign, but you have forfeited your right to be here, and I will not stop, and you will not be brought into this courtroom. I will continue. This is his prior record, going back to two thousand, spanning what? Nevada, Georgia, at least police contact in Georgia. We have an unknown disposition in Wisconsin. Substantial battery in 2000, party to a crime. Put on probation. Ultimately, that was revoked. He went to prison. 2002, felony possession of THC, jail time. 2003, resisting obstructing, jail time. 2005, a disorderly conduct ticket, but he failed to pay the forfeiture and ended up serving an alternative to incarceration. Sorry, he ended up serving for failing to pay 30 days jail. 2009, obstructing, 2 days jail, meaning he lied to police. 2010, strangulation. Battery was dismissed and read in, put on probation, ultimately revoked, serving 11 months jail. 2012, misdemeanor bail jumping, possession of THC, with a number of other charges being dismissed and read in, 180 days jail concurrent. Also in 2012, a misdemeanor resisting or obstructing. So either he lied or he fled from police or did something to make their job more difficult. 37 days jail consecutive. In Nevada in 2006, domestic battery, a suspended sentence. Obstructing after being found guilty at trial, for which he served jail time. 2007, statutory sexual seduction as a felony. This is for impregnating Erica Patterson when she was a minor. 2016 charge with not being in compliance with the sex offender registry requirements, for which there is an outstanding warrant. In Georgia, a 2021 arrest for battery, domestic violence, presumably with Erica Patterson, based upon where she came from at that time. But I won't make, I say presumably, but frankly doesn't matter who it was with. We also know that there's the 2003 paternity case out of Waukesha County. Why is that relevant? Because 8 times during that case, a warrant has been issued for contempt of court, meaning for failure to pay his financial obligations to a child or children. The pending cases for which one pending case, I should say, he was, I don't believe, charged with bail jumping for that one. The 20 CF 2550, 2 counts of recklessly using a weapon, felon in possession of a firearm, released ultimately in March of 2021. He's accused in that case of firing a shot. There were two occupants in a vehicle. One was his nephew, and when he was picked up by police, a loaded Beretta 9mm, which had previously been reported as stolen, was found in his possession. I already talked about the other acts evidence, that is the for which he was charged with felony bail jumping, the second-degree recklessly endangering safety for allegedly running over Erica Patterson, the battery DV, DC DV, and a resisting obstructing. And then the second would be those, he was charged with intimidation of a victim, felony bail jumping for conduct on November 8th. So November 2nd, November 8th. This is clearly someone with a demonstrated violent history and past, someone who has absolutely no regard for anyone but himself. To say that he is a lifelong criminal, I think, is accurate. He disobeys law enforcement, he disrespects court orders, and he certainly demonstrated that he has no respect for these proceedings. Multiple acts of violence, violent, dangerous behavior that predated the attack on the Waukesha Christmas parade. His character, or lack thereof, is also demonstrated by his complete and utter denial of culpability in this case. His blaming of his mental health or alleged mental health. There's no evidence that he was suffering from a manic episode. I went through all of that earlier today, going through the 4 reports related to the special plea. None of those doctors found support for his special plea. Mr. Brooks talked about at times this being the will of God, or that all things happen for a reason. I'm here to tell you, Mr. Brooks, you are not an instrumentality of God. Death may be inevitable to all of us, but you cut the lives of 6 individuals short. You alone, Mr. Brooks, cut the lives of these 6 innocent people short. I talked earlier about how I believe he's intelligent, deliberate, and purposeful in what he does. I've considered that you have treatment needs. Perhaps there are intersecting mental health issues as it relates to your personality disorder, but those issues can best be addressed in a confined setting where the Department of Corrections will be charged statutorily to evaluate you and to provide any medical or mental health treatment that you need. This is a case that falls squarely on the need to protect the community. I referenced this earlier. There's really three primary reasons for the sentences I will impose here today. One is punishment, one is to protect the community, and the other is to provide justice and closure to the victims. Because under that category of need to protect, the court does get to consider the impact of these crimes on the victims. I went through at length in reviewing all of those victim impact statements. I certainly didn't go through every single one, just highlighting some of them, but doing so with purpose, because it is very clear to this court that Mr. Brooks has caused carnage, mayhem. It has resulted in many people suffering from PTSD, from mental and emotional trauma that will take a lifetime to recover from, and for some, perhaps, if at all. You have taken away from these individuals future memories. They will never have birthdays with the 6 individuals who were killed. There will be no weddings. There will be no graduations. There will be none of the milestones that these families were looking forward to, whether it be for an innocent 8-year-old or an innocent 79-year-old. Frankly, Mr. Brooks, no one is safe from you. This community can only be safe if you are behind bars for the rest of your life. The actions of Darrell Brooks demand punishment. The community is not safe from your violent and criminal conduct unless you are in custody. You left a path of destruction, chaos, death, injury, confusion, and panic as you drove 7 or so blocks through the Christmas parade, never once stopping or seemingly caring about the wake of carnage that you left. 4 of those blocks were turned into a scene that frankly is no different than a war zone. On counts 1 through 6, this court is imposing a life sentence without the possibility or eligibility for extended supervision consecutive to one another. 1 life sentence for Virginia Sorensen. 1 life sentence for Leanna Owen. 1 life sentence for Tamara Durand. 1 life sentence for Jane Kulik. 1 life sentence for Bill Hospel. And 1 life sentence for Jackson Sparks. I've considered the enhancer and the additional 5 years that I could impose, but I don't need to really order that because I've not made him eligible for extended supervision, and it would only be to increase his time on initial confinement. But make no mistake, Mr. Brooks, you use that vehicle as a battering ram, no different than, frankly, a firearm. On counts 7 through 67, these are 61 counts of first-degree recklessly endangering safety. These charges alone and these convictions without the enhancer carry a maximum of 12.5 years. Because of the enhancer, a total of 17.5 years. And under Wisconsin law, the 5 years is added to the initial term of confinement. So what could be 7.5 years is a maximum of 12 and a half years. And I'd ask that everyone no longer show any reaction to the sentence so I can get through this. On counts 7 through 67, on each count, I will impose a total sentence of 17 and a half years. 12 and a half years of initial confinement, plus 5 years of extended supervision, consecutive to any other sentence that I've imposed here today. That is 762 and a half years of initial confinement and 305 years of extended supervision on top of the life sentences that I've imposed. That is 17 and a half years, sir, for Nicole White. 17 and a half years for Eleanor Anders, 17 and a half years for Sasha Catalan Castillo. 17 and a half years for Maura Gilchrist. 17 and a half years for Justin Gullickson. 17 and a half years for Harry Guilfoy. 17 and a half years for Aidan Lofgren. 17 and a half years for Theo Maza. 17 and a half years for Tyler Pudliner. 17 and a half years for Connor Tank. 17 and a half years for Eric Teagues. 17 and a half years for Adelia Maffioli. 17 and a half years for Kelly Graybow. 17 and a half years for Josh Craner. 17 and a half years for Riley Rogers. 17 and a half years for Caden Rogers. 17 and a half years for Tucker Sparks. 17 and a half years for Isabella Bartlett. 17 and a half years for Yaritzi Becerra Montez. 17 and a half years for Samantha Coelho. 17 and a half years for Madison Hollingsworth. 17 and a half years for Mackenzie Hollingsworth. 17 and a half years for Mitchell Lampine. 17 and a half years for Kathleen Pielmeyer. 17 and a half years for Julia Schleichow. 17 and a half years for Olivia Stover. 17 and a half years for Jennifer Stover. 17 and a half years for Jesselyn Torres. 17 and a half years for Alice Urell. 17 and a half years for Charlotte Urell. 17 and a half years for Vivian Urell. 17 and a half years for Grayson Urell. 17 and a half years for Lola Hospel. 17 and a half years for Tamara Rosentreter. 17 and a half years for Betty Strang. 17 and a half years for Maria Alvarez Dominguez. 17 and a half years for Gregoria Romelia Perez. 17 and a half years for Elliot Hallmark. 17 and a half years for Benjamin Hallmark. 17 and a half years for Patrick Heppy. 17 and a half years for Lori Locken. 17 and a half years for Marisol Lopez Gutierrez. 17 and a half years for Adair Lopez Rubelar. 17 and a half years for Juan Marquez. 17 and a half years for David Marquez. 17 and a half years for William Mitchell. 17 and a half years for Jason Petchloff. 17 and a half years for Margaret Pachulis. 17 and a half years for Yamilet Perales Alvarez. 17 and a half years for Island Perales Alvarez. 17 and a half years for Ashley Perales Alvarez. 17 and a half years for Jose Perales Alvarez. 17 and a half years for Maria Perez. 17 and a half years for Camila Perez Gonzalez. 17 and a half years for Isaac Foglia. 17 and a half years for Deborah Ramirez. 17 and a half years for Charles Green. 17 and a half years for Lily Green. 17 and a half years for Brinley Harris. 17 and a half years for Kelsey Knapp. 17 and a half years for Owen Briciotti. On count 68 through 73, which are the 6 counts of hit and run resulting in death, these are 25-year felonies each. The court will do the following. On count 68, a 25-year total sentence, 15 years of initial confinement, 10 years of extended supervision. This will be concurrent to count 1. Count 69, the same sentence, 25 years total, 15 years of initial confinement, 10 years of extended supervision, concurrent to count 2. Did I say that the right way, the first one? Okay. Count 68 is concurrent to count 1. Count 69 is concurrent to count 2. Count 70, 25 years total, 15 years of initial confinement, 10 years of extended supervision, concurrent to count 3. Count 71, 25 years total, 15 years of initial confinement, 10 years of extended supervision, concurrent to count 4. Count 72, 25-year total, 15 years of initial confinement, 10 years of extended supervision, concurrent to count 5. And on count 73, a 25-year total sentence, 15 years of initial confinement, 10 years of extended supervision, concurrent to count 6. On count 74 and 75, the 2 felony counts of bail jumping, the court is ordering a 6-year sentence total on each count, 3 years of initial confinement, 3 years of extended supervision, consecutive to all other counts, but concurrent with one another. And lastly, but certainly not least, the maximum sentence for the battery to Erica Patterson, 9 months consecutive to any other sentence. To order anything other than what I have done, sir, would be to unduly depreciate the seriousness of these offenses. It is needed, although largely symbolic, given the number of years that I have imposed here today, because frankly, you deserve it. I know it's symbolic, but it needs to hold you accountable in a very real and tangible way. For all of these sentences that I have imposed, I will order the following conditions: no contact with the victims as identified in the amended victim key or their families, no contact of any kind with Erica Patterson. You are to pay restitution in the amount of $47,193.29 to EMC Insurance Company, that's on behalf of the Waukesha School District, and $124,220.65 to the Crime Victim Compensation Program. I am ordering DNA surcharges on all counts. On counts 1 through 75, it's $250. On count 76, it's $200. Those are mandatory under the law. I'm also imposing the domestic abuse surcharge on count 76 of $100. I'm also imposing all standard court costs on all counts. Although my primary emphasis is that restitution be paid before costs, surcharges, and fees, I will order that restitution, costs, and fees be paid out of prison money. In other words, that all financial obligations shall be collected pursuant to statutory provisions as requested by the state. That's frankly a standard, it's customary, but it will be in the judgment of conviction. And then pursuant to 949.165, I'll find that it is appropriate for this court to order an escrow account under 949.165 for payment of restitution, costs, fees, surcharges, and even for costs associated with prior legal representation or future representation under the statute. Mr. Brooks has been convicted of a number of serious crimes for which this section is appropriate. I will order 360 days credit As to count 1 and count 68, only. All other counts, 0 days credit because of the consecutive nature of the sentences that I've imposed here today. I calculated that with my sentence calculator. Of course, that is through yesterday because these sentences commence today. There are a number of advisements I must go through. First of all, Mr. Brooks will be provided with a written explanation of determinate life sentence regarding the first-degree intentional homicide charges. Of course, he's not eligible for release to extended supervision. That form defines extended confinement for him, and there's other language on here that he can read at his convenience. He also will be provided with the notice of right to seek post-conviction relief form. The court will fill out the caption for him. He is instructed to review it and review the defendant's acknowledgement, make the appropriate selection, sign and date it, and return that to the court. I must advise you, sir, you have been convicted of a felony. That means you may not vote in any election until your civil rights are restored. You may not possess a firearm. You may not possess body armor. Both of those are punishable as felonies. You also have 20 days from today's date to appeal the decision of this court. Does the state believe I've overlooked anything here today?
No, thank you, Your Honor.
All right, those documents will be provided to Mr. Brooks. I will note for the record, at many times during my final sentencing remarks, he was holding up an objection sign. That objection is noted for the record. This now concludes this hearing and this case. We are now off the record.
Do you want to do the motion to stay pending appeal, or we could do it another
I want to
day?
wait till I sign the judgment of conviction. I'm not making any determinations regarding where he is to be held. That certainly is within the, once the judgment of conviction is signed, I'll address the motion for stay pending appeal. But my understanding is he needs to be transported to Milwaukee, and I will not stand in the way of that. All right, I'll schedule that once the judgment of conviction is signed.
Understood.
We are in
Thank you.
recess. Thank you, everyone.
Can I get an amen? Yes, you guys are awesome. I had chill bumps too when she started reading it. It was just like, oh my gosh, I felt it. Can you imagine what the people that were directly affected, what they felt? Yeah, I want to go. I really would love to go buy her a beer, the judge, or a glass of wine, whichever she prefer. All right, who wants to come up? I can drop the link in chat. Hang on. Let me drop the link. All right. Here's the deal. No cussing. Please be respectful. Remember that the victims may or are listening. And so you just, and your mama might be listening too. So y'all be respectful, please. So I just dropped the link in chat. Texas says, I wish more judges were like her, maybe save some innocent folks, someone out on bond and bail. I'm telling you, I watch a lot of crime documentaries, and they're just repeat offenders every time. Hang on, I gotta go pull up my thing here. Hey, y'all, let's put this up on the live stream. These are the victims that couldn't speak for themselves during this trial. And actually, you know what? I'll leave that up for a minute while we're talking. Y'all hear my chihuahua going off in the background? I think his eyeballs are floating. Thank you, Keisha. Thank you guys for being here with us today during this. Thank you, Nicole, for being here. Say hello to the kids for me. Steve, spot A for judge and the clerk's office and the DA's office too. And they should be able to spend them with the victims that are still alive, right? Yes. Yes, Rhett. My dog is saying amen. He's not getting out. Now, okay. So put a 1 in the chat if you guys think we'll ever see him ever again on TV or anything else. Because you know they're going to be calling him for interviews, right? So put a 1 in the chat if you think we're going to see more of Darrell Brooks, of the Darrell Brooks show. To the 8. Spider-Man. Spider-Man says, to the 8-year-old little boy, enjoy heaven, sweetheart. I feel so very sad for your loved ones. He's in a better place, Spider-Man. Guarantee you there's no Darrell Brooks up there. She is the shit, handmaid. She is. She is the bomb. And wait, when did the trial start? Over a month. It was, I don't have my dates in front of me. She went through too much with him. They all did. And the victims had to think about, something we never saw in court. The victims that were sitting behind in the gallery the whole time. I mean, they were listening to all this junk, and every time they had to clench their fist and bite their tongues. Yeah, he's going on appeal. We all know that, but I just don't see he's going to get thrown out. And finally, little Jackson has a tiny bit of justice. They all do. They all do. Pre-trial started about 4 weeks ago. That's what I was thinking, Heather. We've been through 4 weeks of this. Let's see. So if any of you guys missed it yesterday, I'm going to put this up today. Okay, so is it playing? It doesn't look like it's playing. The Dancing Grannies performed for the first responders that helped them after the parade. But I think the stream's messed up. Let me add it again. Because I know you guys want to talk about this. Look, I'm not an attorney. I say this every time. I'm not an attorney. I did not eat my Wheaties, and I did not sleep at a Holiday Inn last night. So if someone wants to come up and talk, you are more than welcome to, because I don't have any legal mumbo jumbo to throw out there at y'all. I'm sorry, I don't. Here we go. So there's no sound right here because it was a very well-known song. There's a copyright, so I couldn't play the music. But the sound's going to come up here in just a second. It'll come back on. Yeah. Oh, so they did replace another judge with Judge Darrell. You know, Steve, if that had not happened, I wonder how this. I just think he got the perfect. See, you say God doesn't. How could God let all this happen? Do you see how God just made that happen? How he put the right judge there in the right place? I'm not going to preach because I know a lot of people don't like that, but I just, oh. Oh, he hates women, Tiffany. He hates them. Aren't they cute and adorable? Now, the one granny they keep showing, she is the one that was injured pretty badly and was actually in ICU and all that. And so in a minute here, you're going to
That was amazing. Good job.
Thank you all. Thank
Oh yeah, I remember you. Exactly.
Isn't that sweet? She's telling her, you may not remember me, but I was the one that helped you in the ICU. Part of the trauma team. Isn't that beautiful? Wait. Oh, this is... Queen, you didn't hear? Queen?
Okay. Parade on Saturday. I know it, right? Maybe roll your ankle. Right.
Queen, you didn't hear the verdict? Girl. He's gone. She did exactly what we wanted her to do. We figured that he's got 1,000+ years in prison now. No chance of parole. Did it say... Wait. All right. Somebody with a legal head. Steve. Where are you at? Steve, type it out for us, my friend. I'm sorry, Queen. I didn't know you didn't hear it. She needs it to be announced. Yes, it was exactly what we wanted. Life, 6 consecutive terms, plus 1,000 years. Am I saying that right? I think I'm saying that right. Spaceway says another judge would have snapped back at him and Darrell could have gotten a chance of a mistrial. You're right. You know what? You're absolutely right. The judge who was supposed to do this trial actually deferred Darrell to do it instead of him. Probably knew, probably saw it coming. 1,400 years, Rebecca said. It don't matter. He's not getting out of jail. Put it that way. Not getting out of jail. And that was just awesome. Just awesome. Trying to find my thing I put together for you guys of all the victims. Yeah, there we go. He got 762 years. Heather says 6 life sentences, and the 25 years are concurrent to charges 1 to 6. Basically, he did get 366 days off for time spent. Though I consider life 100 years, right? Yep. 1,075 years plus 6 consecutive life sentences with 1 year earned time. I know, right? These are the victims that passed due to his horrible act. That's Tamara. That's coming up on screen right now. I hope I'm in sync with the video here. Virginia. And that's Jane. She worked for the bank. She was walking with her bank employee friends. And that is, oh gosh, Lee, is it Leanne? It's Leanne. They called her Lee. There's Wilhelm, they call him Bill. And there's Jackson. Oh, wait, you know what? Did I get Tamara and no, that's Tamara and Virginia again. So I did like 2 pictures of each of them in the scroll. Okay, so Rebecca said that if there's anybody in the Waukesha area, they are still looking for volunteers for the parade. I wonder how many people have. Well, no, I don't know. There might be, like they said, some of these people they can't even be in a large room of other people. They have because of the PTSD. A briefing. I don't know. Let me look. Let me see what I can find. Y'all hang in there. Talk among, as Joan Rivers once said, talk amongst yourselves. Bruiser. Nobody wants your opinions, honey. I'm looking to see who's live right now. Nope, it's off. I don't think anybody's going live, you guys. I think I'm gonna have to. Ugh. Bear with me. I'm looking. I'm gonna have to say the words I didn't want to say. I'm gonna have to send y'all to court TV because I don't have anything else for you. I'm so sorry. Cameron wants Bruiser's opinion. Cameron, no, you don't. And let me tell you why. Because if you encourage him, it only gets worse. I bet Bruiser would. I bet if Bruiser ran up to Darrell, he'd run the other way. Of course, Darrell seems like the kind of person that would kick a dog. So hello. I understand, Mom. I hope you. Yeah, we had chili last night. It's a good night for chili. It's nice and cold. So thank you so much. Thank you everybody for being here. I would say that we could hang on and stay longer, but I just I don't know what to say at this point. I'm still in shock. But I'm very happy. And I think that we can all go to bed tonight feeling much better about the world because there's some good been done in it today. Gosh, that sounded kind of southern. Oh, y'all are not defining concurrent again, are y'all? Y'all did that earlier. See, Queen, okay. Queen, do you want to come up? Does anybody want to come up and chat and give me your opinions? Because I need somebody to bounce off of. I can't just. I'm putting the stream in the chat, and you just hit it. And when you click onto StreamYard, you need to turn off the volume on your YouTube so that it doesn't echo. I promise you, I won't bite you. And you don't have to put your picture up. You don't have to turn your screen on. Nicole, would you like to, anybody that wants to come up can come up. You guys have been putting some good stuff in the chat all day. Steve, Heather, want to come back up? Where did Dredd go? He dropped us like a hot potato when that verdict was read, didn't he? Where did Nene go? I wanted Nene to come up. I felt like I could totally vibe with her on some of this venting thing. Spider-Man? Nobody wants to come up with me. See, this is why I can't do this alone. He will also always have half of his money taken out for 47 cents an hour he earns for restitution. So they have to, I was worrying about that. So they have to leave some money in there for him. That sucks. I mean, he's getting room and board. Why do we need to give him any extra money? Okay, well, 5 minutes. I'll wait on you. You guys, Queen says she's going to come up and chat. So, oh, Heather's up. Hang on. Okay. You're on, Heather.
Hey, how's it going?
Good.
Killing you hanging.
Welcome back up, and thank you. Yeah, I think everybody still wants to hang out and talk. Y'all can go grab a beer, cup of coffee, whatever floats your boat. So what are you thinking, Heather?
I think that she did an excellent job. I was a little lost on the concurrency of all of those 25, which was the 15 in the 10 of supervised. I thought she should have went consecutive with literally everything and mounted them up to the 1,000 years. But she did add the 25 for each of the first 6 counts. So it's still his whole natural life. That's all that matters.
Yeah. Oh yeah. I mean, he's not getting out.
No, never.
Steve, don't be scared. If it doesn't work, it doesn't work. You could at least try it.
Sure, come on.
Look at me. I've been up here all day long. I haven't said that much. Well, I guess I have, but
I think you did great.
Rebecca says she's having some Rumple Mints. Girl, we used to drink that many a nights. We'd start off with Rumple Mints. Oh my gosh. It was in my younger days. Let's see. Let's read some of this chat here. So basically, even if somebody donates money or sends money to the jail, he could keep 50% of it, and then he has to give the rest of it to the victim's family and to the court fees and all that stuff. So that blows. I just don't understand why all of it can't go until he's at least paid off the court fees. But I guess that's the law. He's objecting right now on another live stream. He doesn't quit, does he? I'm curious to know what live streams got. I pulled up all the lives. I have to be careful about who I pull up. That's the problem.
Oh, copyright.
Yeah, I don't want to get a copyright strike and then that this is all for nothing. Not that we didn't all
For
have
sure.
we had a good time, but
I did.
Oh my gosh, you put Rumple Mints in chocolate milk? Oh wow.
That's a no for me. No.
Coffee Cake says, do you think his mom will write a book?
I really hope not. I mean, I don't know. I don't think anybody would buy that book. I don't know if she has the wherewithal to write that.
There is nothing that says he can't write something, have her publish it, with his quotes in it, and he just can't make money off of it. He's gonna have the last word, you know that.
Yeah, he's gonna have something. I don't think we'll see him in the near future, like right away. I think that people have a really bad taste in their mouth after all of this. And I mean, it was really popular on just about any social media thing that you went to. You saw something from someone about something he's done. Everywhere from taking his shirt off to demanding medical care for a small little cut on his finger that he inflicted himself. You know, rolling his eyes at children who were crying. Everything about this makes people kind of I think, want to stay away. I think that mainstream media is bad, but I don't think they're stupid.
Tiffany, try again. I'll pull you up. Space Boy's up.
Am I on?
You're on.
Nice.
All right.
Hang on. Let's see. Steve's up. Hang on. Adding Steve into the stream. I can get up to 10 people on here. Okay.
Hello.
Hey, hey, Steve, will you try again, Tiffany,
Yeah.
please?
Do I what?
I'm asking. Oh, turn your if you have it on, like on another window, make sure you put the volume down on the other window so it doesn't echo.
All right, I'll try. I don't know much about my phone, to be honest with you.
That's okay. It sounds okay. I think you're good.
Okay.
All right, there's Miss Tiffany. All right, so I've got 1, 2, 3. I got 4 of you guys. I got 4 of you guys on here. So let's. Okay, so we've heard from Heather. Space Boy, let's hear from you. We'll go down the line.
Well, I'll be honest. I did not watch every video or stream of this trial. I did watch the 8-hour trial of the sentencing from the victims, and of course this trial, from which I kind of joined. Well, I watched from the Minneapolis live stream, and I just hopped on here.
Yeah.
On
What about you, Steve? That's okay. It's okay. I totally get it. What about you, Steve?
I watched a lot of the trial from different channels, and to me, listening to the little girls testify yesterday, give their statements, that was the most heartbreaking part of the whole Brooks show.
Agreed.
Oh, yeah. Absolutely.
But I look at it like this, it was a horrific event. Their lives are forever changed. But in the long run, my grandma always told me to try and find a bright spot. She told me that the smallest light conquers the dark. And the bright spot is that community came back stronger. Look how strong those little girls were.
Oh my
I
God.
couldn't have done it.
No.
I couldn't have done what they did yesterday.
No.
And as their dad, I would have been in jail because I would have killed him.
Oh, we lost.
I
wouldn't have
saw
been
a
nice.
few people who looked like they wanted to go over that partition at one point. There were a lot of people. Oh,
I'm
yeah.
pretty sure the bailiffs behind him wanted him to try something.
I feel like those bailiffs, the guy in the back just had the straight eyes, the straight mouth the entire time. And it was like every time that Darrell would move ever so slightly, his eyes just jutted to him and would lock. And I was just hoping that we'd get, even in the end, after the jury was dismissed and we didn't have to worry about them seeing anything anymore, I was hoping for some kind of gag. I didn't want him removed anymore. That was too beneficial to him. He used it like a crutch. I wanted them to tie him to that damn chair, and I wanted them to cover his mouth just so it could have been done to show him real control, since he this entire time thought he was in control.
I know. I think a lot of criminals are really loving the whole mask thing. They're getting away with a lot of different stuff these days because of it. Tiffany, what's your thought process on this?
I just want to say that I'm glad that he got the years that he got. I just feel like it's been so many years that he got away with stuff. So like for him to really be held accountable, it was like hard for him to take, I just feel like he just so many years he been getting away with stuff. I mean, the shooting of his nephew, the run over his baby mother, he should have got years for that kind of stuff,
Okay, so the shooting of his nephew, and then his nephew put in that restraining order, right? And then it was after that he ran over Erica's leg, right?
Yes.
Yes.
And that was a few months before he ran through the parade.
Now, see why whoever the judge was that was on that whole thing with him. I mean, I think that all the judges have some kind of piece in this, but that one judge, after he had looked back and saw these other things that he had done, why would he let him out?
Yeah, with $1,000 bond, that means his mother only had to pay $100 to get him out.
On some of the yeah,
and with the way he is with women, can you imagine what he put his mother through to pay that $100? Can you imagine the threats?
Oh,
that's what I'm saying. Like the that's why I'm glad it was a woman judge. Like that excites me because he finally got judgment from a woman that he's like degraded, even his mother down to his baby mothers, you know what I'm saying? And now a woman is finally showing him that he can't do this to people.
Yeah, these were the first women in his life that he couldn't intimidate and bully.
Right.
Time him try and see how he did to the women in his life that he could do it to. And, establishing a trend, he didn't, just go after any woman. He was going after the most vulnerable, his mother, possibly his grandmother, who had more sympathy, in my opinion, and held him more accountable, but at the same time turned right back at the mental illness that he does not have, that does not explain, and that will not change what happened.
Okay, I'm going to say something controversial.
Okay.
If that was your grandson, if that was your child, wouldn't you do the same?
No.
And I would hope I raised a better child. I would blame myself and have so much sympathy for people because I'd blame myself for what someone that close to me that I had a hand in raising did.
That's how I feel and I'm an African American female, and I know we go hard for ours, but I don't think I can stand by my son after he did something like that. You know what I'm saying? Like, I can't defend him and say, oh, it's mental illness to run over 70 people. Like,
if you kill someone, how safe are you as the parent from someone who's clearly killed someone? Does that mean he'll never do it to you because you're his mom, or is running over children at what point, that kids are speed bumps? You realize that, like, he puts you in danger too. Prison is where he needed to be to keep you safe, and yet you just continue to let him out, not only to risk your own safety, but to risk the safety of anyone within the vicinity of that man at any given time was in danger, including his nephew, of a sister, his twin sister, who had passed away. You would think that would be someone that he cherished, right? But clearly, he has no care in the world for the son of a deceased twin sister. Like, that speaks volumes to me.
Okay, I'm going to go down the line. I think James might come up here in a minute. James was up here yesterday. I don't know if y'all were watching yesterday. I'm going to start. Let's see. I'm going to go backwards now. I'll start with Tiffany and go back around. I want to know what your response was. There's James. Hey, James. All right, hang on, James.
Hey.
Hang on a second, James. All right, I want to know what y'all's response was when he started giving hell towards the DA in his little statement, before we all fell asleep. So we'll start with you, James, and then we'll go backwards to Tiffany and then Steve. Go ahead.
Well, I make it well known that I am always going to be Team Opper. And the moment he decided that he was going to try to be smart with her, it was game over from there. I like how he tried to play it off, trying to act like, he was going to turn the other cheek, and then quickly went back into being a child and starting to point fingers at everybody. The thing that killed me the most was when he tried to make the comment that she couldn't beat him in this case if she didn't have help. Like, all of the video footage and everything else that was out there didn't already do like the major legwork.
Yeah. Yeah, right.
Exactly.
I love how when he would pull up a piece of evidence and you could see him driving the car. That was my favorite part.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. What do you think, Tiffany?
I mean, I agree because I feel like he didn't have no kind of, like, he didn't even think of a defense. I would think if I was in that position, I would be studying all night, going over everything, like trying to have a defense. Like, he had nothing. Like, and it was so much evidence put against him, and he was trying to fight that, oh, it wasn't me, but it's clearly you. You got the keys in your in your pocket. Like, you got on videotape. Like, you know what I'm saying? It's clearly you. Like, I don't understand where he was going down that road and where it was going to end, but I just feel like he just needed to be held accountable for one thing. And I'm glad it was this, because it was too much he was getting away with.
Yeah.
He got away with too much.
But if he had been stopped before, this wouldn't have happened. That's what drives me nuts. It's just
Mhm.
it's heartbreaking.
That's so true. That is so true. And that's how I feel like this would never happen.
What about you, Steve?
I think that if Brooks put as much effort into his education as he did to spread both.
Uh-oh. He dropped off.
Man.
He
I get
dropped
what he
off.
meant. Yeah.
Okay, yeah.
If he put just like a tenth of his power towards his education as he tried to go out there to beat on people and stuff, he probably would have been a formidable opponent in the courtroom. I mean, he was
True.
making some key points here and there, mostly because of just like the notes that were left behind from his public defenders. But you know, he like we saw yesterday and everything. He's not stupid. It's just his cockiness is his Achilles heel.
Yeah. Yeah, I totally agree. What about you, Space Boy?
All I can say, it was gaslight central. Like, it was the amount of times he tried to regain power of the courtroom and how it just shuts down. It was quite a sight. It was, it probably not fair of me to say, but it was fairly entertaining.
Well, yeah, I mean,
My only
sorry.
concern with I guess how it recently came up is the whole speak about mental illness, him having bipolar or whatever mental illness that her mother said during the statement. Not fair to put blame on a mental illness due to an action, especially when it wasn't. There's no evidence of it. So
Yeah,
I had plenty of family members who have bipolar and they do take pills, and never have whatever they've done in their lives have they put a blame on that.
Yeah.
So it's like, for me it hits home, especially with the whole bipolar, and I was like, whoa, hold up, wait, where's the evidence?
There were a lot of people out there that have mental illness, that control it, that take their medications like they're supposed to, and they were offended by that. But at the same time, that is always going to be the go-to for these criminals that try to get away with this stuff. TKO, I see you, but can you turn your film on real quick, or your camera on real quick, so I can see who you are, so I know you're not somebody crazy? I don't want to get. Who is TKO? Type it in
I
the
don't know,
chat.
but am I back?
I just don't. I mean, I've heard of crazy things that people can do on stream, so I just have to be careful. I was warned to be careful about that when I have people up that I don't know. Heather, what do you think about what I was saying about him going at the DA?
At Opper, mostly. I don't think he went at the DA. I think he went at Opper, and I think that goes towards the sexism. I think that she really made her case, and she made it airtight, and I think that made him seethe. So I don't think what he said to her hold any merit. I think he just said it to be able to say he said it. I don't think he thinks of anything in the same way that we do as rational people.
Mm-hmm.
I think that he was just saying it to be able to say it.
Okay.
He's the last word kind of guy, I told Sue Opper what I thought. Although, I'm sure she just smiled right at him.
Oh. You there, Heather?
Yeah, I'm here.
Oh, yeah. She held herself very well, too. That whole table did, because I don't know, guys. I don't know, even in a professional setting, if I wouldn't have just, maybe that's why they're attorneys and I'm not. Hello? TKO 2072. If you turn your camera on, I can see who you are. But if you don't turn your camera on and I don't know who you are, I'm not going to let you up. Oh, who dropped off?
Someone dropped off?
Oh, Heather did. Go ahead. Keep going. What were you saying?
I was going to say, throughout this whole trial, I've heard a lot of calling him sexism, and that he hates women. Normally, I would be very forgiving when people jump to conclusions like that. But through all the evidence and his prior history, just probably the first time I would agree that this person hates women and very sexist from what I have unfortunately had to seen and hear from the testimonies.
Oh yeah, I think I don't know. Do you think women pick up on that quicker, Tiffany, than men do? But I just like from the very beginning, I was like, oh yeah.
I
But
do, because some men don't see the, because it could be as much as you putting your hands on a woman, or as much as you putting down a woman. You get what I'm saying?
yeah,
It could be so many different levels of it that I feel like people don't take notice, just by the way he treated his baby mother, just by the way that he took advantage of her when she was younger. And
and
he like to say, oh, because she told me she was 18. You could look at a child and tell a child is not 18. You could
yeah.
look at a 16, 15, 17-year-old person and tell that they're not 18. You
Mhm.
know, you can use that as an excuse. Oh, she told me what she told me out your mouth, but what you see with your two eyes is two different things.
Especially when you're charged with statutory what was it, statutory seduction. It doesn't matter on what the actual age and what they told you their age was. You did what you still did.
Yeah, he still got her pregnant. And I think that was after the fact he found out her age.
Okay, TKO, I see you. You can turn your camera off if you want to, but you can leave it on. It's totally up to you. I'm gonna add you to the stream. You there?
I and I just want to say one more thing. I'm sorry.
Okay, that's
I
okay.
feel I feel like the way that it angered him as soon as they mentioned Erica really shows how he felt about her, and how he you know what I'm saying, it still angers him. You know what I'm saying? That still fires him up just by speaking about her.
Oh yeah.
And that speaks volumes to me.
Well, he did. It seemed like he at first was trying to be all respectful, but then like it didn't take much at all to get him riled up, and he only mentioned his children when it benefited him. I noticed that.
Yeah, no, I mean, not to mention he was trying to, make her seem like a bad mother.
Yeah.
Even if he was being respectful in the questioning, you can hear the passive aggressiveness and the intimidation that he was trying to do with her.
May I ask a question, please?
Yes. Hey, welcome up.
Well, thank you very much. I just found your site, and because I've been watching this practically from the beginning, and I don't know. I guess you all can tell I'm very country from the South.
I'm with
And
you. I'm with you.
I don't know how to. I don't know how to turn the I don't know nothing about technology, but I don't care if you all see me or not. Hey, everybody. I just
Hello.
I just wanted to know if anybody knows if there is some kind of fund or something for the the people that has been injured, especially the children, for Christmas, because
Yeah.
they're all going through a hard time.
I'm so glad you brought that up, and that is great that you did that because yeah, there is a fund, and you guys please be careful of GoFundMe's. Please be careful of GoFundMe's. Don't just jump on any of them. That's probably why you asked that question, right?
Well, I don't do, like I said, I don't do technology. My house phone's ringing. Hang on just a second. I don't even know how to turn it down. I'll just let it ring. Anyway,
There is a fund. There's a fund. It's the Waukesha community. Let me see if I can find it really quick.
Are you from that area?
No, I'm not. I found it online because it was something like the waukeshacommunity.org. Hang on. I found
I'd
it the other
rather send
day.
something to a P.O. box if anybody can find something to like um, Christmas gift cards, and even I don't know, personal check, money order. Excuse me. I'd rather do that if anybody knows of a P.O. box for someone that's willing to do that in that area, if anybody's from that area.
It's called the WaukeshaFoundation.org. It's United for Waukesha Community. I'm going to put the link in the chat right now. It is on there. I guess the Waukesha Community Foundation has several different funds, but this is the one that takes you straight to the Christmas parade.
Okay, I'll write that down.
Yeah, and go check out that site. I know there were some sites that where you can buy T-shirts that say, or sweatshirts also that say Waukesha Strong. I thought that was,
Okay.
and they're putting they're sending any money made for those also to the victims fund. So that's a really nice idea. I'm just, these days, you guys, I'm so scared of these GoFundMe things that come up.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I'm sorry to say, even though I was in the Air Force, my father was, my son was. Sorry, I don't trust the government.
No, I understand that too. That's why Steve says Waukesha Y. We lost you, Steve. Waukesha Y family has a GoFundMe. Steve, if you want to drop that, you can't drop it. It won't let you drop it. The link. Email me the link. I'll put it on my page at some point in time. I'll put it in a community post so you guys can go find it. But I don't want to put anything up that we haven't vetted.
I do believe the Fox 9 channel, Minneapolis, that live streamed 8-hour sentencing, also put the GoFundMe in their description, because I think the family also said something about that during their sentencing.
Okay. All right. Good. Yeah. I mean, and I don't know. You wonder about some of these community funds that are run by the government and how much really
Yeah.
goes to them.
That's why I thought to somehow just send something, not online, not through something else. I just like if I could take it there. I done looked it up. It's over a 12-hour drive, 13-hour drive from me. I just go there by myself and just hand stuff out. But I can't do that. I'm taking care of my 88-year-old mother.
Oh, bless your heart.
She's had 4 strokes, but anyway,
You got
I
your hands
appreciate.
full.
Yes, ma'am. I've
Well,
also had a kidney transplant too.
Oh, bless your
So,
heart. Well,
well,
thank you for watching, and thank you for coming up and bringing that up, because I had forgotten about that. I did want to bring that up. So thank you so much.
Thank you for accepting. I'm sorry it took a while. I just don't know how to do technology stuff, but I figured it out.
Well, no, and what's funny about that is I'm just now learning live stream, but let me tell you, there's people that'll get up here and show nudes and stuff, and
Oh,
you have
Lord.
so you have to be really careful that somebody doesn't mess up your
gosh.
stream. So
Oh,
that's
my
the only
goodness.
reason. But thank you
Well,
so much. It was good talking to you.
good talking with you, and everybody have a good night.
Yes,
And
have a
sweet
wonderful
dreams.
holiday. Sweet
Thank
dreams.
you. Bye-bye.
Bye. The good thing about it is that we're going to be able to these people are going to be able to go back to normal a little bit, some type of normalcy. I mean, not all of them, but going into the Christmas season, this isn't hanging over them anymore,
Yeah, it's just gonna take them a while before the Waukesha Christmas parade doesn't trigger anything.
Yeah, that's a shame, because it seemed like it was nothing but a family event. And everybody, how they were talking about this was planned and he did this and he did that. It wasn't planned. He's just like I just told somebody, he's just an idiot. He was just he doesn't have the common sense to plan something out, to premeditate something. He's just an idiot. Am I right, James? I swear James had me thinking that he was married to Sue
No,
Opper.
I'm here. I'm here.
No,
But no, you are 100% right. I think what really happened was he got into the altercation with Erica and her friends, and he was trying his best to get out of the area since they had already called 911 on him, and he was looking for the fastest way out. And unfortunately, he decided to take the route that had the parade in it.
Now now you said that Sue Opper, you called her your wife at one point. You were kidding, right?
Yeah, I'm kidding. But no,
Okay.
I've seen plenty of her cases over the years. She's always been that person that's taken on cases against people who try to act real tough in the courtroom, and she's always stood her ground. So I've always had like deep respect for her.
So are you there in the Waukesha area?
No, but I do visit from time to time.
Okay, gotcha. All right, cool.
Mm-hmm.
All right,
I
well,
do believe referring to the to where what was Darrell's girlfriend with the whole altercation. Uh, Even though they didn't show it in the trial, which was very early on when they were questioning the officer, there is at least I've seen a video on YouTube where it did show the body cam of that officer who showed up and meet with Darrell's girlfriend. I'm sorry, I keep forgetting her name.
oh,
Erica
Erica.
Patterson.
Erica, yeah. And after he questioned her and was clearly going to go on a patrol to look for the car, you can hear in the radio, on his radio, even as he's questioning her, people screaming, or the police officers screaming about a car going through the Waukesha parade. And so it was
Oh
kind
my
of,
goodness.
yeah, it was kind of scary, especially when he didn't pick it up at the time. 'Cause I guess it was kind of lowered down, which police do when they question suspects and stuff like that.
Right.
But it's terrifying.
What I thought was sad was she mentioned, how the judge read the telephone, or she read out what their phone call was, and while he was in jail. She went to jail to visit him. That's how much she is. Or I'm sorry, she didn't go to jail. Maybe he just called her, but she still took the phone call. I'm just kind of like, why, Erica? Stop it! Go! You got to get away from this fool.
That's my problem with her because I feel like before the parade, the day of the parade, he ran over her with a car.
Yeah.
Like the same car he went through the parade with, and she still met with him that day. Like I know control is real. Like, she been messing with him ever since she was 15, 16 years old. Like, so he has a control over her. But I just don't think I can meet with somebody that threatened my life, because running over me with a car is threatening my life.
Well, there is more to that story because she's actually been talking to another YouTuber. She actually had an interview with him yesterday. As far as these conversations he's been having with him, it's all been coached by his mom because for some reason she's still attached to his mom. She doesn't have any connection to her family, so his family was her family.
Oh.
So every so often she'd have conversations with the mom. The mom makes her feel some type of way about her not having any contact with him, especially when he was being locked up. And she keeps trying to tell her, he's really sorry. He wants to try to tell you something, and he can't get in contact with you. And then when she calls, it's an entirely different story. He's apparently threatened her life a couple of times, and even said something about sending people after her. She has a GoFundMe that's actually up. People have been raising money to try to send her back to where her family lives. She did have an update on her Twitter account that was saying that she reached the goal that she was trying to go for, and that she's going to see her family for the first time in, I believe, like 10 years.
Yeah.
So, yeah, a lot of things have been happening.
I gotta say, Erica, sweetie, I wish you the best. I hope that you're now going to be able to get away from this man. But I don't know if I could send her money, not knowing if she was going to put it back into his jail account.
Oh, no. Yeah,
You think
that's always going to be a 50-50 wondering.
Yeah, I just do you think just from hearing the interview that you heard, do you think that she's still stuck on him?
I think she's certainly scared of him. I feel like there's
She
still
is terrified of him.
a
I mean, he
fear
pimped her out before he got her pregnant.
Yeah.
So he had a strong hold on her, and she does, until he was actually sentenced now, she was always terrified for her life. He ran with bad people. He always seemed to find her, even when she tried her best to hide. And, to her, he was kind of like a giant boogeyman that was just like always lurking in the shadows. I hope now that he's locked up and everything, it gives her more of a clear mindset to make better choices, but we'll see.
Even when Darrell was questioning her, you can see how scared she was. I'm pretty sure if you pay attention, every time when the cameras
She
were
wouldn't make
they were
eye contact
questioning.
or anything.
She wouldn't make eye
Mm-hmm.
contact. She shrunk back in her chair.
Mm-hmm.
It was very apparent in that trial, or at least in that interview.
Yeah. Oh, well, when they did the interrogation, which by the way, guys, the interrogation, I have that whatever was shown in trial portion in my on my channel. So if you want to go back and look at that, you can. In there, you know how the cops will do where they'll just act like, they're your buddy or whatever because they're trying to kind of warm him up, get him to talk. They were doing all of
Mm-hmm.
that. They were doing all that. And then so he starts feeling comfortable and he's like, man, this woman, if she all this happened, if she hadn't been wanting to meet up with me, it's all because of her. I don't want to blame anybody else, but I just have bad choice in women. He was Tiffany, did you hear it?
Yes, I did. I really was watching his trial and things about him like I'm gonna say about 2 weeks before the sentence, and just the things that he would say and the things that he did to her, and just it was just disgusting. It was totally disgusting the way he acted, like it wasn't everybody else but him. And that bothered me. That bothered me so much. And that just shows that his mother never hold him accountable for nothing.
Yeah, and then he was even mad at the cops because they played him. He was like, it's so funny because he's like, how could you play me? Like he just is so.
Yeah, when he was like, "Oh, why couldn't you just be honest with me from the very beginning of why I'm here? And you knew why you were here." I was like, "Come on."
Yeah, that was funny. That was funny because I was like, "What in the world?" Like, my dude, you've been lying the whole time. You've been talking to this police officer. Now you want the truth? I'm confused.
The irony.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, right.
I know, right?
He's like, I can't believe y'all lied to me. I can't believe y'all lied to me. We were getting tight. He didn't really say all that, but yeah, it was just kind of funny, and I found it some of the things that he's done is just I've just found so. Oh, and then there was one objection he made where she was helping him with something, and he objected to it. The judge had to tell him, explain to him that she was trying to help him. Not that she was trying to do her job. She wasn't really helping him. But she was his only friend. She really was. If he had a friend in that courtroom, it was her. That was it.
Mm-hmm.
And all he did was be nasty to her.
Yeah. It might be controversial for me to say, but even though she did a good job, but the judge was way too careful with him.
But she did that for him, so he can't have no appeal. He did that. She did that, so he can't have no appeal.
Yeah, I get it. It was just so frustrating because you can see that even though that he was yelling at her, she was kind of biting back. She was instigating it. For I think like only a few times she did, and for the prosecutor, it must be pretty frustrating to watch, having the amount of time they had to send him back into the other courtroom, and he bring him back again, and he's disruptive as soon as he gets in, so he send him back out.
I think she kind of saw it when she saw him a couple of times, and then she went, I know what he's going to do now. And I've just got to, make sure that this, but from the very beginning, even when she sat there and went through everything before he wanted to be his own attorney, she went through every step. This is what that means. Do you realize that? And he still kept thinking that he could just lean on another attorney, like contact an attorney for help while he was, running his own trial or something. And she went through all of that, explained it to him clearly. You cannot do that. You represent yourself. It's all you. It's one person. It's you sitting there against a team of seasoned attorneys. And he's just clueless, absolutely clueless.
Do y'all think if he had
they all helped him at the end of the day, because even the state helped him to send out his subpoenas. They gave him all of the information that he needed. They even gave him cue cards to help him out with certain lingos he wouldn't understand. They kept trying to baby feed him a lot of information, and he was just looking at it like, okay, well, if they're going to keep doing this, I can keep asking them for more and more stuff to make it easier on me. And that's just not how court works. They just didn't want him to go in completely blindsided when they decided to hit him with all of the evidence that was going to come out. But even when
Yeah.
they were trying to help him out, when he started badgering witnesses and stuff, they tried to help him with other ways to ask his questions. He wouldn't take the help when he had it.
Yeah, that's true. That
Yeah.
you're. What were you gonna say, Stephanie?
Oh, I was just agreeing. That's so true.
He just. I mean, James. The way I kept looking at it was they were doing. They knew what the judge was doing. They knew exactly what was going on, and they were going to make sure that this process went the proper way, so that at the end of the day, we could be where we are here today. Thank
Oh,
God.
absolutely. Because it came down to you wanted to wrap this all up in a nice little bow because all of this is recorded for the appeals committee anyway. So they get all of the files, all of the video footage and everything before you even sit down to even try to hand them your appeal. They go through all of this information. So they see how you act in the courtroom, they see all of the information that comes through, and then they decide whether or not they're going to read your whole appeal that you're going to put out there. So that's why it's very hard to win appeals, especially when you're trying to represent yourself. Um,
What's that? Oh, coffee cake. Coffee cake said grounds.
Okay,
it
get
just
that
makes it
on a
more hilarious to
t-shirt.
hear from Copy.
Coffee cake
Oh,
said
it's going to be big.
Let's
Coffee
go.
Coffee said he could have had a standby attorney if he paid for it. That boy ain't got no money. He hadn't had a job. I wonder. He talked about a job he had. I wonder if he had it for like 2 days. Let's see, because he's not working, and he's not paying for them children. Let's see. It's a golden ticket of subject managers. Do y'all hear Bruiser? He's getting very upset with us. He's whining. Let's see. Remember when the judge told him that? Remember when he told the judge that he was a grown man and nobody tells him what to do? Steve, that's hilarious. Well, guys, I hate to cut this off, but we've been on here for quite some time. We've been streaming for over 7 hours now, and Bruiser is not
Oh,
happy. And
yeah.
I've got to go take him out and feed him and all that good stuff. So I want to thank you all for being here with me. I want to thank you guys especially for coming up on panel and for being so great up on panel. You guys were so respectful, and I really, really, really appreciate that. And yes, Coffee Cake, he does. He owes $40K in child support. Unbelievable. So I don't know. Maybe we'll have another live. Would you be interested in us doing another live after some more information comes out a little bit? Maybe doing a live later this week. Would you tune in?
Absolutely.
Sure.
I
I
would.
mean,
Yeah.
it'll be
Me
some
and my
time
brother
before all
Dread,
the info had to go
we'll be
public.
here.
All right. Yeah, we got to get Dread. What happened to Dread? He had to go pick up his little girl, I guess. So
Yeah, he had to run off real quick.
well, everybody go have a drink, whether it's a coffee or a soda or a tea or water, or a beer or wine. Go have one that's been a victim of this. And thank you all for being here. And y'all be safe. And I'll talk to y'all soon.
All right. Thank
Everybody have a
you.
good night.
Thank
You
y'all.
too.
Bye. I want to thank you guys for watching. Thank you for subscribing if you've done so. And I look forward to putting more together for you guys in the future. You all have a blessed, blessed day.